All right, we are going to kick this thing off this morning. I've got just a few slides to get through to kind of help orient to do things, and then we're going to not be very long-winded because we want to hear from our incredible keynote this morning. We'll talk about that a little bit. So first and foremost, there's a, you don't have to go be up on the screen, put my slides. I'll say what's on the slide. Welcome to SAINTCON 2023. We're super glad you're here. Are you guys excited to be here this week? For us, it always just feels like a big, gigantic cybersecurity family reunion every year. And that's what we love about this conference. This is what we love about our local community of cybersecurity professionals. So we welcome you here. Just a couple of things. This conference and event is put on by the Utah SAINT organization. It's a 501c6 nonprofit. Everybody that we're going to talk about, in fact, I'll just put these slides up here. All of the people, myself included, are all volunteers. Nobody makes money off of this conference. That's how we contribute back to the community, and we love to do it. But if you see these folks walking around the conference center this week, maybe stop by, give them a fist bump and say thank you, because the planning for this particular conference started in January, and it has been relentless ever since. So wanted to just kind of point that out. You're going to see a lot of these folks around. Please thank them for their time and effort and energy. The next thing I wanted to do is just point out that one of the things that makes SAINTCON possible is the contribution and involvement of many of our cybersecurity vendors out there. This year we have 2 event partners. We finally split it into 2 slots instead of just one. So when you see Expo, there's 2 giant booths down there for you to explore, and we encourage you to do so. So this year, CompuNet and Valcom are our event partner sponsors down there, but they're not to be totally outdone by all of the other sponsors that we have down there for you to interact with and to learn about new cybersecurity technologies, capabilities, and things that are going to probably help you out throughout what you do in your day life and those kinds of things. Sorry, I'm going on just a little bit of sleep today. But one of the things, when you went through registration today, or yesterday if you came early, you got a QR code, and you're probably wondering, what the heck is this? And they stuck it on the back of your badge, or had you stick it on the back of your badge. This is a way for you to share your contact information with all of these vendors. We at SAINTCON believe that your contact information is your property. We believe in privacy. We preach and talk about privacy and how it's supposed to work. And so this is an opt-in option for you if you find a really cool business contact down in our sponsorship booth area. Would you please, I encourage you to share your contact information if you're comfortable, and you can do that by allowing them to scan that QR code. They don't get everything in the whole world that we know about you, which is very little anyway because we don't collect much, but they will get your name, email address, and business name as a part of this. So I'm letting you know that up front so that there's all sorts of informed consent as you go around and scan your QR codes. So please do share for those folks. They come here and that's how they return, and it makes it valuable for them as well. And so one of the things we'd like to do today is invite Brandon Madsen up to the stage. He is one of our event partners from Valcom, and he's going to just kind of do a brief intro. So, Brandon.
Well, we couldn't be more excited to be back again at SAINTCON 2023 as a returning title sponsor. As a company based out of Salt Lake City, we love being associated with SAINTCON. We believe that it associates us with some of the greatest minds in cybersecurity in the entire country. And 2023 has actually been a really exciting year for us. It was just 40 years ago that Valcom was created from pretty humble beginnings in a small building in South Salt Lake. And I know our founder, Rich Linton, would be really proud of,
proud of what has become of Valcom through the years as we've grown and developed and really become a national presence in the fight against cybercrime. By way of quick introductions, my name is Brandon Manson, and I'm the president at Valcom. And I want to give just a quick shout out to all of our clients that are in the audience today. I see a lot of friendly faces. We appreciate you, and we absolutely love working with you. Well, let's get to the reason why we are here. We are sponsoring SAINTCON because cybersecurity is extremely important to us. We know that it's important to our economy, it's important to our state, and it's critical to our future. But if I've learned one thing throughout my career in technology, it's that we are not going to put up a very good fight against cybercrime if we don't go about it together. We've got to do it together. We can't go about it alone. Henry Ford said, "Coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success." I also learned early on in my career that the answer is always in the room. The key is figuring out how to untap that potential. Again, I'll say it again. The answer is always in the room. The key is figuring out how to untap that potential. There is remarkable work being done in cybersecurity today. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But first, if you'll allow me, I just want to change our focus just for a minute from cybersecurity to another difficult endeavor, and that is the dangerous and challenging world of space exploration, where we find two different partners coming together, joining forces. And those two organizations are NASA, the United States Space Agency, and Lego, the beloved Danish toy company. I knew if I didn't get you with NASA, I'd probably get you with Lego. Well, if you remember back in the early 2000s, NASA was beginning to prepare for their Mars exploration rover's mission, which essentially was sending robots into space to go and explore the surface of the red planet. Well, about that time, Lego was beginning to experience a bit of a resurgence in popularity, and it wasn't just in young people, but in adults as well. Now, while these two organizations may seem worlds apart, they actually shared some common ground, and that was a quest for innovation and education. NASA recognized that engaging the public, especially young people in space exploration, was really important for them to continue to have future missions. At the same time, Lego, they were really eager to inspire curiosity and interest in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Well, the partnership between NASA and Lego was born with a unique idea. And that idea was to send Legos into space to Mars. So Lego bricks accompanied the Mars rover's spirit and opportunity on their mission to the Martian surface in 2004. These Mars rovers had been designed to seek out signs of past life. And so they actually had scientific instruments on board that were worth millions and millions of dollars. Yet the inclusion of these Lego bricks served a profound purpose. And they weren't just a fun marketing gimmick. They were actually a symbol of the partnership between NASA and Lego and their desire to inspire that next generation of explorers. It showed that even in the most difficult and dangerous of environments, that innovation, curiosity, and collaboration could still play a central role. Well, while those Mars rovers were exploring the surface of Mars, Lego bricks were being used as educational tools to engage young people in science and in space exploration. In fact, Lego and NASA, they developed some educational programs and activities that were used to teach young people about the actual Mars rover mission and about space science. And they did this through building and playing with Legos. Well, this partnership is a powerful example of how two seemingly unrelated organizations can come together to accomplish a common goal. by combining NASA's expertise in space exploration and LEGO's ability to inspire curiosity and creativity, they not only had a successful mission to Mars, but they sparked the imagination of millions of young people across the world. Now, I mentioned that there's remarkable work being done in cybersecurity today. In fact, if you look around this room, the amount of knowledge, expertise in this room alone is remarkable. The answer is in the room. I challenge all of us to untap that potential, leverage one another, and engage in powerful partnerships. Well, I appreciate you allowing me to take just a couple of minutes today. I hope you guys have a fantastic week. Thank you.
Here, before you go, very limited edition Lego mini badge right there for you. All right, we do very much appreciate our event partners, but we're going to get right into housekeeping items that we've got today. All right, so SAINTCON, how many of you are here for the first time? There's going to be a lot of you this time, okay? Welcome, we're glad you're here. Just think of SAINTCON as just you and 1,700 cybersecurity friends. We're good. That's what this event is. This event is built around community and our capabilities, like they just mentioned, to network together. And we've got many opportunities this year for you to be able to do that. And I'll mention a few probably later in this presentation. I just want to do a couple of real quick recognitions and updates. Most of you probably had a very smooth process through registration, but with the sheer number of people, there's probably still some downstairs waiting through the registration line. But this year, they've done an immense job of pre-planning and getting everything taken care of to make that as easy as possible for you. So I hope you had a good experience there. Yeah, right. Okay, and then one of the other things that if you blinked, you might have missed it, but SAINTCON did trainings yesterday. We decided kind of late in the game, and we apologize, but we're not really sorry, that we decided that we're going to finally take the feedback from attendees. Is that just the mic cutting out, or is it? Okay, because I'll switch mics if you need. But we finally wanted to take the advice of our attendees to say, hey, I don't want to sit in trainings while this conference is going on. And so we listened. You got to do trainings yesterday, and now you have the whole rest of the week to do the conference things. So there you go. We'll do a much better job of getting better word out for all these trainings and things for next year, because it's going to be a thing. All right, we're going to switch very quickly over to the badge. I would just like to recognize that you're probably wearing around your neck one of the coolest things we've ever designed and built out of the SAINTCON community. Is made possible by the MK Factor group. I'm going to invite them to start making their way up to the stage here, but it's not just Mike and Katie that took care of this process. There is a gigantic team behind the badge. In fact, there's more avatars that I don't have or didn't have at the time I created the slide. So if your name's missing, there are more than just these folks that were working on the badge team this year. But they've done an immense job to get things kicked off. I will just preamble something that Mike's going to say maybe here in just a moment, that the badge is still under development. You're going to experience a few little bugs and issues as we work some things out, because you can't play test 1,700 people doing all this all the time. Anyways, for more about the badge and what you want to know or need to know, here's CompuKid Mike.
Morning. All right, so about the badge. So one of the big things this year is the badge has Wi-Fi on it. It's a little bit dangerous maybe. And so please don't attack the infrastructure, right? Every year we have issues with this. The Wi-Fi is out of scope. Don't mess with it, right? Hack on the badge all you want, play with it, do things. When you start interfering with other people's enjoyment of the game, that's when it becomes an issue, okay? Please don't attack the infrastructure. Also with Wi-Fi, if you're using a personal hotspot, please use 5 gigahertz and not 2.4. The badge is all on 2.4, nothing else is. The con Wi-Fi is on 5 gigahertz, so please stay off of 2.4 if you can. If your badge, you turn it on and it doesn't connect to Wi-Fi and gives you an error, please just turn it off and back on, right? That's what we do as IT people. Just reboot it, it'll work. When you turn it on and you're going through your little character creation and whatnot, it asks for an email address. This is not so we can spam you or sell your email address. It's for your badge account recovery. If something happens to your badge and we have to transfer your progress and whatnot to a new badge, things like that, it's a way for us to prove that you are who you say you are and you're not trying to impersonate someone else and their progress in the game. If you have issues with your badge, please come down to the Badge Life booth. We've got the hardware hacking community, and that's for all the soldering and everything, doing your mini badge extension boards. If you have a problem with the badge itself, please come talk to us at Badge Life. And next thing is battery life. It's probably not going to be great. A lot of people have a lot of mini badges. It takes a lot of power. Wi-Fi takes a lot of power. That's why you all got 2 sets of batteries. So hopefully it goes well. If not, I'm sorry.
2 sets of...
We'll do better next year. I think that's all I got. Thank you.
All right, you got 2 sets of batteries, but you're gonna need more. That's why we made them AA, so go down to the supermarket and grab more if you need them. All right, we're gonna get through the rest of this pretty quickly. I wanna just point everybody in the room to the SAINTCON Discord. If you've not joined this community yet, this is probably the place that you're going to enjoy SAINTCON the most after SAINTCON. This is where this community that's in this room hangs out. They talk about things. Sometimes it's weird things, but at the same time, there's a lot of cybersecurity professionals interacting. You can ask questions. You can get exposed to things to help you get past problems and issues. And so this is a great place to join post-con, but it's also the place to get a lot of information for contests, communities, events, and other things going on during the conferences here. So we made it really easy. You just go to discord.gg/SAINTCON to join. I wanted to just make a quick briefing about snacks and sodas and those kinds of things. We at SAINTCON believe in hyper giving out caffeine, and so you're gonna find soda machines all over the place. These are free access. You just go grab one, okay? Now, the only caveat that I'm gonna put here is help us keep sodas free at SAINTCON by drinking what you're gonna drink, but don't use it to stash a bunch in your bags and take them home and fill up your refrigerator or anything like that, okay? We've never had problems like that. We're just asking you to continue those efforts of discipline and such, because we have a wonderful partnership with the Event Center. This is why we're here again and again and again. They've helped make those kinds of things possible for us. They make it very affordable for us, so we need to be able to afford it. The only other thing to mention I don't have a slide for are lunch tickets. Those of you that paid ahead of time enough before we sold out of lunch slots, we only can feed with the kitchen and capabilities of the convention center about 1,100 people. And so once we passed that threshold, we sold 1,700 tickets, but 1,100 of you were registered in time enough to be able to get food tickets. That food is available on all of the different levels and things, but you'll have to have your little meal ticket to get those things. If you don't have one of these, there are a plethora of restaurants and things within close walking distance, and they're all aware that SAINTCON happens this week, and so they're generally well-staffed for lunches and things like that. So just know that that's a thing here at SAINTCON. We wish we could feed everybody, but they just can't do quite that many anymore. We used to be able to. All right, last couple of things. I wanted to let you know that because of the sheer volume of new contests, communities, events, and other things happening at SAINTCON, that they are now distributed all over the place. They're not all just on that expo floor. So if you're wanting to just participate in those things And maybe you're not going to go to a lot of talks, or maybe you are going to sit in talks the whole time. Whichever way you want to do things, just know that that contest or community or event might be on the 3rd floor as well. So make sure you're exploring more of the conference center than just the expo floor this year, so that you get to see everything. One of the last things I wanted to do is just kind of mention, this year we have 2 exceptional keynotes. We're going to hear from Joe Grand here in just a few minutes, but I wanted to just kind of let you know that we try very hard to go out and get the best people, and sometimes we do a really great job, sometimes we get a lot of interesting feedback from folks. And that's great. We love the feedback. Don't ever hold back. But this year, we think we've totally knocked it out of the park. You're going to love the keynote presenters that we have this week. So I'm just going to mention them now and then shift over to really the last thing before we do anything else. This year will probably be the year that we mark in the SAINTCON calendar as the year of the mini badge. We know already that there's almost 400 different mini badge designs that have been brought to the conference for trading and handing out. It is the best way for you to network with other people. Our sponsors figured that out many years ago, and so many of them are going to have mini badges. Go collect them. They're pretty cool. And things. But the mini badge is a thing. If you are first timer at SAINTCON and you've never heard of this thing, you're going to figure it out pretty darn quick. And such. But what I wanted to do is just take this moment. Is Luke in the room? Luke, why don't you start making your way up here? I wanted to just give you a small history lesson and say the SAINTCON or the mini badge design concept is the brainchild of this guy right here.
Hey, Troy.
And we've exploded it. Has it gone anywhere?
Yeah, I just can't believe it. I was just sitting on vacation in Lake Tahoe and had a badge to design, and this was like just a little side note on the badge, and just didn't want to. I knew it could be cool, and so wanted to do a good job of speccing it, but yeah, did not expect it to continue on for 6 years now.
Oh, it's
7.
It's
many years.
past 10 almost, I think.
Yeah,
Now, but
and multiple conferences. So thank you guys for keeping
for
it going.
contributing. He has given the mini badge design out as open source. So
It's on GitHub.
Yeah, it's on GitHub. And you're welcome to go learn about that. We also have instructional videos that we can talk about. We're not going to spend much time here. The other reason why Luke is up here is because I'm going to transition off the stage. This is the last slide in the slide deck. And give you an opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Troy. So Luke Jenkins, and the mini badge idea is actually Troy's idea, by the way. He wanted merit badges for the badge, and I was like, we got to make them electronic. But so I was standing on the shoulders of giants when I was doing all my electronic badge work. There's many, many people who have been involved and have worked on that. And if you know the old saying of, what's below that, it's turtles all the way down. The bottom turtle, as best as we can tell, is Joe Grand, who's one of our keynote speakers. He's our keynote speaker today. He, was it 22 or 23, testified in front of a Senate committee on how insecure the internet was. This was back in '98. He's a published author. He has been teaching hardware hacking and hardware security classes, places like Black Hat since 2005, I want to say, and at tons of other conferences and around the world since then. He's really a leader and a pioneer in the area of trying to secure the hardware. So also on Prototype This on the Discovery Channel, if you still have a TiVo kicking around with some old episodes. And then he's also a prolific designer. One of my favorite projects was the Bee Sodomizer, and I cleared it with the team before I said that up on stage, I promise. Are you going to talk about that, Joe, or can I? Nope. Okay, well, it's awesome. It was a little VGA inline man-in-the-middle-ish thing that would show a blue screen of death, hence BSOD, randomly. It was pretty cool, the project. And then also the JTagulator, which you will talk about, hopefully. Nope, he's not pitching his stuff, but Joe has made very cool projects and has done a lot of cool things for the industry and our community. So without further ado, Joe Grand, everyone.
Oh, cool. Hello, hello, hello. I've never been called the bottom turtle before. I love it. I'm going to add that to my bio. All right, let me put this in. What Luke did not mention is he is one of a couple of the DC 801 people that really was like the core of kind of the hardware hacking world at DEF CON. So he wasn't just up here giving the intro because he had to. Like, we go way back, and it's really cool to actually be here at SAINTCON because DC 801, that involvement, and just the Utah, like, you know, hacker community and security community, like, I've wanted to come out here for a long time, so it's very, very cool. I should probably plug my computer in while I'm talking. It's hard to do two things at once. All right, let's see. Do the AV people see my screen? You see this? Oh, we can see it on here. Okay, cool. So yeah, thanks to everybody here for coming. Thanks to SAINTCON for having me. Especially thanks to Conf. Thanks to Luke. Thanks to Pope for getting me coffee today. You might not thank him, but I will. So definitely, yeah, very cool. So this presentation, I normally give technical talks, as I think a lot of us do. But there's going to be a lot of those over the next couple days. So I'm like, let's just do something different. And like, given just what's going on in the world and everything can kind of be depressing in a way. So I wanted to kind of go back to our roots and be like, why are we here? Like, what got us here? Why are we hackers? Why are we in cybersecurity? Like, there's a reason we're here, and thinking about those elements that kind of brought us here and made us, and me in particular, kind of my story. I'll talk a little bit and use some of my experiences, but we all have these experiences of why we're here, and I just thought it would be cool to think about that, right? And kind of reflect on that, because it really is a special thing that we get to do this stuff that we love and like have a career doing it, which is bizarre, right? Because like, for a lot of us when we were kids, like, that wasn't a thing. You couldn't be a hacker as a career. You couldn't really even be in cybersecurity, like, unless you were maybe in the military or government that had little areas, or maybe some academic stuff, but like, it really wasn't what it is. So I just think we should think about that, and especially that's gonna carry us through the rest of the conference, right? Of like, this is just pretty freaking amazing. Okay, so yes, I'm Joe Grand, and I am a hacker. This is me in 1985, and yeah, I mean, I loved computers, and it's funny, like, I was putting these slides together, and it's like, oh, I still do the exact same thing. Like, I'm sitting in my computer room, now my office, but it's like in the quiet, hacking on stuff, and it's awesome. I've just always been in this world. I fell in love with computers very early on, and just never looked back. So the description of a hacker, you know, sometimes people say, well, you know, cybersecurity, people aren't hackers, hackers aren't cybersecurity, and like, there's, you know, we could discuss that all day, but I feel like we are all hackers in a sense, whether you even believe it or not. Actually, okay, so let me talk about this thing, and I'm gonna ask a question. So this was a New York Times article that just came out September 10th, talking about like how one word has changed. And it's almost like the New York Times was kind of trying to justify their change from hacker being used in a good context to now what their style guide says. It used to be good, and now it says, it now connotates mischievous, malicious, or illegal manipulation. Boo. So, I mean, this is something that we've been trying as hackers for a long decades, of trying to push that good message of, you can use it in either way, right? Anything can be used good or bad, but sharing that good side of hacking is important. And the fact that that word came up in the New York Times recently because of all the activity, like, I thought that was kind of interesting. So this presentation for basically is like what it means for me to be a hacker, and then you can think about what it means for you to be a hacker. But my question for all of you is, who would consider themselves a hacker? I would expect way more hands than that. Okay, well, that's gonna come back, so remember that. And we're gonna come back to that question a little bit later. So my view is a very idealistic view of hacking because I grew up in it so young in sort of this formative time, and it really set the stage for like my entire life. My entire everything is based on being a hacker. the good and the bad that came out of it, but it really is something that has stuck with me. Hacking's been around for a long time, and hackers, sort of as we know them, have been around at least since the 70s, sort of the first generation of phone freaks. This article came out, Secrets of the Little Blue Box, Esquire, 1971. That basically inspired, Steve Jobs and Wozniak and Homebrew Computer Club, and all these people started building these communities together because of this. Occasionally, we saw hackers in the media. The 414s were probably the first kind of public group that made the headlines as far as like hacking. I think it was Cancer Institute, Sloan Kettering maybe, as 17-year-old kids kind of exploring. But I feel like hackers really didn't become known to the mainstream until probably maybe War Games. How many people saw War Games and were like, I'm gonna be a hacker? Yeah, nice. That's more hands than what was raised earlier, which is interesting. So yeah, that's some of us. But it could have been maybe sneakers. How many was it for sneakers? Oh, like a pretty good amount too. Hackers. I expect like the young kid. There's like nobody. Yeah. I actually do. Maybe this is like the internet thing where it's like, tell me I'm wrong or whatever. But like the movie itself, I don't know. Like looking like when it came out, it was like this is shit. But looking back, like it actually is a really good representation of like 1990s hacker world, besides the rollerblades. But it was really like kind of cool. So now watching it is fun. Back then was like, no, the media's making fun of us. Were there any other movies that or like something in the media that sort of brought you into the hacker world or made you realize like, oh, maybe I am a hacker? Just yell it out. The Matrix. Did someone say swordfish? Any other ones? The Net. Sandra Bullock or Sandra Bullock in The Net? Yeah, okay. So yeah, there's a lot of sort of representation of hackers. And what about Mr. Robot? Yeah, but you were probably already in the community. But yeah, I will say like Mr. Robot to me, it was cool because there was like real hacking in it. But I could only get through the first episode, and it just got way too confusing for me. But I would say really that like hacking is more than an action. Like it's actually a mindset, and that's the most important thing. And that's always what like when I'm talking to people, it's like, yeah, you can have the skills to do things, which is great, and sharing those, which is great. But it's that mindset that you can teach to other people, even if they're not in the technical world, about the sort of hacker ethos or those pieces of hacking that make it special. So this is the beginning of The Conscience of a Hacker, also known as the Hacker's Manifesto, from FRAC issue 7, 1986. How many read this when it first came out? A couple people, right? This thing hit me so hard. I had a printout on my door of my room, and I'm doing an injustice by just showing like this. So I highly, highly recommend to go and find this and read it. It also was quoted in Hackers, but this is really like, this really set it off for me of like, wow, the other people feel like I do. But it was really special and like very, very powerful. And really this writing is just as relevant today as it was back then. Even if you're not a teenager, like as an adult reading this is like, wow. So very cool. That kind of turned me on to really realizing like, okay, this is hacking is a thing. This is a little bit hard to see because it's from a VHS tape. I didn't know we start off as like, oh, positive hacker. Like I'm gonna, try to spread the hacker love around to everybody. I was a teenager and I basically was like an angry kid that was abusing technology, sort of a juvenile delinquent. And I've never showed this picture before, but this is a screen capture from a VHS tape when I was sitting in a limo using a stolen credit card, and you can kind of see the mobile phone like in the side. So this was like a world I was in of having this power, and I wouldn't say I was like black hat. I wasn't damaging anything, and it was a credit card. Someone's gonna get paid back for it. Like it seemed totally normal, and I'm not the only person in this room that was doing this stuff. I can tell you that. You might not admit it, but I know there's more of you. But basically using technology and exploring technology, but in kind of a negative way. So cloning cell phones and selling those to make money. Like it was cool to do the hack and figure out how the cell phone system worked and how the cell phones worked to store the ESN and the min pair and all of that stuff. Going in the dumpster and pulling out papers that had the pairs that I could then use. Selling free phone calls using red boxes. What else did I do? Yeah, all sorts of credit card stuff. So it was really just, it wasn't really a positive thing that I eventually paid the price for. So everyone's like, oh, damn. Yeah, I was too. This was 1992, so I was 16 years old, and I was in Michigan. So I'm from Boston, by the way. I was in Michigan as a 16-year-old with other hackers. Just let that sink in for a second. If any of you have kids, would you ever let your kid go to another state to hang out with hackers? Probably not. Anyway, I went with, it was kind of a hacking group I was involved in at the time called Renegade Legion. We have some awesome text files. You can find them on textfiles.com. And we decided it would be a good idea to like break into the telephone company building because we wanted to get documentation, right? Hackers being curious, like that was our thing. We were curious. Information wants to be free, and we wanted that information for free, and then got caught doing it. So this was a real turning point because it was like, I love technology. I love kind of the hacking and the power of having it, but obviously like the path I was going like didn't really work out. I was not destined to be a career criminal. I ended up joining up with a group called The Loft, which was a publicly facing, actually at the time it was just more of like a clubhouse with a bunch of guys that were older than me, which sounds really creepy now that I think about it. They were 6 years older than me. And they had a clubhouse in Boston, and we had all met on bulletin board systems. Like, it was a very kind of small community. And once I got in trouble, they're like, all right, they called me Joey. They're like, Joey can come in, KP, Kingpin, you can come in, join the Loft. That was a huge thing because these guys took me in as their mentor, whether they know it or not. Like, I always tell them, like, you have, like, they have no idea how they shaped me. They've also never answered, like, why bring me in versus other people that were in the scene. But it was a very important place. I learned very early about like the importance of sharing information and sharing knowledge. And to me, that's like one of the key things of being a hacker. It's not your skills, it's what you can teach other people and help other people with and empowering people. And that's what we did. So we had our website. This was, I think, 1997 at the time. It looks pretty good for, for handcrafted HTML. But we would collect documentation, put that on our website. We had advisories that we were doing, and this was very early on, right? But we were trying to sort of show what hackers can do and find vulnerabilities and release those and work on projects that we liked and sharing that stuff with the world. One of the other things about being in the Loft and what I learned is kind of saying what needs to be said. When I was younger, I would say stuff, but not really think about what I was saying. But this is like, we have the power. Like, we loved talking to the media, and we loved writing papers and articles and advisories and everything to spread the message, not just to people in our community, but to like the mainstream. And I remember when I first met my now wife, she's like, what do you do? I'm like, oh, I'm a hacker. She's like, isn't that illegal? It was like trying to explain that was like really pretty cool. But this situation, when we testified in front of Congress, that was the perfect opportunity to say what needed to be said. I was terrified. That was like my second time public speaking. And I hate wearing suits. That was probably also like the second time I had ever worn a suit. And that's my dad's suit. It was absolutely terrifying, but it was a really good opportunity to talk to these senators, which basically were like, our grandparents' age, to talk to them about security. And this was in the 90s where the internet was just starting to come up. Talk about all the bad things that can happen. And there's been discussion of like, oh, that stuff like that can still happen. We had no idea how important or kind of like pivotal this was. We thought we were going to get arrested. Like, they invited 7 hackers to Washington, D.C. We had to give them our social security numbers so we could like go in the building. Like, they could easily have just brought us in and never let us out. We were still using our fake names. Like, we were very, kind of pushing the edge. But it was a really good opportunity that we thought it was worth the risk to go up there and tell them what we did. This also kind of like with hackers too, that there's the discussion about like disclosure, right? Do you do full disclosure and release everything, or responsible disclosure or ethical disclosure, which I don't like those names because who's defining the responsibility or the ethics of it. And then there's like the anti-sec movement, right? Sort of like the don't release any 0 days or any vulnerabilities. That's a discussion too, kind of thinking about saying what needs to be said of like, if you have some discovery, it's a little more complicated now than it was back then because of everything being so connected, but it's like, maybe it's worth sharing that information. Maybe there's something, like it's not black and white. It's a very complex issue, but it's something to think about of like being a hacker and sharing and saying what needs to be said, doing it in a way that is still gonna benefit society. I don't have an answer, like very complicated, but I thought that was kind of interesting. Community is huge, right? So one of the things that we can do as hackers and what we should do is sort of help each other and empower each other. And we can, we kind of have the opportunity to build people up in a positive way, and we have the opportunity to break people down. And we see that on the internet all the time. As a side note, as a reminder, like don't read the comments anywhere. But it's like communities really help bring people together. And conferences like this, I'm preaching to the choir, right? I mean, we know that. Like, this is a very important thing. Not everybody knows this. There are people in the community that won't come to conferences or won't share things or think they're better than other people because they're on a stage or because they have a cool exploit or whatever. And like, that's not building people up. So this is such an important thing. This was a picture. Does anybody recognize this picture? DEF CON 1, right? So there's a couple people in this picture that are still coming to DEF CON. This was the first DEF CON, and like people are sticking to like such a small kind of event. And there were other gatherings before then, HoHoCon and SummerCon in the US and stuff going on in Europe. But I would say like DEF CON really is that catalyst that brought everybody together and then realized, okay, we can start doing larger things together, and it's continuing to grow, right? So I think the community aspect of empowering and learning from each other is really, really special, and I don't know how many other industries kind of have that, or groups really have that. Another thing about being a hacker for me is staying curious. If I'm not curious about something, I'm not gonna do it, plain and simple. So I wanna find things that are interesting to me, that keep me going, and I wanna do this until I'm 80, 90, whatever. Like, I'm gonna always do it. This is a project, so a couple years ago, I had hacked a Trezor hardware wallet, and we made a video about it that a couple people saw. But I wasn't done. Like, I'd successfully hacked the device, recovered $2 million for this guy that had contacted me. But the way that I did it, like, I knew I could do better. And this has kind of been following me for 2 years as I'm exploring different avenues to make it more reliable, make it more repeatable, make it more accessible. So once I actually get it to a point, people can use, regular tools that they can get that are affordable and do the same sort of attack. But it's also for me to kind of scratch that itch of like, it's driving me nuts, and I'm really curious, like, why is the attack not working how I want? What can I do to make it better? Like, that's that hacker mindset, right? Of like, how can you solve problems in a unique way or whatever it is? Like, that's something that's really, to me, so, like, it's just something that really sticks with me. And I don't always like it, right? Like, sometimes I'm like, this sucks. Like, I don't want to keep doing this. But then I, take a walk, come back, and I'm like, now I'm energized. Or I go to a conference, come back. I'm like, I have some more ideas, right? So this is a current project that I'm working on and still trying to problem solve, and that's what it's all about. Being a hacker is also about trying something new, whether it's at a conference and you're going downstairs and doing something you wouldn't do, or whether it's in your non-technical life with your family trying something new, whatever it is. We try to impart this to our kids as well, and us also. Like, I love sitting at home using my computer, but I know, like, oh, maybe I should go out and experience like other things. So it's trying new things, whether it's online or not, like pushing yourself out there, kind of pushing the boundaries. That's a hacker mindset, I would say, too. Oh yeah, I had a note in here too of like, so getting out of your comfort zone, right? Like giving a non-technical talk about being a hacker to other hackers. Like, that's hard. Making a technical talk is easy because you can just talk about the technical stuff, but like, that's hard. And I figure, like, what do I have to lose, right? I'm gonna try something new that pushes me, and it was really hard. This particular project is what I call the world's thinnest boombox. I don't actually know if it is the world's thinnest boombox, but I called it that because it would look good on like a YouTube video title. It's a 1/2 inch thick, essentially like the largest badge. It's the biggest badge I could put on a panel, on a circuit board panel. I don't remember what, 24 inches by 16 inches or something like that. 7 layers of solder mask, I think. Mar, who does a lot of art for DEF CON and other events, did the artwork for it. It has capacitive touch sensing buttons and some VU meter LEDs. And basically, this was a project that somebody, a company had come to me and said, hey, can you build a project with some of our components? And most of them were like super boring, except for these things on the left and right were these super thin piezo speakers. I was like, those are awesome. Like, I want to make something with that. So I tried. I'd never worked with those. I'd never done a circuit board of this size. We also had controlled depth milling. So if you see the LEDs, those are back-mounted LEDs, reverse-mounted LEDs, that are sitting in pockets in the circuit board. So they're closer to the front substrate. And I don't know if you notice, if you've done any hardware design, like, you don't see any signals. You don't see any traces on there at all, right? It's just the matte black. So I used a technique called via in pad, which is a really common technique for like really dense, high dense, like mobile phones, game consoles, things that are small that have a lot of components on them. There's no connections because everything goes to inner layers of the board before it gets routed out to other stuff. And I thought that would look super cool. I didn't consider the cost of what that would be. And when I got a quote from the factory for this, they're like, oh, it's like $6,000 a piece. And I'm like, oh, damn. Like, that's not much more than I'm gonna actually make on this video anyway. So I worked out a deal with them, and it was a little bit cheaper, but it was like fun to try things, and I had no idea if it was gonna work. Because of the process and what we did, normally when you're designing a circuit board, you'll like make a prototype with breadboard, then you'll make a prototype circuit board, maybe without all the colors and everything, and then you'll do the final one, or maybe there's a couple iterations. What I had to do because of the complexity of this board is I couldn't make one that was this big with all the stuff on it. It had to be a green, regular green circuit board with everything on it, but not in the form factor, just to make sure stuff worked, and I could make some tweaks to it. But we had to go from that directly to the production version without knowing what it was gonna look like, and that was terrifying. But that was part of that hacker mindset of like doing everything you can to hope it's gonna be right. If it's not right, whatever, you deal with it. But luckily it was, because they were expensive. And it was very satisfying, right, to try something like that. And now I know, like, if I'm gonna design another product, I kind of have these new skills that I can incorporate into something. Or maybe somebody's gonna see this and say, I'm gonna add via in pad to the next badge. Or I'm gonna do multiple layers, not just single layer board colors. I'm gonna do multiple layers, you know, like take these concepts and build on them, because that's kind of the point. But when you're trying new things, like sometimes you do fail. And that's another part of being a hacker is you have to fail. If you're not failing, you're not trying hard enough. And if you're okay with failing, it makes everything a lot easier. Like accepting the fact that things are not gonna go right. And when they don't go right, not hating yourself for it, you know, thinking of that approach of like, all right, how can I fix this? What can I do? How can I use that hacker mindset to troubleshoot, come up with a solution, and figure it out? This project, this is relatively new. So, you know, no matter how old you are, no matter how long you've been doing a thing, or if people consider you an expert or whatever, like we're all human and we're all learning new things all the time. So this was a project where I had to remove a BGA memory device from a product, and it looks like a regular kind of BGA. This is something you could actually go downstairs. I saw like a rework station there. You could like remove parts. It turns out though that this particular part on the reference design that I was using. So you never want to do the attack on the first thing first, right? You kind of prep your attack, whether it's hardware, network, whatever. You kind of know what you're going to do when you send that payload. I practiced this, and I practiced it on a reference device. My removal worked fine. I was like, all right, now I'm going to do it on the real thing. And I couldn't wait. It was like 3 in the morning, and I could not wait. I should have gone to bed, but I didn't. And what ended up happening when I removed it is it turns out the reference device was not fabricated, not manufactured the same way as the target that I was using. The target I was using, the memory was 2 separate chips called package on package. You had the top package, which is the memory, the bottom package, which is the controller. Those are soldered together. The reference board I used was just a single package. So if you heat it, you heat the solder balls that are underneath, and you can remove the part. If you heat a package on package part, you heat the solder balls underneath, but then you heat the solder balls in the middle of the chip, and you're totally screwed. So what ended up happening is I was trying to remove the part when I realized it was package on package, and the top package slipped, And you probably can't see it well on the x-ray, but there's like all those red arrows are either solder joints or missing solder balls between those two chips. Like I royally screwed up the chip. That's what happens. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe like I did that, right? Like then imposter syndrome starts kicking in and it's like, why am I an engineer? Why am I a hacker? Oh, and I, went to bed and then I woke up like, it wasn't even maybe the next day. It was like, whatever, a couple days later I woke up, I'm like, wait, the manufacturer had to be able to build those chips. And they didn't start together, like they were assembled. Maybe I can find somebody to reassemble the part. So I went down that path of seeing if we could reassemble it. Got it reassembled. What do you think? Did it work? No, it didn't work. But I have a new plan. I realized, okay, the bottom part is the memory controller, the top part's the memory. What if I can just tap onto the connections from the memory, bypassing the controller, because that's probably what didn't work because it's thinner and it probably warped with heating. Maybe I can connect directly to the solder balls, which are like the matrix you see there. Then I'll get the raw NAND memory. Then maybe I can decode all the error correction, wear leveling, and get the contents off. I'm still working on that. And this is a project that is another one of these things of like, I can't let it go because I, as a hacker, want to know if there's a solution and if I can do it the right way. Even if I can just get the contents off and they remain scrambled or like they might be encrypted, I don't know. It's just like learning those things. And the lesson for me is like, all right, I need to be more careful of analyzing before I do the attack, because there is a known attack to get these things off. Like I could cut the chip out of the board and then sand it from the bottom side until I get access to the balls and then connect that to a device programmer, which is obvious looking back. Like it's easy to say that. So it really is like, every failure is a chance to learn, and you can hate yourself for it, or you can kind of turn that around and say, well, I'm going to do something better and try. And maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. We'll find out. And Bob Ross agrees with me. So I love this slide. As long as you're learning, you're not failing, right? It's something like, if somebody is making fun of you for failing, or like, you suck, you shouldn't do that, like, it's their problem, not yours. And we do see that also. And a lot of people are scared to take that chance of like trying something new. We were talking, Conf and I were talking and Pope at lunch yesterday, and it's that thing of like, a lot of us are almost perfectionists, and it's like we don't want to release something until people see it. But at the same time, it's like we can release something that's maybe half-assed that's going to inspire somebody else to maybe clean it up, or maybe they do something with it. But it's really something of like, we shouldn't get hung up on like being judged by what we're doing. And that's why like I can come up and say I screwed up, and I'm happy to say it, because like that's not the first time and it's not going to be the last time, but that's what gives me confidence to try more stuff, of like using that as an experience. This kind of goes along with like the community side of things, but working together. I generally work alone for the most part, and a lot of that came from like the trauma of being involved in the loft, and then we started a company called At Stake that basically this, our anarchist collective became a corporation, and I learned a lot about people, a lot about business, stuff I didn't want to know about, and in 2003 was like, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to go independent. I had no idea what I was going to do. So, finding people to trust was really hard. I guess you could say I have like trust issues or like reliability issues. But then Prototype This came around, and this was a Discovery Channel show of 4 people building like ridiculous prototypes. This was kind of a process of showing the engineering work that goes into something, testing it. It was kind of Mythbusters-esque, same production company. None of us ever expected to be on TV, which was kind of fun and interesting. But the concept here is like, if you find the right people to work with, you can do really amazing things. And a lot of us, or maybe not me, but a lot of you work in companies where you have to work with other people. So maybe you can't pick and choose who you work with, but maybe you can at least recognize their skills or their differences and use those together. Or even like, if you don't like each other, at least you kind of know, you can still respect each other. This was something where you had 4 type A personalities all vying for camera time. And hardware is something like electronics is, I don't know if you all know this, but like it's not that cool to look at a lot of times. Like badges are, but like watching somebody solder on TV is not, like camera people don't like it. So I had to figure out, like, how can I still get on screen and talk about electronics? So I ended up kind of coming up with this concept of doing these little goofy kind of interludes that we called podcasts, that were like these breakouts of like just showing something and explaining it in kind of a fun way. And that ended up working. But the four of us, we all had complementary skills. And the casting, when they found us, like, they did a really good job of saying, okay, Mike is a material science guy. Zaz does software and robotics. Terry is like this amazing machinist and special effects person, and then Joe does hardware. So we could actually build really, really interesting things. And that's something to think about, right? Of like, if you get the right people, you can do really, really cool things. Also talking about working together, I just mentioned that I'm a hardware person, but here we see a screenshot of Ghidra. This kind of is working together and also trying something new. Like, I don't normally reverse engineer code. I will, but not normally. This is one project where I'm working with a colleague in Europe. So it's like, early mornings when I'm on the West Coast and they're in Europe. So it's morning for me and night for them, and we're hacking on stuff. And then I'll do something while he's sleeping, and then nighttime, it's 2 in the morning for me, and it's morning for him, and then we're working on stuff. And it really is kind of a fun thing to not only try something new, but we're learning from each other. And it's kind of a refreshing thing to try something a little bit different to work on a problem. And this is a problem of trying to reverse engineer some password generating software. Another part of hacking is pushing the limits. And this slide has kind of multiple purposes, I guess you would say. So kind of pushing the limits of, maybe what's acceptable behavior is one thing. Has anybody seen this picture before? A couple people. So I wasn't involved in this, but I just thought it was amazing. So San Francisco basically was allowing a couple of the autonomous car companies to drive around autonomously, basically with no public permission, or like they didn't ask, like, hey, we're thinking of letting some cars, the giant robots, drive around on the road. But people realized that they could put just a simple like orange traffic cone on the hood of the car and the thing stops. So it was this very simple, like low cost method to break a system. And they were sort of using I don't even know if they would consider themselves hackers, but I would, in sort of an activism role of like, protesting of like, this is ridiculous. And they were basically using this to protest an upcoming vote that the city was considering allowing 24/7 access of these robots to drive around. And it made the news. Everyone was talking about coning, and it was like this whole social phenomenon. But then the city ended up allowing 24/7 access anyway. So now there's cars driving all over the place. And I think one of them like ran over somebody recently, and there's all sorts of unpredictable things. And if you read some of the comments about these things, it's very polarizing, like everything else. You're teasing the robot, wait till it can, come back and find you. Which is, I guess, kind of true. It's like, what, crows remember your face, so you don't want to piss them off? Like, maybe there is some sort of thing, like, they're going to come back to us. But this also shows, like, a small thing can have a large effect and kind of a ripple effect. And this is something, just thinking about, like, how you carry yourself and how you share information and how you treat other people. It's like if you're driving and somebody flips you off, something happened to them to cause that to happen. And you can either take it or you can push it away, because you don't want that snowball effect to happen. And this is something like that. A very simple thing can have big effects. And I just thought that was very cool. This slide isn't really as much about being a hacker as it is just like being human. And in our community, we can finally talk about mental health. Like, most people in the world really didn't talk about mental health, but especially in the hacker world, is something that's important to sort of recognize. And a lot of us will, stay up all night and we'll work really hard and we'll get burned out. But thinking about, like, we want to do this for a long time. We don't want to get burned out. A lot of us have what my wife calls troublemakers, things that, whether it's trauma or other mental health issues or something like that, that's kind of in our head, and we can use those as superpowers. But some of these things are really interesting. This is a drawing that I got from like a website of teachers creating art to sell to other teachers. And some of these things, they're for kids, but they're completely relevant to us. Maybe not the get 8 hours of sleep, especially last night, but kind of saying no, setting boundaries, especially if like people are trying to push a lot of work on you. It's like, no, like I'm good. Like I've done enough. I need some balance. I can't sustain like this workload, which is hard to do if you're in a company where everybody expects you to do that. But at the same time, it goes back to that thing I said at the beginning of saying what needs to be said, like standing up for yourself. Maybe that's gonna, not go so well, and maybe that's not the right place for you based on that. But it's important, being willing to say no, work hours. We've heard horror stories of bosses texting at 2 a.m, even if you're not on call, asking for like ridiculous things. Something that really has helped me, which isn't exactly on here, but like meditation and like deep breaths and going into nature and getting that balance of like being on the computer and doing highly, highly technical, complex things, and then going away from that like does a world of wonder. So I don't know, I just thought this was like something important to share. Helping yourself, right? And when you help yourself first, then you can help others, you can be the best person you can be. It's like, that sounds really cheesy, but it's true. It's like in the airplane when they're like, when the mask falls, like put your own mask on first before you help other people. Like that's the concept, right? You need to be in a state that you can help other people, whether it's in your business life or your work life, your home life, with your kids, your family, whatever. Like it's important. It's like, it's something we need to pay attention to. Going along with the 8-bit theme, this is also something, I did this once before, and I thought it was really cool, but I'm gonna kind of like flip it around. Normally we have like a Q&A and you ask questions, but I'm gonna start with a question, and then we'll see if anybody's willing to answer. So I've sort of talked about some of the elements that I think hacking is about, or what hacking is about for me, and what makes me a hacker, and what makes me like love to get up and do stuff. So my question to all of you is, does anybody want to share something that they feel makes them a hacker, or something about what they feel they are as a hacker? And I know people can answer because I know a lot of you raised their hand, and not everybody, but some of you did. And it's a huge room, so I get it. But if you want to share something about being a hacker and what it means to you and what it means to be in this community. Oh, look at that. All right, let's see if I fall on my face.
Yeah, so I think for me, it's two things. One is passion. I think a lot of what you're talking about is passion, right? People look at us and they say, oh, they're weird, right? We're geeks, we're nerds, we're whatever. But really what that translates into is a passion for the thing that we get excited about. But I think the other side of it is also acceptance. When, like me personally, hi, I'm Grifter, hi. Me personally, anyone who knows me knows I never shut the hell up, right? There's literally a voice inside my head that will tell me, stop talking, and then I won't. But then other hackers are looking at me like, yeah, keep talking, man. You're on a roll. Go, right? And so I think that's one thing about the hacker community that I have always loved, and going to conferences like this and meeting other people who share that same passion, that same thing that to other, quote unquote, normies makes us weird, but to each other makes us, family.
I love it. That's Grifter, by the way. We planted him in the audience just to make sure at least somebody had a question. What he didn't mention, does anybody else want to say? So we have microphones also, but okay, I see someone. I'll walk over. Can I tell part of the story that you said yesterday from the airplane? Okay, what Grifter didn't mention is when he was on an airplane and met Khalid, like is he a rapper, musician, singer, and most people are like taking pictures and everything. Grifter's just being cool because that's how Grifter is. And later in the flight, Khalid's like, hey man, like what do you do? Like just started talking to Grifter. Grifter gave him the space, and then he kind of started this conversation. Grifter's like, I do penetration testing and break into buildings. And he was like, oh my God, that's so cool. Like, and then he went and like told all his friends, and that's like, he told me that story last night. It's like, damn, like you're right. Like the stuff we do, we might take it for granted, but most people are like, you get to do that stuff, and like, it's amazing, right? And we're making changes that people a lot of times don't see because they only see when something doesn't work. not when things do work. But I just thought that was a cool story of like this guy who's like world famous thinks what we do is cool.
Thanks, Joe. I'm Spike, and I've been a member of this community for about 15, 18 years, but I've been going to DEF CON for 25. And I started going to DEF CON as a journalist covering people like Grifter and Joe and all the other hackers. And I decided after about 8 years of that it was a lot more fun to do the security work than to just write about other people doing the security work. So I switched careers. I think that this community and the people that are in this room, you are all some of the most creative and kind and generous people with your time, your skills that I've ever met. And this community, I've never been more proud to be a part of any kind of a group than the people that are in this room. You are going to change the world, and I'm just so grateful that I can be a part of it. Thank you.
Yay. Awesome. I love it. I love it. Anybody else have any comment? Ooh, another one in the front row. We didn't plant you here, but this is convenient. I feel like Oprah. It's like you get something and you get something.
I just wanted to say, like in 2000, I got a job sitting at a computer, and I had to change it was a Mac, I had to change the Apple menu. So where the little byte was, I had to put a little worm and coming out of the Apple, and I had to change it to Mac OS instead of Mac OS. And for the Finder, where it's got that little smiley face, I had to put an eye patch over it. And then, yeah, I mean, that's kind of, you just mess with stuff. Yeah. And I remember reading about you guys way back then. And, I have an 8-year-old, and he's in second grade, and he's in class. They're on Chromebooks, and nobody quite knows how, but he somehow sent a message to everyone in the class on their Chromebooks. And so, I mean, I think that's part of it.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. And that also brings up an interesting point about kids, right? Like when we were kids, we didn't have the opportunity to sort of explore in a controlled way until the loft, and we set up our own networks. But setting up an environment for your kids, if you have kids, to be able to actually touch things and mess things up is really important, because they are really the next generation of people that we want to have critical thinkers that are doing this stuff. And maybe not even like snap circuits and things that are pre-made, but really letting them go free with whatever they're interested in. One of my kids, who's 11, is super into like tactile things and started making slime, like slime. And they're basically like a little chemist, and we set up a table for them and bought all the stuff. And for me, it's like, oh man, the table's messy, the floor's messy. Like, it's really like, oh, but watching them explore and try different chemicals and see what happens, like, it's either a recipe for success or a recipe for like disaster. But it really is special to let kids do that in an environment that is safe and they can actually feel comfortable about trying things. Do we have any other questions or comments? We can also go to the microphone. Is there a hand over here? Oh, was it Pope or the other one? All right, we'll do 2. We have time for 2.
So while you were saying that, I was thinking sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit of machine learning, where I just constantly go down routes and fail and fail and fail and fail, and eventually there's a path, and then after a long period of time of that, whether it's hacking or I started my own company, and at some point people are asking you advice, and you're like, I just failed like a lot. And I think there is value in that. Sometimes it sucks, obviously, putting the time and effort, but when you find something that eventually works, it has value to share to other people.
Yeah, that's huge. And I think it is machine learning. It's like building those neurons of failing and trying. And I think another thing that people are maybe some people are a little scared of trying things, like, oh, but they're so good at that. I could never do that. But like, all of us started not knowing anything, right? And we just found the thing that we loved and kept trying to do it. All right, we'll do one more.
So I've been part of this community for a while now, and the thing that keeps me coming back and volunteering is I spent about 9 years as a college professor, and this is by far the purest form of learning I've ever gotten to experience anywhere ever. So I come here and I spend 4 days just helping people learn how to solder stuff. And there's none of the stuff that drives people crazy about education exists here. It's just learning how to do a thing that you've never done before. And I don't know, that's what keeps me coming back.
That's awesome. Yeah, and thank you for volunteering, right? It's like everybody who's putting in that time to volunteer, it's like this selfless act to build things up. And it's very, very cool. So I guess sort of like to summarize, we all have a little bit of hacker man in us. And I really do believe like we have the opportunity to spread our mindset to other people, either in the community, outside the community. Like we really have the power to change the world. I know that's like such an overused thing, but the world kind of, a lot of it wouldn't exist without hackers. And it's just something, I really believe it. And we also have an opportunity to teach people things, right? It comes back to that again. It really is. We want to build something that other people can learn from and then grow on that and build that. And like seeing the badges go over the past however many years, like seeing the progression of that's crazy. Seeing the progression of different vulnerabilities and of the conferences, like all of these things build on each other. And that's the whole point. Like putting stuff out there that other people can build on, putting yourself out there so other people can learn from it. Like that's what it's all about. I have a couple of references. These slides, by the way, I'll put them on my website. There's links so you can like click on HackerMan if you haven't seen it and understand like what I'm talking about. And then, yeah, so sort of the final thing. I couldn't have a talk about hacking without this, but let's end with like all saying it together, okay? On 3. Is this like, this is totally awkward, right? Oh, and Chrissy just showed up. Hi, just in time to say hack the planet. Okay, ready? So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, cool. All right, well, thank you for coming. Enjoy the show, and yeah, see you around.
All right, thanks, Joe. What a wonderful way to start us off. All right, so here's what we're going to do. If you can avoid these 2 aisles, this one here and this one here, because we're going to start turning the rooms. The reason for this is one of the other pieces of feedback that we've often gotten is that sometimes keynotes at SAINTCON feel a lot like General Conference. And so guess what we did? We split them up. So tomorrow morning, we'll have the wonderful opportunity to hear from Nicole Beckwith as our second keynote. So please come back for that. So the room will be all the way open back up again. And so we're going to have to turn the walls and things in order to get ready for your next presentations and everything else that's coming. But please avoid, if you can, these 2 hallways right here. And just use the middle one or the edges if you could, please, while they turn the room.
No matter how you connect with all
Paced a lot. I was like, wow, you weren't wrong.
Check 1, check 2.
Test. test. Okay, mic is working. You're still.
We're still setting up, so we'll give you a thumbs up.
Cool. No. Ready? Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started then. Hello everyone, I'm Vince Kenny, and this is a presentation titled Cybercrime Incorporated. So a little bit about myself. I'm a computer scientist with the Salt Lake City division of the FBI. I've been there for about 8 years now, and over that span of time, I've really seen this ecosystem of cybercrime really grow an awful lot, and we'll talk a little bit more about that throughout this presentation. But it's always really exciting to come to SAINTCON. This is my third time presenting here at SAINTCON. I've attended this since 2015, so it's really great, and I'm excited to be back again. All right, let's dive into it. So the role of cybersecurity in the federal government. If you think of sort of the breakdown and the make of it, there's kind of three different chunks, so to speak. There is the DHS, there is the DOJ, and there is the DOD. And the way I kind of analyze it is if you think of cybercrime or a cyber incident is kind of like a fire. The DHS, they are sort of like the fire department. Their job is to not only help put out the fire, but they actually set up the fire safety codes, and they will work with companies to try and prevent the fire from being started, but also be there to help remediate sort of that fire. While the DOJ, well, if there's a fire that's been started, oftentimes we come in as the police because we're looking for the arson who started that fire. So we come in and we collect evidence, and we try and target that arson, that bad guy that started the fire. And then the DOD, well, that's the military. So if the fire was started by a missile from another country, well, the military is going to get involved, and that's the piece that they'll focus on, is that foreign influence. As far as the makeup of a FBI cyber task force, there are actually a lot of different positions that go into a task force itself. Obviously, there are special agents. They are the case leads. They manage the cases. They work with the victims, and they're ultimately the guys who are, tightening the screws on the bad guys to try and arrest them and put charges on them. There are also task force officers. So we work with a lot of local partners who are really effective at being able to go after different things that might be cumbersome at the federal level. We'll leverage that local partnership. There are also intelligence analysts, so their job is to sort of see the bigger picture and connect the different dots. And then there are a handful of different sort of technical analysis roles, whether it be a computer scientist, a data analyst, a digital operations specialist, staff operations specialist, or an operations support technician. So as I mentioned, we rely very, very heavily on partnerships. So we not only operate as sort of a federal entity, but we also have a number of folks from the Utah Department of Public Safety that work with us, and they're incredibly valuable members to that cyber squad. But we're also always constantly growing. Salt Lake City in general works with a lot of local and state partners, but different divisions around the country, they might be working with Air Force OSI, they might be working with other different types of federal entities. And the FBI's cyber criminal focus. So a cyber squad's kind of split up into two different veins. It has the cyber national security track, which is focused primarily on nation states that are doing the attacks. But then also the FBI has the sort of the criminal focus, which is just general criminal actors that are trying to commit these cyber crimes. And in particular, really over the past couple of years, the FBI has tried very, very hard to focus on identifying those supply chains and disrupting those different key services that make that ecosystem run. So you may have seen some kind of high-profile cyber cases that have come out in the news, whether that be the Quackbot botnet or the Genesis Marketplace or various other different ransomware campaigns. Oftentimes, those different pieces sort of play a role in this ecosystem. Okay, so without further ado, we will go ahead and pivot into the main topic of this discussion, which is organized crime. At the end of the day, this presentation is to kind of just show a lot of the similarities that go into organized crime in general, whether you are dealing with cocaine industry or cartels that sort of deal with drugs or cyber criminals. And in particular, I'm going to be talking about two very interesting cyber, or rather criminal enterprises. That is the Cali cartel of the 1980s and the 1990s, and the Conti group of the 2020s. All right, so let's start with the Cali cartel. So full disclaimer, probably half of my research on Cali cartel came from that Netflix series Narcos. So if you really want a very, very detailed, very good analysis of the Cali cartel, I would definitely recommend watching that series. But just kind of a general introduction. The Cali cartel, oftentimes the leadership would call themselves the Los Caballeros de Cali, so the gentlemen of Cali, and that's because they kind of operated more like businessmen rather than street thugs. And that was comprised of the Rodriguez brothers and the Santa Cruz family. So their foundations, well, actually kind of how they got their seed money, in a way, is they carried out a rather high-profile criminal kidnapping called Las Chemes, which was basically the kidnapping of an individual out of Switzerland, and they were able to ransom this individual for $700,000. So that was their seed money to get their enterprise up and running. And then they shifted very quickly into the drug trafficking business, because obviously that business had a much higher profit margin, and they could really put those skills of running businesses in place to this drug trafficking business. And then another very key component of the Cali cartel is their expansion into the US. And in particular, they were the kings of New York City. So back in the 70s and 80s, Miami was kind of the big hub for a lot of these cartels, where they would funnel drugs in and things like that. But Cali actually targeted New York City primarily to try and facilitate that type of business there. Okay, so now let's pivot over to the Conti group. So similar in nature, it's these individuals, sort of a band of individuals who sort of came together and formed more or less this Conti ransomware group. So a number of these individuals came from different types of ransomware groups beyond these two that I'm just sort of talking about, but two very important ones that were connected with the Conti group, or an evolution into the Conti group, are Wizard Spider. So you might recognize that threat actor handle as the ones responsible for the TrickBot botnet and the TrickBot malware distribution. So that's more or less a group that is not necessarily doing ransomware, but they are infecting various different computers around the world. That is sort of the seed and the start of a ransomware campaign. And then the second is the Ryuk ransomware campaign. So this is a campaign that started in early August 2018, and it's operated by Russian-speaking individuals. And so that evolved into the Conti group. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit about organizational structure. So one of the things that was really interesting to sort of read and analyze about this Conti group is they went all out to structure their organization like a Fortune 500 company. They did a whole bunch of work organizing their leadership. That flowed down to the cocaine production. That flowed down to the transportation and distribution. And one of the things that Cali was exceptionally good at was the money laundering component. Because these guys weren't from the streets, they were from accounting backgrounds, law backgrounds, business backgrounds, effectively. So they did a really good job of money laundering. And of course, they also used their influence with all the money that they received to be able to get the adequate security and also use corruption as a means to sort of facilitate their business. Now, when we look at the formation of the Conti group, essentially Conti is kind of this band of people that have sort of learned as time has gone on. So a number of the individuals that sort of joined the Conti group cut their teeth, so to speak, just doing sort of the script kidding type of stuff. And it evolved eventually over time into more and more and more sophisticated kind of attacks. But in particular, Conti was a business. They had an HR department. They had all different types of departments that you would see in a normal business. In fact, actually, something that was kind of interesting that I read out of the Conti leaks was some of the individuals kind of explained, my job's kind of boring. It's sort of your typical cybersecurity job. That's what a number of these individuals just sort of felt. They had a little piece in their cybersecurity enterprise. But this was comprised of various different types of technical positions, whether it be a coder, a tester, an administrator, a reverse engineer, or a pen tester. Now, any good organization has a strong or a unique leader. And so in the Cali cartel, the leader was an individual named Gilberto Rodriguez. And so Gilberto Rodriguez was a lawyer, and he was very well known for his strategic acumen in maintaining and the ability to maintain a low profile. So that was kind of one of the fundamental difference from Pablo Escobar, who maintained a really high profile, is Gilberto really focused on trying to maintain a low profile. And his nickname was the chess player. He was always trying to think one or two moves ahead of his competition, of the government, of the US, of his customers. So he played a very central role in organizing the structure of the Cali cartel, and played a very central role in trying to facilitate some of that drug money into legitimate businesses into Colombia. Now, Conti leadership, like I said, it takes a strong head on that snake to be able to make that leadership or make that organization work. And their leadership was run by an individual monikered Stern. So Stern was a well-known Russian cyber criminal, also known as Demon, and he was very, very, very skilled and experienced in cyber criminal types of campaigns. So little is known publicly about Stern, but it's believed that he's kind of in his early 30s and he's based out of Russia. And so at the end of the day, Stern was pretty well known as being a micromanager. he would do as much as possible to really try to drill in and make sure that those campaigns were on time, on budget, and actually had a profit margin so that they would continue to sort of repeat that process. And Stern was pretty ruthless. I think really it goes to show that if you have a kind of a soft leader, it will sort of flow down to softness on the ransomware campaign. But Stern really implemented a lot of very, very malicious and tenacious type of attitude in his organized crime organization. Then the criminal ecosystem. So this is obviously a really important component of just general crime in general, is because that criminal ecosystem really is where is the opportunity and where do people shift and try to actually move to capitalize on that opportunity. And really for the Cali cartel, they had maintained this low profile, and once Pablo Escobar had been sort of taken down or had been arrested, it was time for Cali to kind of move in. And so that downfall of Escobar created kind of a power vacuum where the Cali cartel was able to really expand and kind of move further into their business. They also took advantage of various other different components of their business, but one of the major differences that was very, very different between Cali and Pablo is that Pablo used violence to move things forward. Cali used corruption. So Cali was very, very, very good at facilitating corruption at every single level of their ecosystem to be able to move their business forward. And then, of course, they oftentimes had various different sort of legitimate businesses that they would pivot funds into. And their eventual goal was to actually get out of the drug business and go into a real business. But, of course, that didn't happen in the end. Now, when we flip over and we look at the Conti group, so Conti was started around the beginning-ish of 2020. What happened in 2020? COVID, exactly. That was probably the biggest change in significant dynamics of kind of what happened for various different cybercrime organizations. Is Conti kind of rode that ride of being able to take take advantage of the COVID pandemic and this big shift in the use of technology for people at home. But another really interesting thing that actually made a huge big difference for Conti and its effectiveness to continue to run these big high-profile campaigns was the rise of cryptocurrencies. So the Cali cartel, they first got into the drug business through marijuana, and they realized that marijuana didn't make enough money. So then they shifted to cocaine. One of the interesting things is that 5-10 years ago, cryptocurrencies, the value of it and the commonplace of it was kind of like dealing in the marijuana business. But come 2020, and especially 2021 and 2022, the cryptocurrency industry and that component of it transformed ransomware from the marijuana industry into the cocaine industry. It really rose the significant amount of profits that could be made on these various different campaigns. So like I mentioned, the major difference really with Cali and Pablo Escobar was that ability to translate violence into corruption. And boy, did they use that to their maximalist. They infiltrated various different sectors of the Colombian government, whether it be the federal Colombian government, law enforcement, the military, paying off judges, paying off various different individuals. And so they had eyes and ears all over the place to be able to operate that business. So really the major thing that they created was that safe haven. So that safe haven isn't something that Conti created, but if a lot of these folks are in Russia, that obviously created some interesting dynamics of being able to be in sort of a safe haven or in a haven that was very difficult to try and prosecute or thwart these individuals. And the rise of Conti. So the major difference, or really the major thing that Conti was really getting into, was this concept of big game hunting. So Conti really made that component of ransomware really show at the center stage, was that they were able to really use that concept of going after big targets and going after complex cybercrime campaigns to be able to get large payouts. And so they focused on targeting high-value victims, but also victims that were in sort of a high-pressure industry. So whether it be governments, whether it be hospitals, whether it be sort of emergency services, they would go after targets that could pay and targets that needed to pay soon. But they also had a very effective kind of manner of being able to acquire and obtain sophisticated techniques. And of course, they use a lot of those different tactics that ransomware operators now use these days, which is the double and triple extortion kind of methods. However, with all that innovation and all that growth, the Cali cartel and Conti started to get into the crosshairs of not only the US government, but the world. It became pretty apparent that Cali was the new king of cocaine in that New York Times article that I mentioned. And so Cali actually suffered, really in the early 90s, a number of different setbacks through drug seizures. So in 1991, Cali had kind of taken over a large percentage of the movement of drugs out of Colombia into the US, and there was a major seizure that happened called Operation Cornerstone, that the United States was able to seize 12,000 kilograms of cocaine. But there were also subsequent seizures that happened in the years leading up to that. And a lot of those seizures created more stress and pain points in that organization. And so those pain points, oftentimes for law enforcement, are opportunity to be able to try and disrupt and take down those organizations. So Conti is no different. They went after a range of big targets, but even though Conti didn't necessarily, I think there was actually some conversations that Stern was having with some high-level managers in Conti, angry that some of the affiliates were going after hospitals and going after various different critical services. But even still, they went after some big targets. One was the Irish Health Service, and the Irish Health Service basically suffered like a $600 million loss based off of that Conti ransomware incident. Another major one was the fact that Conti attacked the Costa Rican government, and it disrupted government services and caused a number of different economic damage. And then the next big thing that the US government put out is that we put out basically a $10,000 reward on Conti. So we tried to, turn the script Mel Gibson style and say, well, how does it feel to be a $10 million lottery ticket? So the US put some heat on Conti to be able to try and flip some of those affiliates that maybe felt disgruntled or didn't feel like they were getting paid enough. In theory, they could flip and try to turn in Conti leadership. So the cracks started to form. Like I said, the pressure started to build. And in that pressure buildup, both Conti and Cali experienced the whistleblowers. So a major whistleblower in the Cali cartel was Jorge Salzado. So he was in charge of security for Conti, and he became growingly disillusioned with the Conti cartel and wanted to pivot to more legitimate businesses and felt he kept getting sucked back in and couldn't escape. And there was a turning point where he felt his life and his family's life was threatened, so he decided to flip completely and work with the DEA to try and take down the Cali cartel. Similar in nature, what happened to Conti was the infamous Conti leaks. How many people here remember when the Conti leaks came out? Yeah, so they were a really major leak that came out back in 2021, and it was basically from a former Conti affiliate. And the Conti affiliate said, screw you, Conti, here's everything that's associated with the Conti business and my visibility. And in fact, actually, those Conti leaks really opened up this sort of the eyes of not just the US government, but also just the general public into how one of these cybercrime organizations work. Because so much data, especially chatting and just organizational data, was leaked in those Conti leaks. And now we move on to the fall. So as such, there are a number of things that kind of went into the fall of the Cali cartel. They tried very, very hard to pivot their business into legitimate businesses, but unfortunately for them, and fortunately for the US government, we were able to arrest these individuals. In 1995, the Rodriguez brothers were arrested, only a couple months next to each other. But this was kind of a general victory of trying to take down some of these large organizations. And even though the drug and the cocaine business still exists, it doesn't quite exist in the same king of cocaine and king of drug businesses as it did in years past. It has kind of moved into this sort of, unorganized type of space to some degree. And Conti, well, they also had a fall, but actually the fall was somewhat of a self-inflicted fall. So in February 25th of 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine a few weeks prior, and the Conti group basically came in and they pledged allegiance to the Russian government. So as I kind of mentioned in that earlier slide, there is DHS, there's DOJ, and there's DOD. Well, DHS and DOJ were looking at Conti, but once they pledged allegiance to the Russian government, DOD started to get involved. And that meant big trouble for Conti. So this, effectively created a bunch of different constraints that tied Conti's hands many different ways of trying to pledge allegiance to a nation-state group and trying to operate as a business effectively. And this sort of allegiance basically led to the alienation of different affiliates. It made it difficult to recruit anybody, and it made it difficult to continue to use some of their money laundering and some of their cash out techniques to continue that business forward. So in May of 2022, Conti eventually shut down, or at least so they say. It more or less disbanded, I would say, rather than shut down. And this was just kind of an interesting case study to sort of see they really rose through the pandemic, but something as dramatic as just sort of, pledging allegiance to a nation state transformed them from being a criminal enterprise to being a nation state facilitating enterprise. The drug business had a very similar kind of thing that happened in the 80s, 70s and 80s, where some drug organizations were working with communists down in South America. And that kicked off the military's response to try and stop drug organizations. So in conclusion, throughout this presentation, I hope to just shed some light just on the similarities of Conti and Kali. I mean, effectively, they're two illicit businesses trying to make money. They're financially motivated, and they're pretty similar. But there's one major difference that gives me hope to try and disrupt some of these cybercrime organizations. And it's that the victims of Kali's product were willing customers. Yes, drug addicts, individuals taking these things are still victims. It's still illegal activity, but they are willing customers to try and get this type of product. However, the victims of Conti are repulsed by Conti's product, meaning that all those people, all those companies that suffered these ransomware attacks, obviously none of them wanted anything to do with any of this type of activity. And so as a result, I really think that our ability to try and disrupt this type of activity is strengthened by the fact that the victims want just as badly, if not more so, for us to try and disrupt and dismantle some of these organized crime groups. But I think there's another second key weapon that the US government has in this fight against cyber organized crime. And that's you all. So one of the major differences that's just different from organized crime of the Colombian and the cartels of the 1980s and 90s is that was primarily a federal government initiative. There weren't a whole lot of private entities sort of doing this vigilante type of analysis. But really, in kind of the growth of these cybercrime organizations, I cannot tell you how incredibly helpful it is to work with threat researchers, to work with individuals that are reporting this information to the federal government to be able to try and make this disruption happen. So if I were to take that analogy of the three legs of the federal government, whether it be DHS, DOD, or the DOJ, an invisible fourth stool or fourth leg is the US people. So people of the United States have been able to help facilitate those three federal agencies to move forward. So thank you. That's all I have for Cocaine Incorporated. If you have any questions, feel free to come up and talk to me. I'd love to talk to you about anything that you have that you're doing in this space or that you want to talk about. Thank you. Enjoy the conference. Hey, what's up?
I'll wait for the mic to turn off.
Somebody did that. Huh. We didn't turn it off.
All right, can you hear me? Fantastic. All right, welcome to SAINTCON. Good morning, I'm excited to be here. My name is Doug Hubbard. I'm an information security engineer. I've got a lot of experience working in growing companies and companies of various sizes. Specifically, I like to do cloud security and application security. But today we're talking about the mighty few, how to excel in small security teams. So before I really get going, this is a presentation to talk about how we can work well as a small team. So I just want to understand who I'm talking to. So if you're working in an organization that you have 10 or fewer full-time security professionals, raise your hand. Oh, that's like everybody. How about 5 or fewer? Keep your hand in the air. 3 or fewer? 2. Is there anybody who's the only security person in their company? That is a lot of brave souls. Give a round of applause to them. That is a difficult position to be in. So this is a picture of me. It looks like it could have been taken yesterday, but it's actually a number of years ago. Think pre-COVID, right? This is back when I had a fewer number of children, which is probably why I look so energetic and well-rested. And it was at an inflection point in my career. I had just gone from working for a very large oil company. We had over 170 security professionals, to a small software company here in Utah, 120 people. And not only was I the only security professional, I was their first. So they had no idea what to do with me. And while I knew all the security principles, I knew what we should be doing and the best practices, I didn't have a lot of experience in actually applying that at a small company. And as I changed from this company to the next job and to the next job, I worked for a variety of small teams. Think of 1, 2, 3, 4 people. And I found that as the names and faces changed when I went from one organization to the next, the problem stayed the same. So really this presentation is a message to myself back in time, saying, hey, you're going to go through some challenges, and here's what I wish I had known. So we're really going to go through 4 different security challenges that I think small security teams face commonly. And my background, like I said, is with software companies doing software security and all the other aspects of that as well, but I think it's applicable to pretty much any organization. So what are those challenges we're going to talk about today? Number 1, how do you move the needle when you've got so few people? How do you actually make a difference? Number 2, how do you deal with rapidly changing priorities? Number 3, how do you sleep at night and deal with the stress of such an overwhelming number of security issues? And finally, how do you prevent loneliness and burnout, which we don't talk about enough in this industry? All right, challenge number 1, how do you move the needle for security when you've got so few people? All right, you're outnumbered by quite a bit. And I'm fascinated with comparing companies. There's a couple of measures you could use. The one that I like is the ratio of security to non-security people. And this varies by industry, but I typically see the number here in Utah, my experience is around 1 to 100 or 1 to 200. In other words, for every 200 headcount at your company, you may have 1 security person. So if you've got a company around 500 people, you're thinking a company, maybe you've got 2, 3, possibly 4 security staff. But I have seen this as wild as 1 to 1,000 before. So you're definitely outnumbered. And what's more is those people may not really understand what it is you do. I had one job, and I swear, they thought that the security team would just huddle in a corner and turn the crank on the security machine, and security sausage would come out, and everybody would be happier. When I actually tried to ask them, hey, here's how I'd like things to go differently, patch vulnerabilities and have policies, they were kind of surprised. And to further illustrate this, I had one job interview. And you get nervous before a job interview, it's pretty normal. And I come up with a list of, here are the types of questions that I think they're going to ask me. And I had some very well thought out answers for it. And the man sits across from me, and he starts asking me questions. And he says, I've interviewed hundreds of software engineers, but I've never interviewed a security professional before. I don't even know what to ask you. So how about you just tell me, what should I ask you in this interview? So I told him, and I nailed every question. So that creates a couple of problems, right? You're outnumbered, people don't really know what you do, you have to educate them. Here's my recommendations. So first off, don't try and build security by yourself. Your job is to be a force multiplier. You don't want to move security by your pure force of will. You want everybody else in the company to operate just 1% more secure. right? If you've got 100 people that you're responsible for and you get every one of them to move just a tiny bit, you're moving the needle on security for sure. What does this look like? Tools, automation, training, policies, these are all great things. So a simple example, put some very basic software or controls in place to reduce the number of phishing emails people get. That's going to impact everybody in your company. That's going to have a big impact. Even if you're not eliminating all the phishing emails, just reducing it, you've improved things. Training is really great, especially in like the software world. If you can spend a couple of hours creating some content that could be well received by, maybe 100 developers, you better believe that is a very high ROI activity. Or policies. If you could actually get a policy in place that very, very lightweight checks maybe who we're sharing our data with, right, when we're integrating new SaaS applications, and you can just put a little security check somewhere there in whatever procurement process you have, that can have a major impact. But also because you're small, you most likely don't have a seat at the table. You might not even have a manager who does security. You might be reporting through IT or compliance or whatever manager had an extra seat at the time when they drew the org chart. So you're going to have to build relationships informally. You need to coalition build. Look for the people who are making decisions and be their friend. If you're always saying things that we need to do extra work that they don't want to do, even if it's good work, you're not going to get anywhere. You need to figure out what they want and how security and their goals align. I had a great example with this. We introduced some software to detect vulnerabilities into our software lifecycle process. And we worked with the dev managers and said, hey, here's the vulnerabilities we found, we'd like you to remediate them. And they all wanted to, but they never got around to it. The real way that decisions were made was in the our product owners. So we went and talked to our product owners. Now, they want high-quality software, too. They've got a lot of features they want to put out. They're not going to say they don't want security. They just don't like it getting in the way. So we gave them a really simple checklist. This isn't going to take a lot of time. Let's just look at these things. And one of these things was these vulnerabilities that we were talking about, and we suddenly could get movement on it. So figure out what the channels of power are in your group, in your organization, and operate within that. It's all about being practical. Okay. Oh, last one. Sometimes just preventing gross negligence is a win. If all you do is keep people from proverbially shooting themselves in the foot, you are making a difference in security. So take some courage from that. Challenge number 2, how do we deal with rapidly changing priorities? This was something I didn't expect. I didn't inherently think that this was going to happen, but as I moved from company to company, I found I kept getting that priority whiplash, where I'd show up on Monday morning and suddenly what I thought was priority number 1 was now priority number 4. And I don't have great explanation for why security teams are particularly vulnerable to this. One that I've really pondered on is that there's just so many things for us to do, right? We've got a huge list of priorities, and it can feel like your plate's spinning. So I like to take some inspiration from video games, right? We can learn lots of wisdom from video games. So this is a screenshot from the game Overwatch. I played it a lot when it first came out. You don't need to know much about it, but it's a team-based shooter, right? So you've got 6 people against 6 people, and working together is really important. If you've ever tried to work with random people that you've met online before in an online game, it's almost impossible. And sometimes we'd have someone come on voice chat and start issuing orders and taking charge, which is great, but their plans were terrible. And they say we should attack when we should defend, we should go left when we should go right. I found it's actually better to follow them. And the reason why was that a bad plan that we could stick to was better than a good plan that people kept second guessing. Now, I'm not going to say you should have bad plans to operate in your security groups, but we'll rephrase this. We'll say a less optimized plan that you can stick to is better than the perfectly optimized one that you keep second guessing. So let's say you come down with your list of vulnerabilities, right? Your top 10 list, or your top 5 list. These are the biggest risks facing our company. You could spend all day trying to figure out which one's number 1. You could spend weeks debating which one's number 1, which one we think we could go with. You know what? Just pick some, right? Just pick 2. And if you can, say that quarter, take those 2 and actually do something about it, that's fantastic. That's really, really good. And then next quarter, you can come and do the next thing. The other part to that is you need to know what done looks like. If your customer asks for medium rare and you cook it well done, you're not doing your job right. So it's very hard to eliminate risks. It's a lot easier to reduce. So we go back to our top 10 list. We got 10 critical risks. Let's pick 2 of them and let's mitigate them down to a medium, right? And if you could do that every quarter, oh man, you're cooking. You're absolutely killing it. One word of advice I'd say, and I've run into this a lot and it can be a really big hamper, is you cannot outpace the maturity of your organization. So in this photo, we've got a sports photographer. You can kind of see it in this picture. He's holding a stick with a camera on it. And he's sprinting so fast, he actually is out in front of the athletes, which is really heroic effort. But if he were to take a picture right then, he wouldn't be able to see anything. There's no athletes lined up with him. He's outpaced his organization. So in other words, you can't add rungs on a ladder that doesn't exist. So if you say, hey, we're working for a software company, we need some extra security checks in our software development lifecycle, but we don't have a software development lifecycle, you're not going to get very far. If your company wants the SDLC, great, help them with it, show them examples. But if they're not interested, you're not going to get any progress. And I've run into that a few times. Challenge number 3. How do you sleep at night when you have such overwhelming issues? This is the stress. How do you deal with the stress? This is kind of what it feels like a lot of the time when you're working in a security group, especially a small one. Your job is to solve security problems. That's what you've been trained to do. It's what you've devoted your security or your profession to do, your career, and you see problems everywhere, and they may not be getting fixed. And so you get a lot of sometimes cognitive dissonance when you may not even be following all of the things that you think you should be doing. A few years ago, I got invited to a security conference just to attend, and I told my friend, nah, I don't really want to go because then I have to sit and listen to people tell me all the stuff I'm supposed to be doing that I'm not. You know? And that's kind of what it feels like a lot of the time. And that's just a part of the job. So here's my recommendation. You ready for this? We don't have all the resources to help this little dog out. We can't put all the flames out. So we're gonna make one little change to see if he can feel better. Boom. Suddenly everything is as it should be, and no longer is he being sarcastic. I'm saying this a bit facetiously, but we do need to reframe it. If you're working with a company that is a small security team, they've made a small investment in security. Hopefully, that means they have a very large risk tolerance. This means that maybe they're a small company that's growing, they need to move fast, be first to market, they can't get held up with a ton of compliance and checks, and that's just their business objective. If you think of 3 different companies, a fruit stand by the side of the road, a fast food restaurant, and a bank, all 3 have the risk of theft of their money, right? The fruit stand is just going to have a little box that they put it in. You know, I used to do that one summer when I was in high school. I just had a fanny pack I'd put the money in, right? No controls at all. The fast food restaurant has a lot more people. They're worried about a lot more. They've got registers. They track the money in and out. And the bank obviously has a lot of security. You could take the bank vault and apply it to the fruit stand model. You could bring a truck in, drop off the vault every morning, you know, have the guy running the fruit stand turn the big crank, you know, when the time was come to put the money in and out, but that doesn't make sense. So you as a small company or a small team hopefully are in a place that can tolerate a lot of that risk. Now, if you are working at a bank and you've got a fruit stand security budget, okay, that's a problem, right? We need to talk about that. But the other fallacy that sometimes people get to is they think that security is a destination. We're never going to get there, right? It's a gradient. We know what a company looks like when it has no security controls. We know what a company looks like when it has all the security controls. And we keep thinking that we need to move towards that other end. But the reality is, everybody is somewhere in the middle. And what is appropriate for where you should be in the middle is really dependent on your situation, your company's risk tolerance, and your industry. Okay, and here's my spicy take of the day, Doug's spicy take. If you as a security professional are never leaving something insecure, or we'll say lesser secure, you're not doing your job. And the reason I say that is because we can't secure everything 100%. It's not possible. Even if it were possible, it'd be so expensive and so impractical, your company would never make money or never complete whatever objective it's trying to do. So it's up to you to decide where are we going to concentrate our efforts that we need to prioritize and where do we need to not secure. Because if you're not making that decision, somebody else is. And we need your wisdom, your judgment, your experience to know where to put that. So if you're overwhelmed with the number of security issues you have, know that that's normal, first off. But second, we just need to align. Are we out of whack for where we should be based on the risk profile of the company? Challenge number 4, how do we deal with loneliness and burnout. So like I said, you're probably outnumbered. You can feel very alone. And even if you've got a team of people that you're working with, chances are nobody else on that team does the same thing you do. You may have one person doing compliance, one person may be doing network and physical security, one person doing AppSec. So nobody has the same flavor of security that you do. And it can frequently feel like you're carrying the weight of all of your organization's security risk on your own shoulders. And this is especially true if you're a leader, right? If you're the highest person in your security organization, this all falls on you. And that can be very alienating. It can feel very lonely. And it can make showing up to work difficult sometimes. The truth is that you're not alone. You may be the only person at your company that does this, but there are many, many other people who deal with the same challenges you do. I remember one time I was looking out, I had an office that overlooked I-15, and I'm looking at all these logos from these companies up and down I-15. They're all software companies. They're all about the same size that I am, and I was mulling over a challenge. I think it was vulnerability management that we were trying to do better at. And as I'm looking at all these logos, I'm thinking, you know what? I bet there's somebody at each one of these companies thinking the exact same thing I'm doing right now. Right? Trying to solve the exact same problems. So how do you cope with loneliness? You build up a network of peers. Look for people who are doing the same thing that you're doing. They may not be at your company, but they are here, I promise. SAINTCON's full of them. I mean, look at all of you who raised your hands, who said you're part of a small team. So talk to those people around you. Don't just attend the conference and listen. Professional groups are great as well. We've got some very active OWASP and DEF CON chapters here. I love the OWASP chapter. Sometimes we jokingly refer to it as the AppSec support group. We actually had an activity this summer where we went camping up the canyon, just down at the end of the valley. And we sat around a campfire at night with 6 or 7 of us and told security stories, which is way scarier than ghost stories. And just to have one person say, okay, what are you dealing with right now? And they'd bring up their challenges. And we go, you know what? I have the same thing too. I have that same problem. And even if we didn't have a solution, it was so validating to know that I wasn't by myself. You can look for professional groups. SAINTCON has a great Discord. There's lots of other Discords out there, LinkedIn groups. Online communities are good, but I think that you need human connections. So it's great for Springboard to try and get into other groups. Great for individual questions, but not always for human connection. And the internet doesn't always make you feel better sometimes. So here's one other idea I'm going to bring up. This is something I haven't heard anybody else try, but we tried it at one company I worked with, and we called it a security field trip. What we did is we found another company who was a peer company to us, similar sized, same industry, but not a competitor. And we invited their security team over, the entire security team over for lunch. We catered it, and we had our group there and their group, and we spent an hour or two just talking. So what do you guys do? How are you organized? Oh, that's really interesting. We didn't know you could do it that way. And we've got this problem. How do you deal with it? And just had some back and forth. We didn't have NDAs. I mean, you can if you feel like you need it. But we kept things pretty high level and professional. And then, a month or two later or next quarter or whatever, you go over to their place and do the same thing. And you can build up some relationships and get to know some people and really have a great exchange of ideas. So it can be hard being in a small team, but it can be very rewarding too. When you're in a big organization, you feel like a small cog in a big machine. But when you're small, you can really have an impact. And so I've focused on some negative aspects here, but I want to say that there's a lot of hope. You should have a lot of excitement and enthusiasm for what you can achieve, right? You can move the needle on security, and you can affect the culture of an entire company. That's great. That's really, really cool, and can be very, very rewarding. One last thing I'd like to say is that remember to be kind. And remember those around you, because even though you may not feel like you have these challenges, you may not feel isolated, there's probably somebody in this room who does. So look out to our community, those of us around each other, and ask how we're doing and how we can support each other. And really, we're fighting against the same bad guys. The same person who's trying to break into my network's probably trying to break into your network as well. And we may even have the same customers, depending on what services your company's offering, what mine is. So we're all in this together to try and improve the security of the people around us. And it really does take a community of security professionals to build a secure society. Thank you. Now, I don't think I have time for questions, but I'll be in the back if you guys would like to chat.
this on you?
Yeah, sure
Go
thing.
ahead and put that on. And then run this through the back. And then put that in your back pocket. And then go ahead and, sorry, I'm gonna just
Yeah, go
adjust
ahead,
this
feel
for
free.
you. But basically, it's just open that, and it shouldn't dangle, but you might have to tighten it.
Okay.
So the thing with the camera is try to point it back towards you. That way we don't accidentally get audience members.
Sorry.
No problem.
There we go.
Check 1, 2, 3, testing. You're all good.
I'm gonna cant this a little bit.
Feel free, whatever you need.
Okay. Does that feel loose or is you good?
No, that feels fine.
Okay.
Feels fine. Oh, actually, JK.
If you're gonna help them, just see the green. That's what's being broadcast. So sometimes you have to click twice, sometimes you have to click once.
Gotcha.
But until you see the green.
So just after you drop that, or maybe select that one.
Let me see. Nothing like live demos.
It doesn't have a very short listen. You have to kind of go.
Let's see. My ear is a different design than the last person who wore this one. Oh, I don't know about that. There we go. It just had to like pinch it on my ear really good. Okay. We can get rolling. Let's see if my output's working. Guys, can you switch the screen over? Hey, it worked. Should be just about ready. Check one thing real quick here. Sorry for a little bit of delay on the setup, y'all. Just want to make sure we get everything up and going here. I know it's a fun keyboard. Where is... Oh. Oh, there it goes. Okay. There we go. Okay, cool. We're in business. We're in business. Okay, I am ready to roll. While this boots up. Who wants to see a Linux boot system? Yeah, Linux. Wait, do I get to switch this? Debian, of course.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. Change the source back. I have to change the source. There we go.
Ah, you guys missed it. You're like, it was too late. That's all right. Everybody's seen Linux boot a million times. Hey, what's up? System D? D-bus?
There we go.
All right. Sorry for the long setup, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out to my talk. Let's get back to the first slide here. Holy cow, it's SAINTCON again. Where did all the time go? Holy cow, everyone having a good SAINTCON so far? Usually I'm on day 3. I'm on day 1 today. It's kind of weird. And I literally can't see any of your faces, so hopefully you're looking at me. Eye contact, because I'm making eye contact with you, all of you. Okay, anyways, so let's get going. Got a lot of things to cover. I'm going to go kind of fast because in a 30-minute time slot. But I just want to let everyone know that we do have this pop-up hackerspace called Hack in the Box. It's going to be over the Hyatt, in the conference center at the Hyatt, from 7 p.m. till midnight until they kick us out or later when people are tired. Come hang out there and we can go through this. I'll bring my rig and all the cool stuff so we can go through there. So, all right, let's get through this. Who am I? Why am I here? So dad, mad scientist, hacker, tinker. Awesome talk this morning by Joe Grand about hackers, hacker mentality. I definitely had both hands in the air saying I'm a hacker. So yeah. My day job is I'm a senior security engineer at a pen test company called Secure Yeti. If you need a pen test, let me know. I've done some projects like the Wi-Fi Cactus, the Kraken. Did this crazy project called the Apex Storage Car, which I'll talk about in about 2 seconds, which I'm featuring here. We've got a podcast, me and my friend Kentaro. We've been a little bit on hiatus, but he's coming right now. My friend Kentaro is going to be here from Tokyo. I'm super stoked, so we can hang out. Maybe we can podcast while we're here. We'll see what happens. And then I do all the fun outdoorsy things, running Pokemon stuff. All right, quick shill section, because we got to shill a little bit. Like I said, my company, Secure Yeti, shout out to them for letting me be here, even though we've got a ton of pen tests. But if you need a pen test, let me know. And also, if you want to be a pen tester or looking for something, hit me up. We're hiring. So secureyeti.com. Check us out. We do lots of fun stuff. Clearances may be required, so just throw that out there. And I made it through, so I passed. Okay, and then one little quick note too. I want to talk about my other little startup fun thing that I'm doing. It's called Apex Storage Design. A few years back, I did a Kickstarter where I put all these SSDs on a single storage device, and was like, bam, all the storage. So I've got it in this server today, or the gaming computer, more than a server. And basically I've got 16 8-terabyte drives, whatever that maths out to. I think 128 terabytes. In this that I'm doing data analysis on, super fast, all bridged together over PCI Express 4.0, 40 million IOPS, 32 gigs of bandwidth, read-write. It's super hot and sexy. Feel free to come check it out. Also, they're for sale. Go check out our website, Apex Storage. I have them in stock. I even have some here. If you want to come buy some, come talk to me. All right, quick project history. Oh, yeah. That's what we have the cool camera. Do I push the button?
Yes, go ahead and press the button.
Boom, I pushed the button. Check this out. You get some cool inside view of that beautiful designed heatsink, tons of Sabre and 8-terabyte drive. All right, that's enough. Thank you for a shill. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Source changed. That was some shoe shot. I think that was the first at SAINTCON. We had shoe shot. So put that in the Twitter. Okay, so quick project history. You guys might know the Wi-Fi Cactus, crazy wireless monitoring project, 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, all the channels, Intel NUC on the back. Started out at about like 50, 60 pounds, dropped it down to like 20 by switching to lithium ion. It was pretty fun little project. Went around the world with that. And then it's like, man, I'm getting tired of carrying stuff on my back, so I'm going to carry it in a suitcase on my arm. So that was the Kraken. Shout out to Grifter and all the Black Hat folks for letting me just dump my projects inside of the NOC year after year to gather all that yummy data there. So again, Intel NUC, I like the Intel NUC idea. It makes it easy. Actually, the one in the picture there was the first iteration. It was just a good old crypto mining motherboard that had a whole bunch of breakouts for PCI Express, did USB, stuff like that on it. So pretty rad stuff. Okay, so then the other part of the project too is this tool I wrote called PCAPinator. And so I've worked on this tool for a number of years. Go check it out. It's on my GitHub. I'll have the link at the end on that. But basically, I kept running into problems and was like, okay, I need to process more PCAPs faster. Man, this thing will not stay on my ear. Who would have thought that would have been the problem that I have today, is the thing on my ear? Okay, but why? Has anyone ever seen this error message before? For those of you in the back, I know it's really small. Basically, it says, the file contains more records than the maximum supported number of records, which is 53 million records. Wait, what? Wireshark has a maximum? Wait, if you're dealing with PCAPs that large, you're going to have a bad day. So that's why I wrote T-Shark. Again, this is part of the problem. 2.3 terabytes of data. I love WinDIR stat. It's just so beautiful in the visualization. It's hard to do processing and do data analysis on lots of data across lots of PCAP files, across lots of years. Man, this thing, I don't know how these things work. I would think... I'm trying. My ear is just like, I'm not even doing this. I'm not down with this. All right, so let's get into the actual data because that's what we're here for. All right, so I was able to get the system online here, terminal. Okay, so first of all, let me see if we can get, not Visual Studio Code, good try. There's the source code. The source code's on GitHub, so yeah, you can get it there if you want to. Let's see here. Don't worry, I have a backup mechanism. Let's make sure the IP didn't change. See, this is what happens when you have two keyboards at the same time. Okay, IP address, let's see. Did not change. Okay, oh, my Wi-Fi is disconnected. All right, if everyone could just not de-auth for the duration of my talk, that would be great. Okay, where are you? Where is the hotspot? Where are you? All right, we're doing it the different way. Let's go. Okay. Oh, wait, it just showed up. I saw it. There it is. Okay, connect automatically. I don't ever set that often, but today we're doing it. Okay, so let's get this up and go. Oh, I did. There's too many buttons up here. I'm so sorry. All right, anyways, so let's get into PCAPinator. So I created this mount called Big Fast because when it's big and it's fast, let's just kind of show you what that looks like. So this is what it looks like when you have lots of terabytes of drives. So I've actually got this set up in an array so that way the drives are a little bit redundant, because I do like to run everything in RAID 0 for fast, but when I'm doing a presentation, I like to do things a little bit differently. So let's see, did it connect to Wi-Fi? Dude, my laptop is like, bro, you are not doing Wi-Fi today. Oh, no internet? Don't care. Cool. Don't need internet.
This is like seeing inside your head, and it's horrifying.
All right. Thank you. I love it. Appreciate you. Okay, so let's go back to the, oh, you gotta mount it first. There we go. Oh, it didn't mount. There it goes. There we go, Saint Talk, okay. All right, cool, we got our data. Yay, we're at data. Okay. And just try this mechanism one more time. Nope, we did not get an IP. That's fine, that's fine. We're doing it live. Okay, so I'm gonna cheat a little bit. We've got some commands already in the command line. So basically, PCAPinator, the tool is just all about doing insane PCAP stuff. So let's go and I'm gonna just do history, grab, I already put some in here, so for time, yep, and let's go and just give you kind of an example of what some of the things that this is capable of. So for example, one of the things that I like to do is I asked on Twitter for people to provide me some ideas of their favorite Wireshark queries. And so like I've got some where my favorite Wireshark queries are already built into the tool. So for example, I've got like a command that will go through and pull handshakes and put it into hashcat format. So let's go ahead and show you what that looks like really quick. So we'll go to Python, we're gonna split it, and I'll explain the command as I run it here. We're gonna go to, sure, that one will work. Okay, so basically the way that this tool works is, oh, I need to activate one thing really fast. Source bin, yay, environments. Okay, one for demo, two Kismet. There we go, okay, and let's run this command. Okay, so basically what's happening on this command now is we're on PCAPinator. We're doing, actually this is some fun data from Singapore. We're gonna grab the handshakes. We're gonna push it to hashcat and we're gonna split it. So what's gonna happen is, and let me make this full screen and let's open another window and just give you kind of an idea of what happens to the operating system. I put the wrong file. That's also another thing that I'm not great at is error handling. So if anyone wants to help me on my project write some error handling, that would be great. Oh, this is, let's do one thing with it too. -- Kismet. Okay, so what's happening with this command is I'm running it on a Kismet database file. I can close that now. And so on the Kismet database file, inside of there also is the PCAP file itself. So it first goes through and extracts the PCAP. Next, it's going to go through and filter that PCAP for my favorite Wireshark query, which is handshakes. So it's going to go through and look for the beacons for the handshakes. It's going to pull out the EAP information, and then furthermore, it's going to then extract all of that information into a lovely format to Hashcat. So because if you're going to have handshakes, you got to crack them, right? So you might as well take them all the way directly there. Also, it's going to run it split. By default, it splits it based on the number of processors this has. So as you can see, just that fast, it's already split this data file into pieces. And now I have handshakes. And we can actually pull up our Wireshark as well. And just to show you that this is not just a tool that doesn't do anything, it's actually got the data as well, all split out. And so what we're going to see, big fast Saint and demo. I think I did it on that one. And so what we'll see on this file is we're going to actually see the individual handshakes as they take place. Love running Wireshark Live. And so then what's awesome about this is we can now just quickly see where these what these files are and the SSIDs that are associated with it and the handshakes themselves inside of here. So, and we can see that these are the management frames. So this is all of the pieces that actually the Wireshark tool or the Hashcat tool does to be able to pull out the handshakes. So, hey, looky there, there's a Black Hat Asia 2023. I wonder what the password is. Maybe Black Hat. Anyway, so we can pull that out, and now we can crack, and then we can play around and see what the data is that we get from there. Just that fast. So now it really streamlines the pipeline from doing there. So you're like, okay, cool. So you've got some data, you've done some things, but let's talk about like real data, like things when they get crazy. What do you do in that case? So back in the day, I used to get on stage and I'd be like, oh man, I got all this data and it's so hard and I don't know what to do with it. And now I'm like, oh, I got all this data and I have tools to actually process it, but it still comes out super big. So if we come over here and we look at this folder, I already did this last night because it was huge and I didn't want to waste all of my time letting the computer spin up to ad nauseum and be doing its thing. But yeah, that's a TSV file. So I found also using TSVs instead of CSVs. People typically use commas with SSID names, and then that breaks your CSV. They also use all sorts of weird, crazy characters. So you're like, ah, man, that makes my life hard. You're trying to like inject my data as I'm doing data processing. There was some really cool talks from lots of cool people, but like called anti-forensics, where they're trying to do changes and modifications to code to be able to like mess up people that are doing forensic analysis. And so that's like a really good background for like things you should screw around with SSIDs, and then it would screw around with guys like me. And when you're at a conference like SAINTCON, DEF CON, Black Hat, those are definitely places where people screw around with SSIDs. So as you can see, that's 111 gigs of data for that TSV file. So yeah, so and then even the first 5 million records of that TSV file is nearly a gig. So it's like, oh my gosh, this is so much data. So anyways, that took 4 hours to process with my PCAPinator tool to generate this 111 gig file from the source, which was probably about half a terabyte. So it basically crunched it down a tenth of the data, or a fifth of the data rather, and then now it's outputted as that. So then it's like, okay, cool. So I did this earlier, and it's in IronPython, and I can't get it to load through the connection because of the Wi-Fi. So, but we're just gonna pretend like I ran this live, just barely. And so the next thing that I do is I use Jupyter Notebook. So anyone out there use Jupyter? Jupyter is awesome for data analysis in Python. You basically can just put lines of information in here and get ideas of what's coming out of your data in real time, and it saves your steps as you do it, so it's like really handy. So basically what I've done here is I've taken that same data set that was the, I only took the 5 million because it would have taken too long to process the rest. And then from there, I've got the summary of the data that as it's being loaded, and then I'm taking account of the most broadcast SSIDs, and this is at Black Hat in 2018. And I don't even know what these SSIDs are. So it's like, these are the things that were being the most loud. So, okay, this year I worked at the Black Hat Knock, and people are coming up and they're like, our Wi-Fi is garbage. Why is everything so bad? And it's like, I don't know. I go back and I look at the data and I'm like, there are assholes are among us. This is just malicious, all right? Like this is in like orders of magnitude of like 300,000 packets in my 5 million records was just this SSID being broadcast. What? It's like a hash of something. I don't even know what it means. So anyways, all right. Big data is hard. So if anyone has any big data solutions and wants to point me in a direction of doing more big data, or if somebody wants to work with me on big data, feel free. All right, let's see. Did I open 2 copies of this? I did. Sweet, cool. Okay, so there's some other cool data that I wanted to show you too. There's another part of the PCAPinator tool where it does this really cool thing called, it uses a graphing tool called Graphistry. What Graphistry does, it allows you to plot very large numbers of points all at the same time. Ooh, do I still have that window open? Maybe not. Nope, I closed it. Son of a, okay, anyways. And so it allows you to plot really big data all at the same time, and so you can see visualization and patterns. So this specific example, this is from data from multiple conferences from over the world, and this is 1 million nodes. So there's 1 million endpoints here, 1 million positions that are graphed here. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to see any of and these are MAC addresses communicating to other MAC addresses. So this is wireless data. So this would be like me sniffing the Wi-Fi. Gosh dang it, this thing is going to be the death of me. Oh man. It won't stay on. So there's 1 million addresses, MAC addresses, that are communicating to other things. So this is like access points, or maybe other devices are communicating to other devices, or so very layer 2, so very device-device communication. So what I did in this is I did a filter for all of the devices that have outbound connections to other MAC addresses that have more than 50 connections. And this particular node that I have highlighted there has nearly 7,000 connections. So this MAC address is communicating to 7,000 other nodes at the network, at the net layer 2 level. So this is like just mind-blowing. I'm like, what's happening? Well, it's probably like the access point controller. Maybe it's the switch, maybe the spine switch. But then what's even more crazy is I'm a passive guy who just set a wireless device in your network. You didn't even know it was there. I wasn't connected. This isn't from a tap. This is me passive. Like, I'm seeing this level of specificity. Also, there's some interesting connections about MAC address reuse of people being able to use their devices at multiple conferences. So one thing that's changed, though, is with MAC randomization, we're seeing a lot less of that, right? Because Android and Apple both randomize your MAC per your SSID when you connect to the network, right? So I'm still doing some research on that as we move forward in the future, but there's still a lot of devices that don't do that. So there's still, like laptops, and I mean, some laptops are doing it more and more, but for the most part, they're not yet. So anyways, just amazing, cool graphs. Again, this is built into PCAPinator. This tool is free to use. You can go get an API key, you plug it into the PCAPinator, and then you can immediately start graphing data in here to be able to do some analysis like this. I thought I had one more. Where did it go? Where did it go? Did I accidentally delete it? Maybe I did. Anyways, so running out close on time. Like I said, I'm going to be at Hack in the Box. I'll bring this box down, and I want to actually let you guys run queries on the data too. So if you have some ideas for Wireshark queries or whatever, feel free to tweet them at me. Feel free to throw them at me on LinkedIn. Feel free to email them to me. Also, just feel free to just write them on a paper and throw them at me. And so I'd be glad to run it on there. And we can I've got about 3/4 of my entire data set on the computer with me right now. So I'd be super glad to run some stuff on that. I don't know how much time we have for questions. We got about 5 minutes to the next presenter. So I'll probably take questions at the back. Meet me outside. I've got a little bit of cleanup. So anyways, thank you so much, everyone, for coming to my presentation. Hopefully it was a little enlightening. Appreciate you all. Thank you. Oh yeah, there's my GitHub too. You can put that on the screen for a few seconds. There's my GitHub if anyone needed it.
top.
Okay.
You'll slide that and it'll come on. And it gives you the frequencies.
Oh, really? Did you combine yours in one bag?
Check, check.
That's yours.
Okay, that is going through right now. So I'll turn that off while we. Check, check. 1, 2, 3. So you can see as I'm talking now that the bar's there. This here is, so that's a little too much if we have it all the way up there.
Okay, so
Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that one's also coming in on mic 1. Check, check. 1, 2, 3. So you can see it's a little low, but that's because we also have some of the other stuff turned down. That mic's hotter. So when I speak now, at Unity, that one's actually lined up to where it should be.
okay. Let me know when you're good. It's on. Oh, yep. Check, check. Yeah, check, check. Just testing to see if this works. Need any more audio? Tell me to keep going. Check, check. This is audio test 1. Just making sure that this still works.
Test. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Audio check. Test.
You want us to both?
Yep. All right.
All right,
Testing.
here we are.
Testing. 1,
Yep,
2, 3.
check. Yeah, that's good.
It looks good. It's been a bit.
Oh.
So for the presentation, we have you scheduled for 1 hour.
Mhm.
We need you off the stage altogether by 2:25 at the very latest.
Yeah, we scheduled everything to be shooting for around 45 minutes, give or take a little bit, with a few minutes for questions. And if we butt up to the 50-minute, we'll just tell people to catch us in the hallway. So like, yeah, we'll.
Yeah, we asked you to finish by about 2:20. We need to have you off
Yep.
the stage so we can do sound check for that.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Cool.
We do have clocks.
Oh, perfect, man. Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, we're just going to wait a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Start. So when we're ready to start, what we'll do is we'll give you a thumbs up when we're ready to start because we're going to be recording it. And so just wait for the stuff ready. We'll give you the thumbs up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll make sure that we just move around as much as possible to make it totally not annoying.
I'll be testing ya.
We might fidget a little bit, but
Yeah.
we'll try to generally
Not
stick around.
all.
Yeah.
Definitely not pacers.
this too, just for the raw time in case stuff stops with like demos and stuff.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Freaking thing keeps bouncing all over the place.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, welcome everybody. We're excited to be here to present our. Welcome everybody. We're excited to be here to present about Nemesis. Our talk is titled Nemesis: Fighting Data with Data. To start things off, we want to.
Give it a second. I think the slides are. There we go.
There we
go.
All right. Start things off. Just introduce ourselves a little bit. Both Will and I, we work at a company called SpecterOps, which is it's a consulting company. We also have a product called Bloodhound, widely used for attack path mapping by both red teamers and defensive teams. As for myself, my name is Lee Christensen. I go by Tifkin on Twitter. I was actually born and raised here in Utah, so I can actually say I grew up in Harrisville. Usually nobody knows where that is, but it's up in Ogden if you don't happen to know where that's in. But I come from a AppSec background. I grew up hacking games and then made my way into the network security, where I've been doing pen testing and red teaming for several years. And now I do security research here at SpecterOps full-time along with Will.
Yeah, my name is Will Schroeder. My handle is HarmJoy on Twitter, GitHub, and all the socials. You may know me from such projects as Veil Framework, Empire. I was a contributor to PowerSploit for a period of time, one of the founders for Bloodhound. I also worked on GhostPack and worked on the Active Directory Certificate Services, the Certified Preon research with Lee that we released a couple years ago for all that ADCS pwnage. I'm a veteran conference speaker. I've trained a lot at Black Hat and things like that, so I've been doing this a while. And we're super excited about this project. Really happy to talk about it with you guys. But we wanted to acknowledge the other big principal developer for the project, Maxwell Harley. He wasn't able to be here today, but he also worked at SpecterOps with us and is a big contributor to the project.
Cool. So what are we going to be talking about today? We're going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges we have as red teamers or when we're trying to attack a network. So we do a lot of pen testing, a lot of offensive engagements trying to attack networks. So there's challenges that arise from this that we want to go over. We're going to talk about what Nemesis is, what its vision and what its goals are. We're going to be diving into a little bit about some of the difficulties with offensive data collection. We'll dive into a bunch of demos of Nemesis in action, and then concluding with talking about why all of this actually matters.
But first, Red Team story time. And of course, it wouldn't be a presentation in 2023 if I didn't have an AI-generated mind journey picture that I generated a few hours ago. But we've been operators for a long time, at least we're probably like 20 years of experience plus between us. We focused on breaking into kind of corporate Fortune 1000 networks. So we've seen a lot of different things over a period of time. We've seen a lot of challenges in like workflows and how we actually operate. So I'm gonna go through just a couple of little short kind of representative stories or typical op headaches that we've tended to have on a lot of our engagements. So the first one, I'm also, for a lot of these demos and these things, I'm going to be showing a tool set called Cobalt Strike. It's a commercial red teaming tool set that we've just been using for a long period of time. But this is going to apply whether you're using Meterpreter, Cobalt Strike, Sliver, or any other kind of offensive C2 framework. So let's see, we have our file listing, like one of the super common things we tend to do on offensive engagements, no matter what the actual engagement is file share mining or data store mining. Pulling files down, having to process them, finding either vulnerabilities or that little interesting bit of information in a document that actually lets us achieve our objective. So we see here, we saw an interesting program.exe. It's going to be some kind of Windows program probably. We're going to download it. And then what are the next steps? Well, it's sync to the Cobalt Strike data store. So we have to go to that, open up a different tab, take this, and sync all the files down actually to our operator workstation to do kind of that level 1 analysis. The common types of things we'll always do. That's XXD strings, like that first kind of base level triage, right? We're not talking about reverse engineering or anything crazy at this point. We just want to figure out what this file is, right? We see, okay, it's a mono, it's a .NET assembly for Microsoft Windows. This is something we like to go after very commonly because we tend to find vulnerabilities in them. Like, okay, then I need to take this assembly and I need to move it to a different isolated, separate Windows analysis VM because I can't run dnspy or a lot of my .NET deserialization analysis when I'm actually on a Linux box. So then I need to open up a different VM, actually copy this over, sync everything over, do some level 1 file triage there, potentially open it in dnspy, crawl through lots of different bits of source code, and maybe eventually find a vulnerability. Here, for example, it has an arbitrary like JScript execution kind of issue in this file. So these are lots of different steps because if we have to do it's not too bad to do it once, but if we have to do it 100,000 times throughout an engagement, not actually 100,000 times, but usually hundreds of times at least, this starts to get very monotonous to where we're not able to do that same level 1 of triage across every file that we see. We kind of have to pick and choose because we're having to triage our time. So that's just one kind of small example of something we have to do repeatedly. Another kind of similar op stories, let's say we have our file listing again. We see a secret document .docx, seems like it might be interesting. We download it through our agent, goes to the C2 server. We have to open up different tabs again, sync everything down again to our actual op VM that we're actually operating on. Then we have to take that document, we're gonna run our file stuff. We're assuming it's an Office document, but we see it's encrypted. CDF v2 encrypted. This is something that happens not infrequently. Like, okay, well, do I have anything in my tool set to actually pull hashes out of this or crack this? Like, no, I don't. At this particular time, I'm going to go pull everything up and search and say, okay, this isn't John the Ripper. There's an Office to John. I'm going to pull that Python file down, install the dependencies, extract everything out. So we see our Python 3 Office to John. We're actually running it, and we get a representative hash that we can actually crack. But then, oh yeah, we try to crack it just in our actual op VM, and we don't have John installed. We need to take this hash. We have to move it off to our actual hash cracking rig. Again, this is not impossible. This is how we've just kind of always operated. But there's lots of little steps here that we have to do over and over and over again. This just takes time. It adds up in aggregate when you're triaging hundreds or thousands of files on engagements. The one last kind of little one, if anyone's familiar with DPAPI, the data protection interface. There's lots of moving parts here. I'm going to talk about this in one of the demos. I'm not going to go over everything right now. Because for anyone familiar, there are blobs that are linked to master keys. There might be state keys for Chrome that are then blobs or state keys that are protected by master keys that are then protected by a user password and domain DPAPI backup key. And there's lots of different interlinked pieces of information to keep that all organized and set in one case can be difficult. So just lots of moving pieces, lots of things to keep track of. And obviously, these little examples are going to be a bit of foreshadowing for what we're going to show in some of the demos. But also complicating all of this, all these previous stories, is that most offensive tools, the output, the tool data is unstructured text. We have our Rubius, Kerberos, and stuff up there. We got some interpreter, PostX. We have Impacket down on the top and the bottom left, doing some secret stump and things like that. We have PowerShell output from PowerView for Get Domain Computer. All of these things are that's just flat text, right? So this is because humans are normally the consuming party for these tools, not an automated process. This is particularly in PostX. For things like OSINT, for network mapping and all that, there have been structured forms of this data for a long period of time. But for offensive tools specifically, normally it's just when operators using them. So offensive analysis, in our view, has definitely been hampered by this unstructured and ununified data sources. And I mean ununified in that there might be the same bit of data that is covered, or the same, like, say you're enumerating services or something in different places. You might be getting linked interesting pieces of information that you have to link manually. We actually have a whole post about this called Unstructured Data that's linked to off the Nemesis repo. And really kind of what we're getting to is, InfoSec, we've been looking at a lot of raw data logs, thinking this is data analysis. But our argument, part of the argument, is that structured data is far superior to like just straight console-based log files, and we're gonna hopefully convince you why. And this is kind of a common theme. In InfoSec, we really should have hired some more proper software engineers. A lot of the tools that we've written and people have used over the past couple of decades have been written by hackers. I've written a lot of code. I am not a software engineer, so things like CI/CD or unit testing and this and code coverage and stability and all that, these are often proof of concepts that get put online that people end up adopting. So this is just kind of a common theme to where, in particular with this whole thing, like offensive or data enrichment pipelines are not a new concept, but they haven't really been applied to InfoSec yet.
So in addition to some of these challenges, one other challenge that we have is tradecraft is difficult to scale. So new tradecraft is coming out, or like daily, or when we're on assessments, we discover new tradecraft due to the technology that's in our customer's network, or maybe the specific custom software that they have there. So when we learn a new technique, we have 20 to 30 people on our team. And so when something new comes out, how do we kind of distribute that knowledge to an entire team so that they can use it on their own assessments? And that's a hard problem. Like, you can use training, but that's only so good. You can do exercises, but that takes time and it takes money to train everybody up. So how can we scale up knowledge as new things happen? As Will alluded to, offensive data also isn't unified. So there's several, when we do engagements, sometimes we use upwards to like 4 different C2 frameworks. We might be using, Meterpreter, Cobalt Strike, Mythic, Sliver, Stage 1, Nighthawk, whatever. There's all these different C2 frameworks out there. And ultimately, they all kind of do the same thing. They're issuing commands and you're collecting data and then you analyze it. The problem is all of this data is siloed. So it's going to be in Mythic's database. It's going to be on the Cobalt Strike team server. So there's no like central view to where you can go to see all of the data associated with an assessment, like what's been done and what's going on, like what is the state of the network based off of all of the data that we've collected so far from several different tools. We also might be running things like command line tools on an op. So I might run an nmap scan or something, and that's just stored on my own local workstation, and my other team members can't see what I've been doing unless I upload it somewhere and like tell them that I've been doing this. Another one is that we're triaging files and we're triaging the output of all these tools that we're running. And when I look at the output of a tool or when I look at a file, I look at it very differently than Will does. So for example, I have a much bigger background in like VR. So when I'm looking at a PE file, I might be able to find vulnerabilities a little bit easier than maybe Will can, because he has a different set of skill sets. He's much better at Active Directory stuff. So maybe when he's triaging Active Directory, he's going to have different insights that I might not have. So there's inconsistencies in how we analyze things. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a reality that we each know things that the other person does. So we want to try and address these things with a tool, which is Nemesis. So what are some of our goals? Well, we want to empower each operator's analytic capabilities. So one way that we're going to do this is by building an offline network model. So right now, most tools that you run, they need a live network in order to get an idea of what's going on. And so what we want to do is we can still run collection tools, but we want to build an offline model of that network so that if we lose access to that network or no longer are there, maybe incident responders kick us out for a while, we still have all that data aggregated and we have a model of what's going on in that network, and we can query and run tools against that model instead of having to have a live network for our tools to work. Another thing that we want to do is automatic and consistent analysis of known common data types. So a very simple example of this in our first target is files. So I'd say on like 90% of the time when we are triaging file shares or looking at files on the file system, you're going to find something valuable, whether that's a password, maybe it's just how the network is structured. You'll find network diagrams. You'll find documents describing the processes that are used. And so this data is very useful, but it's not, aggregated. And again, people may look at it very differently and get different insights. We also want to provide workflow-specific triage functionalities to help assist operators. So you can kind of think of this like almost kind of like Clippy for pen testers and red teamers. If as pen testers and red teamers, we go through different workflows. So you may do OSINT, you might be doing local privilege escalation, Active Directory privilege escalation, discovery, trying to look for certain kinds of documents. And we want to be able to create tooling that assists operators during each one of these specific workflows based off of this offline model that we've created. Another long-term goal of this is, and based off of previous knowledge, we may know that some tools don't work against, a certain AV or a certain EDR product. And so before an operator runs that command, we can actually block that execution. Or maybe we can give suggestions of you should look, if you live out of this specific directory, for whatever reason, this EDR product excludes scanning of that directory. So you're kind of home free to operate and do whatever you want as long as you're in that directory. We want to be able to integrate playbooks into the operator workflow. So as this comes with scaling our tradecraft knowledge. So right now we store a lot of our knowledge in our own personal note files. Maybe it's in a wiki. We have links to different pages on the internet. And so, but that requires us, as we're attacking a network, to know about those wiki pages, to be able to, go and search for those things. So rather than requiring the operator to go outside of their tool, somewhere else to figure out this information, we want to bring it into their workflow. So for example, if we find an AWS cred, we can immediately give suggestions of okay, here's some different ways that you can use this AWS credential. This is how you can log on using it. And then maybe provide even references there within their viewpoint of how to, of where else they can go to learn more about that specific technology. We can also use this, so as we're collecting this data, we can naturally track our progression in an assessment. We can see what hosts we've compromised, we can see what resources we've accessed, documents we've downloaded, and kind of the insights that we've gleaned from this data, maybe where passwords come from, and we can start piecing together and tracking our progress during an engagement. And this, this is very useful for analytics as well as reporting purposes. And then finally, our third long-term goal is enhancing our knowledge sharing, coordination, and reporting. So as we're aggregating all of this data, we can now leverage this data for future research projects. Now, we don't have to have access to a live network. We have already collected it, so we can query that data and gain potentially new insights. So we can do research into somebody's network, even if we don't have physical access to that network. We can also use this as a platform for discovering, new attack paths. So maybe, maybe we have access to the information about services on a machine, and a new attack technique comes out attacking services, and we want to check if a organization is vulnerable to that technique. Even though we don't have access to their environment, we can look at the data we've collected so far and make that determination rather than having to have access to a live network. So that brings us to kind of what Nemesis is, what our vision is for Nemesis. It's a centralized data processing platform that's going to ingest data from all the tools that we're using. It's going to enrich that data and then perform a bunch of analytics on offensive security data. So basically, as we're doing assessments, we're going to collect all this data in, enrich it, analyze it, and do as much as we can for the operator to assist them in their analysis of a network. By no means is this like trying to automate red teaming and pen testing. We're red teamers and pen testers. We know that's kind of a joke in our opinion, but we really want to aid and assist operators as they're looking at networks.
One also way to kind of look at this is potentially like a virus total for red team engagements. Another way to kind of think about it is from the blue side, defenders have been collecting data from networks and from systems in order to understand adversaries for a long time. We want to take that same kind of approach of data-driven gathering and analysis, but from an offensive perspective. So that's a lot of higher level, what our goals, what our vision, kind of what it is in a 1,000-foot view. We're going to dive all the way down and actually show you what Nemesis actually is. So also, you don't, as an operator, even just when you're using this, you don't need to know how all these pieces work. I'm just going to go over some of the internals, but this is abstracted away, so unless you're a developer on it, you don't need to know how every piece fits together. But ultimately, it's a Kubernetes-based system. I know some people will probably roll their eyes. Heard some people at lunch talking about how much they love Kubernetes. But the reason we picked this architecture is we wanted something that could run locally on a host, as well as deploy to the cloud and scale for larger engagements or numbers of engagements. So all the way on the left, we're going to start with what our C2 kind of data sources are, whether it's Stage 1, Cobalt Strike, Mythic, Interpreter, things like that. Each one of these C2 frameworks or external tools will have a connector. These connectors just take data or files from these C2 frameworks and then post them to the Nemesis Web API. This is an abstracted, well-defined Web API that takes data in different structured forms, which we'll cover in a second. That API will take this data and then stuff it into RabbitMQ, which is the message queue we have on the back end. And each kind of message as stuff is coming in, let's say a file is downloaded. The file will be uploaded to Nemesis. It will be stored in a data lake, either S3 or MinIO if it's contained within the cluster. Then a message will be published to the queue saying, I have a new file download. As that message kind of goes along, it'll get different enrichments for different microservices. So we have things like extract all the text from any Office file at all, like there's a million different formats. Do OCR in any image and extract that text. Convert any Office document to PDFs. So run something like Nosy Parker, which is a high-performance regex engine focused on passwords. Run that in any text that kind of happens. Check any binary that comes by, check if it's .NET. If it is, run deserialization checks. If it's source code, index it into an Elasticsearch index for searching. There's a bunch of like NLP, natural language processing stuff we do on text, things that we're starting to build up. Lots of different enrichments that will happen. After it goes to the enrichment flow, the data in its enriched form will be stored in a semi-structured way in an Elasticsearch database that has a Kibana engine on top of it, as well as a highly structured form into Postgres that is ingested by the dashboard that we're going to show. And all throughout this, we have tons of logging for Fluentd, Prometheus, all that kind of fun stuff. So this is an example enrichment flow. We have an assembly that gets downloaded, like in that kind of first red team story that we had. That assembly, as it's starting to be enriched, it will have things like the metadata extracted, so version info, imports, typeref hashes, all that kind of fun stuff, signatures, blah, blah, blah. We'll also check for any like deserialization and command injection vulnerabilities using an automatic tool. And this just happens within seconds of you downloading the file without you having to do anything. We'll also decompile the assembly to .NET source and then zip that up and offer that as an easy way for you to download. So again, all this happens within a couple of seconds. It's that entire first level 1 triage flow that's just done automatically. And if there are any interesting results, stuff will just be posted to Slack. You can optionally just have Slack alerts of like, oh, I have a deserialization bug that popped up in this assembly. Then all of that information is going to be stored into Postgres and Elastic in the back end, and then you're going to use the Nemesis dashboard to interact with it in various ways that we'll show, or Kibana to do free-form searching for that kind of NoSQL semi-structured form. There's tons of different enrichments. We don't have time to go through all of them, but anything from process categorization, DP API, building custom cracking lists, scanning stuff with Yara, cookie processing, all this type of stuff. And this is just an example of the raw enriched data. This isn't what we're going to interact with on an everyday basis, but this is what's actually shown in something like Kibana or Elastic. Now, it's a little kind of hard to see. The text is a bit small, but you have all the different types of hashes. You have the imports. You have version info. And you can search, because it's Elastic, you could search across every assembly that's been downloaded for the entire engagement, or previous engagements if you keep stuff going. And we also have these little deserialization gadgets that popped up. from a deserialization analysis tool written by Matt Hand. So again, this is the raw enriched data. We're going to show how that's actually processed and how you actually interact with this data and what you can do with it when we show the demos for the Nemesis dashboard.
And this raw data is very useful because we can use it in these different workflows that we do as an operator, whether it's local privilege escalation, so we could be analyzing it for vulnerabilities, reverse engineering just to learn how it works, or if we're just looking for like strings and discovery throughout the network.
A few quick notes, though, to back up one quick second on data collection. So everything starts with data collection, and there's a couple of challenges that go along with this from the offensive standpoint. The first is what we call batch versus incremental ingestion. So we can collect data from multiple sources, from multiple different C2s. We're just getting posts to a raw API. This presents a specific modeling challenge, as you can't know when the collection for a particular thing is complete. So for example, Windows services on a Windows host are ultimately, all the information about those services are presented in Windows registry keys. You could download maybe half the registry keys in one batch, in like a C2 batch, but what if you have a long callback interval? You can get the next batch later. So these service abstractions that we actually build and we model from this data have to be able to be supported piecemeal. Because we don't know, have we finished collecting all the data about services or not? So it's a weird particular kind of modeling thing that you guys shouldn't have to worry about, but we've spent a lot of time in I don't know how many dozens of hours of whiteboard sessions trying to deal with this. The other big problem is information compression. So historically, a lot of offensive tools, you'll run the tool on the host, and it'll return interesting information to you. For example, PowerUp, which is a PowerShell Prevest tool, will pull all this data from a host, do the analysis on the host, and then tell you these are the vulnerabilities. Since you're enumerating all the data, but you're not returning all the data, a lot of that information is essentially compressed and lost. So let's say you find a new way to abuse a particular service. If that check wasn't present in the tool you ran on host, then you have now lost that information. But if you pull all the raw data, you're already enumerating the raw data, so if you pull all that raw data back to a backend analysis server, then you can do additional analysis as stuff kind of comes up. You have like the raw ground truth, and then you implement your analysis incrementally, and you can do retro analysis and things like this. So this is what can definitely help support additional automations and researching new attack paths, things like that. Now, so we had collecting the data itself, some of the challenges, and then the actual tool integrations for Nemesis. Our goal is to collect data from any and all tooling used in engagements. So integrating with Nemesis is just posting data to a web API. That's it. What type of message you post to the API is well structured and well defined. We have an ODR, an offensive data reference that's well defined for things like file listings, file data, process listings, services, network connections, things like that. So it's the connector's responsibility to take that structured data and post it to Nemesis. And we have pre-built connectors with different amounts of capabilities for Cobalt Strike, Mythic, Metasploit, OST Stage 1, Sliver. We also have a Chrome plugin that we're going to demonstrate, and we're working on other connectors as well. So our goal was to have Oprah throw, everyone gets an integration for every single possible different thing. But while the Meterpreter connector is not as fully featured as the Cobalt Strike one, this is just a matter of like building out additional things. The easiest thing to actually integrate is just automatic file download processing. Like it's a file is downloaded, post it up with a little bit of metadata to Nemesis, and let all the magic stuff happen.
Cool, and that kind of brings us to offensive data analysis that we do with all this data that's coming in now. Like ultimately, our goal, like I said, is to assist operators. We want to do that kind of level 1 analysis of every possible thing that comes in. We want to just take that load off of operators. There's a lot of annoying things that we have to deal with. All this copying files around, syncing files around, converting it to different formats. We want to automate as much as that possible so that operators can do what they're best at, which is analyzing an environment rather than fighting with tools and trying to figure out how they work. This is also really nice because once we've aggregated all this data together, we can now start analyzing it, and by building these relationships between different data types, we can do some really cool analytics. So you can think about like files. Files have information like a security information that has information about like users. Well, Active Directory has all of the user information. So now you can correlate, Active Directory information with, the security info in files. You can infer access, maybe who's accessing these files. You can do things like network connections and processes and files. You can kind of correlate all of these different data types and start using it in your analytics for these different workflows that an operator has to do. So aggregating all this ultimately allows this type of analysis, which hasn't been possible before. And ultimately, once we do all this analysis, we want to give this back to the operator so that they can make decisions based off of it. We're not saying that Nemesis is always going to be 100% right or that it's going to do everything by any means, but we want to expose and surface this data to operators so they become aware of what's possible and that they can better analyze the environment. So some of the automations that we do, some of these Will has already mentioned. So with like .NET assemblies, we automatically download them, decompile them, scan them for vulnerabilities, extract PE information. If they're normal PE files, it'll extract things like the exports, the imports, a lot of stuff that you'd want for like reverse engineering. For Office documents, we automatically download them, convert them to a PDF, so you can just view them in a browser. You don't have to open up Microsoft Word or anything. We extract out the text, put it in a searchable form so that you can search that from within Nemesis. All files, they're scanned for DPAPI data as well as other credentials. If it does have DPAPI data, this is that Windows Data Protection API, has a certain format, but what Nemesis will do is it'll discover any of that encrypted data, automatically extract it, store it, and then once you have the encryption keys, it will retroactively go and decrypt all of this data as well. It will do automatic hash extraction for certain different types of data. So if you download like a protected Word document, it will extract a hash, throw it into a hash cracker, a simple hash cracking service that we have, and automatically try and brute force at least a baseline set of passwords that to kind of cover your bases. All binary, well, non-binary files, so text files, are scanned by Nosy Parker, which is it's a really good scanning engine that will look for like passwords and credentials. And then any archive that you may download, so whether it's a zip file, tar file, et cetera, it'll extract that, analyze all of the files inside of it, and do this same kind of processing. Again, saving the operator the trouble of having to download it, extract it, and then try and upload it back into Nemesis. Another cool thing is we analyze registry keys. So when we download like a registry hive, we can automatically, based off those registry keys, we can build a model of like the services in a network, and then we can do service analysis just based off of this registry data. And then once we've aggregated all of this data, and have done all this analysis, we can actually view it. The operator will view it inside of what we call the Nemesis dashboard, which is just a web UI, and that's where they're going to view that data. They can triage it, so they can also discard something if it's not useful, and so it's not viewed anymore. And they can do additional analysis within this view as well. Do things like make comments, and discard data if they don't want to see it anymore. So with that, we are going to dive into the demos so you can actually see what Nemesis is looking like. So this is the Cobalt Strike interface. So this is what typically if I'm doing a pen test or something, I might be using Cobalt Strike. And what you're seeing here is a file listing. And so I see an interesting file there, and I'm going to go ahead and issue a command to download it. And so what happens there is we've already hooked up Nemesis into Cobalt Strike. And when I download that file, you can see down at the bottom that it spits out a bunch of information that Nemesis automatically did to analyze that file. And one of the analysis things that Nemesis does is deserialization vulnerability checks. And so it spits out a little notification saying, hey, this has deserialization primitives in it. You should go take a look at this. So we'll go to the interface, we'll refresh it. We can see there's now a file. That's the file we just downloaded. We'll go to the file listing. This is a high-level listing of all the files that we've downloaded so far. You can get a good little overview of some of the information about the files. We can see that it is a magic, like it's a PE file. You can, of course, download the file if you want, but you can also view that raw file in the interface. One of the features here, because it is a .NET assembly, we've automatically decompiled the application because .NET is very easy to decompile. So we can go ahead and download that automatically decompiled source code, and you can see that's where the file is, and now we are going to unzip it. And you can see the actual source code in there, and you can see we've highlighted binary formatter. That is a known deserialization primitive, and we can quickly do our analysis just by looking at the code and see that there is maybe a vulnerability in this .NET binary. In addition to that, we can look at the detailed information about this file in Nemesis, and so in the interface, it will show a textual view of it down here at the bottom in a code editor. Since it's a PE file, it's all binary data. But we can also look at the raw data that Nemesis extracted from the PE file. So here you can see things like the DLL imports that are there. It automatically extracts that PE metadata information, so like the version of the PE file. You can also see, because it's a .NET binary, it tells you the version of .NET, and it's also telling you all of the types and the functions used inside of that .NET binary. So this is very useful from a vulnerability and reverse engineering perspective to have all this data automatically aggregated for me. So now we can do like analytics, build additional analytics based off of that collected data too. So for the second demo, we're gonna show off the Chrome extension that Nemesis has. So if you don't do many like pen tests or red teaming, a common thing that we have to do is, maybe we'll get access into a network and they have like an internal wiki, or maybe they have a source code repository or like SharePoint or something. And there's a lot of files there, and we need to go there and download files from the internal network. So we'll set up a SOX proxy and pipe our traffic through our browser into the target network and then start downloading files. So that's the intended use case of this Chrome extension. So what we've done here is, when we have it installed, we set up the configuration for Nemesis. So this is our unique identifier that for me. And then we configure, where the Nemesis API is. And then Nemesis has, a username and password for authentication. So we submit that. We've now configured Nemesis. So now we can, go and maybe we're doing OSINT on a network too, and we find some files, we could download all those, or if we're accessing SharePoint or the wiki or whatever, we're gonna start downloading files, and when we download them, they automatically get sent into Nemesis, and that's what you're seeing there is a nice notification that it's been uploaded. So now we'll go to the Nemesis dashboard, and we'll reload. We can see our file was processed there. When we go to the file listing, we can see some information about that file. It was a .doc file, so this is a Word document. And so we can download it if we wanted. We can view the raw data, so I'll go ahead and click that. This is just, again, there's a little bit of binary data. This is useful for, most useful for unknown file types. You can kind of just look what's inside of there real quick. Because this is a Word document, Nemesis auto-converts it to a PDF, so you can quickly view it in the browser. So this makes triaging Word documents so much easier. So you don't have to go open up like OpenOffice or Microsoft Word. Another thing Nemesis does, well, here's the detailed view of that file. You can, if you wanted to look at like what's inside of that file without leaving the browser. Because it is a Word document, any sort of Office document, Nemesis will extract the text out of it automatically and index it. And we have a few different search functions in here. So here we have a keyword-based search inside of Nemesis. And so we search for passwords, and you can see we found a password there. You can also see up here in the top right, it says semantic search. So you can use just like natural language to ask questions about any of the downloaded downloaded documents, and it will return semantic search results. So based off of the sentence that you asked.
Cool. All right. Okay, next demo. We have Nosy Parker and automatic hash cracking. People usually like this one. So Cobalt Strike again, we're going to download 2 files. One's an encrypted zip test, and one's a google.config. Spoiler, encrypted zip test is an encrypted zip. So when that gets pulled down, Nemesis will automatically detect that it's encrypted and used some of that, John type extraction on the back end. Oh, first, before we get to the encrypted zip, we're going to show the Google config, which this config has no Nosy Parker results. So we see that in that basic, so in that initial kind of triage. We go to more file details, we see the raw kind of file underneath in that file browser type thing. This is actually a Monaco code editor, so if source code gets pulled down, it actually gets rendered like as Visual Studio Code underneath for you, and you have all the Visual Studio normal functionality. We see here, there's Nosy Parker results. We see the raw Elastic stuff like we've been showing before. But if there are Nosy Parker results, you can click on that. And again, if there are Nosy Parker results, it'll actually throw alerts up into Slack, so you know to actually go here. And this shows you, oh, there's a Google OAuth access token, matching here with that particular context, everything being syntax highlighted, open API key. This is all just sample fake data. Again, this is stuff that you could do if you're running Nosy Parker manually, but this just happens automatically, and you just get alerts into Slack with contextual links back to the Nemesis dashboard. For the encrypted zip test, we see that it's encrypted. If we go to hashes, that hash of that document was automatically extracted and stored in the backend database. So we see, and in this case, that hash is resubmitted back into Nemesis, into the pipeline, and we have a basic top 10,000 kind of word password cracking list that will attempt any hash that kind of comes through. So we see it actually cracked it, password 123 bang, and we can link back to the contextual document and stuff. So you could actually extend this if you wanted to and say take any hashes that don't crack and like shoot them off into an API for your own cracking rig. So it's cool. It's like, without even knowing that the zip was downloaded, it extracted the hash and cracked it, and then alerted you if it was actually cracked.
This is also super cool because it's just like a baseline set of things that you're doing against these password hashes.
And it's every file you download. Yeah. You don't have to rely upon an operator to have to do this manually one by one.
I've been on several assessments where I may have downloaded a document or downloaded something that was encrypted and had a hash, but just because of the effort it takes to like extract the hash, like set up the password cracker and everything, I didn't do that, and maybe my team member did, and it ends up being some dumb password like password 123. And so you can see the value in just like doing this for every single kind of hash.
You're ensuring consistency across every file you triage. The next example is some of that OOF DPAPI stuff I was talking about. So I don't have time. It would take about half an hour to explain DPAPI in depth, but suffice to say that we're going to show some Chrome examples here where we have the login data Chrome file. This is where all your saved Chrome passwords are stored. They're encrypted, so I'm going to download that. Then the keys for that login data file are stored in the local state file. That's one directory up. This is just in your app data. So that local state has all the encryption keys. The keys in that local state are encrypted using the DPAPI master keys that are set per user. That was in that first screenshot that I'm going to show here. So I'm just downloading these. I'm just downloading the raw data. Nemesis is going to know that that Chrome login data was linked to that state key, that local state, and those linked to those master keys. So we see that there's going to be some logins that are processed. We're going to go to the Chromium page, go to the logins tab. We'll actually see that they're all encrypted still. We don't have the decryption keys yet because the master keys have not been decrypted yet. So because the master keys aren't decrypted, that means the local state isn't decrypted, and so on and so forth. So no, it's a little hard to see there, but it says is decrypted false. So we know that our Chrome stuff is not triaged yet. But for DPAPI, for master keys, there's a universal domain DPAPI backup key that's stored in the DC. So assuming we have domain admin rights, we can retrieve that key It's going to automatically ingest it into Nemesis using the Cobalt Strike plugin, and that will retroactively decrypt any linked master keys, and any linked master keys will retroactively decrypt any state keys, so on and so forth. So that entire chain of 4 or 5 different steps was just done automatically for us, and just the moment that we pulled that master key in. So now we see the login has been decrypted to password 123 bang, and this is all sortable table. This is all just stored in Postgres in the back end, and you can pull stuff out. And we see also in the DP API overview page, we see master keys have actually been, they're linked to a particular state key. So again, we do a lot of DP API and like cookie abuse and those types of abuses. This just automates all of those pieces. All right, last demo, and then we'll go over some concluding thoughts. We have a registry collection buff. So with Cobalt Strike, and most other C2s, it's difficult to get serialized data from the actual executing client back to the C2 host. This is a problem across a lot of C2 frameworks. To help deal with this, our workmate Max built a beacon object file, a BOF, that will collect raw registry keys, serialize it to a format, automatically stream that file back, and it gets pulled into Nemesis. So we're going to say BOF reg collect. We're going to specify HKLM current control set services. This is the section of the registry that has all the data that details configuration information about a Windows service. It gets pulled back automatically. Nothing's touching disk. Everything gets thrown into Nemesis. And we see in the Postgres backend, data was pulled out, and we start seeing the raw registry keys will get populated here in just a couple of seconds. So these are all the multiple different pieces that are these raw reg keys. And this can be useful, searching across lots of stuff. What's really useful is we can take these keys and then actually construct a service abstraction. So we can say this is an actual Windows service with this SDDL and this configuration and this type of stuff. And then the next step for us that we're developing is to be able to do local privilege escalation analysis and things like that based on all this raw extracted data. All right, there's lots of fire hose demos. So some people might be thinking, well, this isn't really new. Enrichment pipelines are something that lots of different industries have done. Our argument is that no one has properly applied this, at least publicly, to offensive security. We assume that this type of thing has been done by other people privately, but to our knowledge, an offensive enrichment pipeline has not existed publicly yet. But more to the point, I'll let Lee answer this question.
Yeah, so why does all this really matter? A lot of it is not, we've talked a lot about it, a lot of things today, and a lot of the cool stuff about Nemesis isn't just what it does now, which is really cool in our opinion, but it's really what it's going to allow us to do in the future, which is offensive data analytics. And so before you can start doing a lot of data analysis, you have to have a foundation of data to actually query and look at. And so that's what we're building, is this platform on which we can analyze offensive security data. And this is going to lead to some really cool research that we're excited about, and excited to present on that more in the future. And this is a big kind of paradigm shift for red teamers. A lot of, and pen testers in general, a lot of it's very manual right now. A lot of it is, requires us running tools, kind of seeing what's going on. And we're kind of getting to this point now to where we can leverage, maybe not specific red teamers or people specific like pen testers need to be on target. We can have people kind of on the back end analyzing the data and assisting the operators in their work as well. So this is kind of where the offensive data analyst role comes into play. So there's a lot of advantages. We've kind of already talked about this. We can essentially update, operator workflows. So as new tradecraft comes out, it's going to affect all of our operators once we add it into Nemesis. The really cool thing about this too is let's say we find a new piece of tradecraft, a new vulnerability. That thing will be checked from here on forward in perpetuity across all assessments for every single operator, forever now. So this is we were on an assessment and we found a new vulnerability, a new vulnerability primitive, and we added it on the fly into Nemesis, and now all 30 of our team members are going to benefit from that newly discovered thing forever. Offline processing allows us to look at the data, even if we don't have access to the network anymore. It's going to minimize our footprint as well when we're running our tools. So right now, a lot of offensive tools have two kind of things that they do. They collect data and they analyze data. By removing that analysis portion from the tool, our tools are no longer as big, they're lighter weight, and they don't have to do as much malicious-like functionality, which may make them more evasive from like EDR and antivirus on endpoints. And all of this collected and unstructured data is, we can actually use that data now to guide further research efforts. So now that it's been aggregated, modeled, and everything, we can now analyze that data, maybe identify new attack paths, maybe new vulnerabilities that we didn't realize were there during the assessment, and we can better assess networks as a whole.
So thank you. This is our first time speaking at SAINTCON. It's been awesome. No, we're just about at time, so I think if people have any questions, we're going to be out kind of in the hallway if you want to chat about any of this stuff. We also have open DMs. We have, emails, whatever else. We're also on the Bloodhound Slack under our handles. We would love to chat with anybody. All the code is open source. Everything is free. It's all on GitHub under SpectreOps/Nemesis. We have a series of guides. We know it's not like the most lightweight tool to get going. We have a ton of documentation. This is under active development. We're already planning our next dev sprint on some of this kind of stuff. So I'm going to thank you all very much for letting us come and talk to you guys for a bit.
I'll bring up one. Is master off? Oh, okay. That's one of the mic, yeah. Okay. Chill, compare. Yep. Remember when computers used to come with the ports?
No comment. I am that old too. Just an Ethernet port would have been nice, right?
Oh, I keep saying it, right? Because I can put everything else over TCP/IP.
Right? Almost everything could be done over a port.
Do you have, I can't remember if you said, do you have audio in your slides?
No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I scaled back everything. I was supposed to have like a kit here too, but
oh, you were
shipping
okay.
Was
it a server rack?
It's a Pelican case that was 8U.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Nice
but it had
idea.
like industrial control system stuff in it and a few other things like that to kind of show what I was originally planning to do this stuff for, and it just ended up being a huge pain in the butt.
That sucks.
Should
we
I
had
take
that.
this
We had
off
that.
because it might jingle or?
It's just up to you. It's not a lapel mic; it's an ear mic, so it might not be a problem. So this goes around your ear.
Oh, this is great.
Then, I'll hold that one for a sec.
Yeah.
Let's see, because I'm gonna put this around you, and then go ahead and. Oh, sorry. Apparently, it's not that tight.
No.
Turns out it gets used. Let's see. Sometimes we can train it a little bit.
Setting up all this stuff, dude.
No, this was. I think I was
cuticle.
I think I just have no idea what I'm doing with my life. Because I'm pretty sure I came here to the con with us.
Well, there you go. I mean, at least we could admit it to ourselves. Yeah, go right ahead. Oh yeah, here.
So we'll just put it in there instead of putting it. That should be safe.
Good.
Go ahead and just say check.
Check, check. Check. Check, 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 check. Hello? Testing.
And then just say something to the audience.
Something to the audience.
Perfect. That's exactly.
Perfect. I've got this plugged in. Do I have to do something with this fancy little device?
This
It's
one,
very
you
fancy
don't have
looking.
to- yeah, you don't have to do any changes here.
Okay, so I'm presenting.
We've got,
We're
exactly.
good.
We've got everything over here.
Perfect.
You should have. Say again. Yeah, go ahead. We have the control over here.
Perfect.
If that,
All right.
If that works for you, that works for us. Do you care if you're recorded on the cam?
No, I love it.
Perfect.
Go right ahead.
I'll go make sure that.
I got a face for radio anyway, so it's on you.
Message me on Discord. Just as a reminder, because I know the order is weird. Yeah, exactly.
Ah. There you go. Oh well. Should give me a little bit extra time. There we go. Whew. It is really hard to see the audience up here, so. I have to tell everybody, I saw these badges when I got here today, and this is my first time speaking at SAINTCON, and I was actually intimidated, actually, just because of the sheer awesomeness of the badge actually itself. Anybody else have that feeling as well? No? Hate being the only guy. Beautiful. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I guess this thing's going live in a second. Good? All right. I guess everybody can hear me pretty well. Very cool. So I barely saw that. So my name's James Cabe. I've worked for a lot of cybersecurity companies, but I really began my career back in BBN Planet. Anybody here old enough to remember what BBN is? Yeah, that's actually encouraging. It was Autonomous System 1 on the internet. So we were the internet at the very, very beginning. Before MCI WorldCom and before a bunch of these other ones. It was Barnet, Nearnet, Surenet, you know, all the conglomeration of the schools. So back then, we were actually using ancient Cisco serial consoles to do a whole bunch of stuff to actually go around automation and access to the actual frameworks that we were actually using to make sure that things were out of band, because the military really required us to, because at that time, the MailNet was actually traversing that particular network. So, you know, my career's, I've been in cybersecurity. I was actually worked for Fortinet for nearly 10 years. I worked for Microsoft for about 2 in OT cybersecurity with a small startup called CyberX. Got to stick around at Microsoft for a little bit longer until they got tired of me, which is great. Spent a long time in oil and gas and things like that. And I'm a dad, as well as being a really terrible car racer. You know, I found out very quickly race cars spelled the same forwards as going backwards, and so are race cars. So I'm not very good at doing that either. So I don't know what I'm actually good at yet. And once I find out, I'll tell everybody. So, you know, we came up with this idea on the back end. Well, first off, let me, just so I don't get salesy on anybody, because I always worry about that more than anything else, especially at conferences. If y'all want to play along with bingo, I'll actually have a prize for you, a flipper 0 for anybody that wants one. If y'all want to play bullshit bingo along with me. So if anybody gets a bingo today, I'll definitely give you one of those flippers. Just have to come and get it. You have to be the winner though, so I've only got one. But anyways, play along if you'd like, and if I kill myself doing this stuff, let me know. Let's see. So I've been maybe on 200 to 300, somewhere in there, more like the 230 range. So I'm probably embellishing a little bit. Incident responses for stuff like pipelines and oil and gas companies and things like that. I'm usually the cleanup guy on some of those things when I do lots of extra consulting on the side, just to make sure that things can be recovered. And it will typically take anywhere between, I guess MGM only had 10 days, so that was actually pretty quick. I was really impressed with that. But I've been on a recovery that's actually taken a little bit over 370 days, so a full year plus to do a full recovery of a particular environment. I hate to say it, and you hate to see it. Sorry, that was a Scrubs moment. But you know, we're all going to lose every once in a while, and there's not really much you can do about it. At some point in time, you're going to lose. But the one thing that really annoyed the piss out of me for quite some time was people are like, well, automation will fix all of this. You know, yes, occasionally we'll get by, and first it was AI, and now I'm hearing automation will fix all these sorts of things. And, I don't know if that's the case, right? Because it's still, wherever you're launching for your automation from and things that you're doing creates a problem in and of itself. We already saw an entire control plane of an entire company, gigantic company with a huge digital footprint or digital estate get pwned because they actually got into their identity management solution, right? And you're up against a lot of crap. This just is, scraping the surface of it, especially considering the fact that I was actually talking about a bunch of kids in Colombia that were ex-cartel, a long time ago, that were really good coders that I'd met at some of the cybersecurity conferences in Latin America, especially in Brazil. And that was 10, 12 years ago. And now if you've got a startup or something else, like most likely you have a coder in Colombia or some other place like that. These guys are really, really good and have been for very, very long, just like they were in Romania, because they had free education. And if I could stay in and get free education all the time and actually always go to school and get fed, I'd do the same and just learn new ways to do things. And that's essentially what these have had. So they bred these kind of communities where they're essentially light years ahead of some of the coding and capabilities we actually even enjoy here in America. So it's tough. You're up against a whole bunch of problems, people that are motivated. And beyond it being tough part, we always make our own mistakes, right? So there's these assumptions we always make about how things are supposed to be done and what we're supposed to be doing about why we keep failing. So, you can continue doing something over and over and over again the same way with a little bitty tweak, and as opposed to just throwing it completely out. And that's been a problem for a very long time. So if we keep doing the same thing, like the Transformers franchise, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse maybe over time, right? So let's see. The failure to understand is probably the biggest problem. Actually going back and people call it navel gazing. I don't really appreciate that. Just doing some self-analysis, because I don't know anybody that's a little bit older, hacker type in here that has actually gone back and done a little self-analysis as you've gotten older and realized that you may be undiagnosed ADD or have some other spectrum kind of issues and stuff like that that you only start realizing later in life. I am unfortunately one of those people that I had to go finally before I traveled too much and my marriage fell apart to actually go do some of those things. So I kind of feel for you if that was also your case. So failure to understand the problem is sometimes one of these self-analysis or analysis things that makes it very, very tough. And, disinformation, especially in this world, is only going to make this thing worse and worse and worse as we go down, because people can't really trust, what they're doing, where they're getting their information from, who they're trusting and things like that. There's no immutability or central authority necessarily that gives us all this really good information. So when we're talking about what we're about to talk about, which is isolated recovery environment, one of those central points that you've got to address is how immutable is that infrastructure? How untamperable? How can you make sure that infrastructure that you're actually going to be doing to manage this thing or manage a crisis is also something that hasn't changed or didn't change in the meantime? And that one assumption right there is going to be the biggest problem that everybody's going to be able to overcome, because the thing I'm going to be doing, there's vendor solutions for some of this stuff. Eclipsium is a great one. I've worked with them in the past, and Scott Schifferman's fantastic human being. He's in Houston along with me, where we have SAINTCON, and it's a great conference. I actually am so impressed by this one. So thanks, SAINTCON, for having me today. This is the first time I'm speaking here. That I've just really enjoyed this one, particularly even better than SAINTCON this past year, where I spoke again over, not this one, but something relatively similar. This is the first time I'm giving this talk, so pardon me if I ramble a little bit. I'm a little unpracticed on this one. But going back to the immutability of what you're deploying, that ends up being the biggest problem. That's one of the reasons why serial consoles and things like that were so just stock standard in what they do, But as we've seen this attacks on IoT and people much more interested in actual electronics hacking and even OS hacking, even on the firmware level, where you'll get a JTAG interface on something and reverse engineer it and do a bunch of really, really fun things with it. So all of a sudden your power bars that run TCP/IP, well, they're a problem, right? Your serial consoles, well, they're a problem because someone went to go and change the firmware on it to have something in it. Same could be said for industrial control systems and a bunch of other stuff. So and I hate to say this, as a hardware hacking community, which this one seems to be very, very good at, one of the best hardware hacking communities I've seen, probably because of Badge Life stuff, the better that's been getting, the worse some of these assumptions behind cybersecurity, especially the stuff we've always been able to trust, like out-of-band consoles and things like that have become quite a bit of a problem. And the other problem is we simply don't patch enough. Anybody want to guess what the average time, this is something my company that I currently work for paid for from Ponemon and Gartner, and they got the same number. So it makes me wonder where the data sources for them are coming to as well, but I digress. Anybody want to guess the number of average patch time for most of this stuff?
205 days.
Oh, it's on there. Damn it. So I knew I didn't practice this one that much. So yeah, it's 205 days on average. I thought I had the bullets going down, but oh well, whatever. So, you know, this is the problem with doing your slideshow at the last minute and, of course, having ADD as an adult, you know, trying to finish up the slides afterwards and thinking you forgot everything. So, but it's 205 days on average. That's ridiculous amounts of time for a patch that may be a 10 out of 10 or a 9.8. Does anybody remember how many we've seen the 9.8s or just in the 9 territory recently that we've had that have come out? 28. 28. Just the last month. So, you know, the Nemesis guys that were up here just before mine, that is a good example of where a lot of the C2s and data analysis have gone. They're much faster at actually knowing what the vulnerabilities are and stuff that you've never seen before. I guess people used to call those 0 days, but it's just stuff that's actually fairly new tactics and techniques that actually would be very, very hard. And we're not even doing anything against the end days. So it's not your fault. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to take a little bit of shame out of getting pwned. And that's one of our biggest problems, is that's another assumption that we have whenever we get owned, pwned, whatever you want to call it, that we're ashamed that this happened to us. And that's one of the things that you just cannot do anymore to yourself, going back to the self-analysis piece about what to do when you do get ganked, right? Because it's going to happen. How's it going to happen? If you don't think it's happened already, there's plenty of people that would tell you it's already done. And it's because you're really up against an economy, right? We've never, until maybe 10, 15 years ago, were we up against an entire economy, and it's only gotten worse. What's Bitcoin nowadays? 33,000 per? Something like that. It just popped up 20% just the other day. There's reasons for that, right? Especially if we've actually now entered a third war, maybe a fourth war, in amongst all the other stuff. So there's also numerous places to get a lot of this stuff if someone's trying to attack you, and ways to hide information. So these are just some of the ones that were just in the recent past, and there's many, many more. I could actually list many, many other layers to where I'm finding a lot of stuff that will pretty much kick your butt. And there's the dark tour taxi. Okay, that's a little bit helpfulness. So there we go. There's the sites I have. So if anybody wants to go take a picture of that too, that's some of the ones that I've collected. I will make this slideshow publicly available. Actually, I'm going to go put it on my GitHub that I'm going to tell everybody to directly after this to release it. Because the one thing I want to do is make this isolated recovery environment completely, utterly open source. And so you can go build it yourself if you choose to. Because I think this is the one thing that we're missing still when we start getting into how to do it and things like that. It's the one thing that the recognition of you're going to get caught, you're going to get ganked. What do you do now? You know, and how fast can you recover? And I think everybody used to talk about in the sandbox days. Oh yeah, you know, they have to, you know, expend themselves on our automated sandbox does all this, and then all of a sudden we found Sandbox Escaper, and all those people just came up with a great way to get around all the problem. And sure, you could disconnect the internet. I see people all over LinkedIn, all over, you know, X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it now, Mastodon, everything, just disconnect the cable. You go for it, right? There is literally, and I've been in industrial control systems cybersecurity for a while, when they say air gap, I always get a good giggle. You know, it always forms right here in the diaphragm. I giggle a little bit because there is no such thing as an air gap anymore for any organization. It just simply does not exist, especially if you allow people with cell phones anywhere near those other computers. It just doesn't work, right? So, you know, small little anecdote before I get into it. I was at a very, very big fizzy soda water company down in Mexico, where literally the company handles a third of the logistics for all food for the entirety of Mexico. And that is, you know, millions and millions of people where they get their food from. A third of what they do is logistics for food for that entire country, right? We were down there and we found something inside their ICS systems, and they're like, wait, it's air gapped. And I'll be honest with you, it was super duper silly, because the one cable that went out to the industrial control system was like literally this really, really thin, and not a modern one, thin Ethernet cable. And I was like, oh, I know what that is. And I followed the Cat3 all the way back to the switch, and it was a light tan switch, right, that said DEC on the front. So I was like, that's not even Ethernet, that's DECnet. And so it was VAX controlling everything, but it was causing problems with the VAX system to be able to blow, like there's a furnace for bottles and doing all this other kind of stuff, and there was causing problems with it. What did I find? I went in there, I set a camera, a GoPro in there without anybody knowing about it. Later on, people came in. The first thing they did is take a USB stick and poke it in those old Windows 98 workstations, right? Got up on UltraSurf that they had Wi-Fi to another place in the plant, and they were actually surfing through their other work computers during their shift by using UltraSurf to get out. So there's no such thing as air gap. And this was the employees that aren't really that technical. So this is going to happen regardless of whether you like it or not. So what is an isolated recovery environment? Well, it depends on something I want to call a resiliency system. Now, there are lots of companies out there that say, we're a resilient system and stuff like that. Carnegie Mellon, anybody ever read, anybody from, keep up with anything going on Carnegie Mellon? There's a really, really cool guy named Firesmith, that's his last name, and I think should be the next Marvel comic hero. That is a cool ass name. So Mr. Firesmith has actually written a lot on resilience systems themselves and how they're built. And I think he's probably got it the most key out of anybody else. But the biggest problem that everybody has is actually crown jewel identifiers for their network. So, or their entire system that they've actually put in place. So what's a crown jewel? DNS, right? As soon as your DNS server goes down, everybody's like, I can't get to the web, the network's down. No, it's not, just your stupid DNS server, someone decided to reboot during production, right? So DNS, definitely a crown jewel. DHCP, definitely a crown jewel. There's some routing pieces to it too. There are authentication servers and things like that. These are the crown jewels of the network. Unfortunately, some of these during the recovery aren't really prioritized. We saw that actually recently, and I hate to pick on them, the MGM hack, where they did not watch their proxy servers very, very closely until all of a sudden it was the last minute and they got yanked away from them, and then they were too late to unplug them, and then everything else all went to hell, right? So one of the biggest problems is, industrial control system cybersecurity has been doing this crown jewel assessment thing for a long time. One of the things we don't do is that crown jewel assessment to know what the the very littlest necessary to actually operate a network and continue services for the people that you're doing the work for, right? So what do they actually need to what they currently have? They can have all these file share things and everything else like that. None of that really matters unless it's identified as a crown jewel for people to get their work done. And that's unfortunately a lot of human interaction to figure that out. And that's one of the things we're just not very good at. So that actually requires a questionnaire as part of a resilience system, is actually the human factor of the whole thing. And that's tough for us. And I have one of those things that I'll be posting up to my GitHub as well. Just a couple questions to make it really super simple. But the idea behind a resilience system at its core is not disaster recovery. It is not backup. Because what does a backup do, or like a DRP site? What is actually a DRP site? You took a bite. I'm going to pick on you then. Anybody? DRP site? It's usually an exact copy of the thing that just got owned. And they have access to each other. I mean, typically I'll even see L2 networks between the two of them just to make sure the data can get copied over. Well, that doesn't sound like it's a very good disaster recovery plan, at least not from a cyber attack. And I will tell you, I've even wound up with issues in hurricanes and tornadoes where stuff just got scraped. Didn't exist anymore. It was actually causing routing issues on a network and actually thus taking it down, just because they were actually, there was a big OSPF run that was actually making some of the routers go nuts. So I've even run into some of the stuff like that, right? So what do you need to actually keep a site running? And that's where that cockroach idea comes in. What do you need to survive? And cockroaches survive because they hide in the walls. So while you may not be able to be disconnected or air-gapped from the network, you can certainly be removed from it in a very meaningful way, whether it's over serial or USB or something else like that, and having a secondary connection that doesn't require a network. So if you do have to clip off the network and the TCP/IP, you can still remain operational. So you got two qualities there, right? One, it's got a minimum level of capabilities to be able to keep you running and going. And the second one is that you actually have some way to get to the devices other than the network that they're operating on, because you can never trust the network. During an attack, you can actually deploy all the NDRs, all the next generation firewalls in the entire world, and unfortunately, because something's going through TLS and you're not breaking the TLS on the network because the flows are too big or something else is going on, you still can't trust those channels, you know, to the point of what we just saw from Nemesis about what they're doing to just download files willy-nilly over your own network. So then the next thing you need is actually the thing to be able to start the recovery. And portion of that is just, can you automate the bring up of your tools, make it instantaneous, turn on the device, have it either cloud in it if you're going to be using VMs, have it use Docker Compose if you're actually using containers, and have the tools readily and accessible available. So as soon as you drop that unit and connect it into the back end of a lot of your stuff, can you start recovering the environment or lock it off, knock certain things off the network and still have physical access to them in other ways, right? So, and a lot of that has to do with how you actually deal with PCAPs and one of the things that I wanted to talk about today is what that would actually take, right? So I've gone into a lot of that stuff already about resilience. Sorry about that. Like I said, I haven't practiced. What does it actually mean to have something like this isolated recovery environment? So the first thing I'm going to do is rip out the cords to everything. I hate to say it, I'm going to turn off the switch, I'm going to turn off the router, I'm going to turn the site completely off. And as I go through the analysis of each one of the computers, as I actually have them, I'll actually be able to run my static analysis tools and network analysis tools in their own separate environment, either over out of band or a brand new VLAN that I bring them up on the switch that I've actually completely created new networks for, that I can move the hosts that I'm analyzing over in an automated fashion. I've got a timer for it as well in some of the Python code I actually wrote on the GitHub, right? So it actually moves it over. And if something isn't done in the proper amount of time, you have to go back and recheck it again to make sure it is. So one of the things that it enables you to do is, okay, this thing did this. It goes back and checks the script to see that this thing's been completely analyzed. It's clean. Okay, put it back over here, right? Now go ahead and move it onto the clean network. That doesn't mean you can't stop monitoring the clean network, that something's not sticking around or not resident, but you can actually go back and actually make sure you know, that one thing doesn't have the current bug that it's got on it, because we ran the SAST or DAST or the network analyzer on it to make sure that it is indeed recovered. And that's an automated function, right? That you have to go back and haul it back if it's not. And the reason why we ran into that is because when you go drop this, say you create a unit, and I'm gonna get into how to physically do this stuff, not in this slide, about actually how to come up with a NIFO box, which is essentially what I'm calling it, nuke it from orbit box, which is to completely wipe out an entire environment and then recreate it from either backup or you'd be able to move clean hosts that you've already made sure of using your own tools to actually make it work. And all this is completely open source. I literally used Ubuntu Core 22.1, I think it was, network manager, KVM, using Virt Manager, and make ISOFS, which is just the cloud init functions, to be able to do them automated, to be, as soon as this thing boots up, everything gets created dynamically from an encrypted storage disk that I actually have in the unit itself. So there's an Israeli company that sells these little bitty things called Fitlet 3s. Really, really like it because you can order it with the TPMs actually having certificates that you could deploy on the TPM using one of their tools, and then you can encrypt the disk and then only keep the keys on the TPM, so nothing else has the keys. You delete the seeds and everything else like that, and the disk has crypto on it, that if they got physical access to the box, then they might be able to do something with the UEFI BIOS, but besides that, nobody's going to be able to unencrypt that disk. So some of the stuff remains, remember what I said, the thing being immutable? Well, most of my tools are then encrypted on that disk to make it completely 100% immutable. When I bring it up, I know that none of the hashes have changed on any of the VMs I've created, all the automation's there, and it comes up without anybody actually physically having to touch the box. And that's one of the key features of the box itself, is the fact that really, if we're gonna do this right, and we're gonna do this at scale, that you can't really need to go out to every one of the sites and touch the box. It needs to have its own cellular in it to where you're not using your own WAN links if you don't need to. And it needs to have either USB over serial or actual serial ports that you can directly connect to the boxes, just like we used to do with the old out-of-band consoles, and enough networking where you can actually change, you can have management plane separation from the actual network that you're actually controlling the thing from, as well as the data plane, so you can actually do your file analysis, so you can do your NDR analysis, and so you can actually crawl everything with a scanner to make sure that that it doesn't have a C2 port open somewhere or something else like that going on. Especially once you've segmented these things like this in an isolated recovery environment, one of the things you're going to notice is it's actually extremely much easier because of the noise usually generated out of an attack. That it's much easier to find this stuff, especially if it's generating network traffic and finding the ominous stuff that you do that you have to go break the TLS for. Once you separate these things and you start building on them, then you can actually create, just using Grass Marlin or one of the other scanners that is open source as well. You can actually create a nothing more than just a, hey, is this thing generating more traffic than it should? There's a simple rule that you drop in using regex that actually says, hey, look, this one's generating a lot more traffic than this other one is over this weird, weird TLS port. Maybe you go check that particular host again and you rip it back off the network, put it back over to the other side just by issuing some serial commands, or if you're slick enough, just by having a CLI piece that moves the port from one VLAN back to the bad VLAN again, right? So these pieces and how to build it are actually going to be up in the GitHub as well, because I want to, like I said, open source the whole thing and enable people to build it. Now, you don't have to go with the Fitlet 3. There's only one reason why I like this one very, very much, is it's tiny. It's about that big around, right, that you can ship. It's got cellular directly in it on an M2 card that you can even make 5G if you're not worried too much about heat. As one thing I ran into with the 5G cards and preferred 4G instead was because the 5G cards just generate a crap ton of heat. Some of them even have their own heat sink and fan on top of the M2 card, if you can believe it. So, excuse me. So I kept it to 4G LTE, and then I had two of the interfaces dedicated to the management networks, and then two of the other ones dedicated to the actual data plane. One is a scanner that could actually speak outwards, and the one that was just a essentially wiretap report mirror to take the data in for using different types of tools for your network analysis. And this was good enough, even with the little bitty Atom processor that's in it, and I think it's a P6000X, it was good enough to actually get about 100 megabits per second in just deep packet inspection, which is pretty damn good for a box its size. So if you have stuff that runs over 100 megabits per second, you can upsize the box. You can go get yourself a Super Micro or an Advantech or something else like that that's got a beefier embedded Xeon in it or something along those lines. It also has the M2 cellular cards. Lots of options out there in case you want to go build your own. The big piece about this, other than the toolkit that I have out there with a bunch of the automation for the cloud in it and the Docker Compose, which is part of the list, right? Creating a Docker Compose and a KVM, a make ISO FS or cloud init file for each one of them to automate the bring up of them. The big thing, the focus of the isolated recovery environment is actually having a jump box. Who in the organization has a Bastion host or jump box, that they use internal to the organization? Couple truth tellers, right? All right. So every one of the pen testers I know go after that box. It's the first one they go after, and for a good reason. It's got all the yummiest tools on it. It's got all the best logins. You pwn that box and you're good. So if you can find that box and it's actually not as hard as you think it is, then you've got most of the organization, right? So there is, and I meant to change the symbol in the middle, the focus of actually being able to provide services directly at the site to reduce some of the risk is actually have this box readily deployable or actually at a site, even if you're using it for cellular backup and open routing, which you can use pfSense, you can use, any open firewall or router that you actually want to, OpenSense or any of the other stuff if you want to stay with open source stuff. It's pretty easy to get into and mitigate or reduce the risk just by virtualizing those jump hosts, right? Because the great thing about a jump host is every time you reboot it, before it comes back up again, especially if you're using KVM, you can check the hash on it to make sure it hasn't changed, right? So essentially creating your own version of Black Ice. Anybody remember Black Ice? I know y'all do, right? So, or bringing up the old versions and completely checking it back in, which is just a key inside KVM to actually be able to do that using Virt Manager and say, just revert it back, don't let any of the file hashes change, and then start the thing back up again because it's set in stone, so to speak. The best way to do all this stuff is turning all your tools into microservice using either Docker or any other kind of OCI type of container D type of image. So if you turn most of your tools into nothing more than a scriptlet that runs on a container, goes up, goes down. All of a sudden, you've entered the world of moving target defense without having to pay $2 or $3 million for the endpoint analysis software that you actually have. All of a sudden, you're at moving target defense just with that. And you can thank the Simian Army and all the stuff Netflix did around a lot of the chaos engineering that actually made that a possibility. So the cool thing about these little bitty boxes, if you really want to, all you have to do is load Kubernetes on them, and or even run S3, some of the S3 toolkit on top of Ubuntu on them. You can actually have your own management framework that just is a kube cluster at the very, very top and have individual nodes using S3. Now, I think S3 and MicroK8s are the only two that really do that. So just a thing, if you get a full version of Kubernetes, it's just not going to work. Now, you can make all this really, really stupid easy by using my friends at Portainer. If you wanted to manage all these and all the images on them, just go out and get Portainer and be done. It does IoT management stupidly easy. It's open source, and if you want to start paying for it, it's peanuts, really. And the coolest thing is they actually do stuff for the Ferrari team for F1, so it makes them kind of near and dear to my heart. Nobody give me a hard time about Ferrari. So, so the order of operations for, what is that? Disqualified. So the order of operations, really, we all know is assessment and the crown jewelry store. The biggest problem is what tools you'd use or leverage at that point in time. And I told you, I disconnect the entire network. As soon as I find out something's done or bad, any more those tools, the attack tools like the Nemesis guys were showing you, which is a commercial version of what the bad guys actually have, they're so fast, they're inhuman now. It's no longer they're going to be sitting in the network for 5 days or 2 weeks or a month or something else like that and stuff. They take action extremely fast now. Some of the pieces I've seen coming over, just working with some old friends at FortiGuard and the CTA, the Cyber Threat Alliance, some of the tool sets now that cull all this information and pull it back are even faster than the download you might have seen on the previous. So they get certificates that are just lying in the open. They get signed code that's just lying in the open with code signature, certificates that are just sitting right there on people's desktops. Trust me, once they get in and they get to the right workstations, the right machines, it's pretty much game over. And the only thing that's going to save a lot of people is actually pulling the plug on almost everything. Had some of these organizations done that recently, like Sony, they would have probably been able to get, fight their way out of it within 1 or 2 days, maybe a couple hours, depending on how automated they had the recovery, as opposed to 10 days or sometimes 30 days for some of this sort of stuff. So the idea is not how do we fight this thing off? It's how do we just, I'd say give up? No. How do we just call the game and then just start the recovery process as quickly as possible? So I think, unfortunately, we're at that point, whether it becomes natural disasters, floods, everything else like that going on. Because one of the key things that I'm doing right now when we're dealing with this, I'll work on running the tools. Some of these are a little out of order. Something I definitely wanted to get, because I'm not running short of time, but I definitely want to talk about. We're submitting for Resilience Village this year at DEF CON. So me and a bunch of friends. And right now I work with a company called, 501c3, sorry, called IT Disaster Recovery Corps, or Center. This group of people actually go out to disaster sites and they provide IT services to the local communities. And why is that a big deal? You say, well, people can actually start filling out their FEMA forms right there on the spot, even though all the cell towers are down, all the communications down and everything else like that. So if you stayed with the local community where it flooded, or you have a tornado, or you have a hurricane, they float these services in. So I got involved with them right after the Puerto Rico incident with the big hurricane that pretty much knocked over everything, and they were down for 6 months. Some people were actually down for multiple years to where they got electricity and internet back again, phone systems and things like that. So we were down there helping them out, and that's when I started getting involved. And the two guys that work with me right now, Roger, who got me into the organization initially, just one of the nicest people. He's involved with B-Sides up in San Francisco, has been in the community for a very, very, very long period of time. He's going to be my day 3 captain if we do this thing. And part of it's actually going to be about you getting to go create your own NIFO box. And we'll have the pieces to actually do it with for each one of the teams that actually wants to do this sort of thing. Day 2 captain, Greg Hanneman, who is actually an I don't know what they call the Canadian SEALs, but there's something they do, Canadian Special Forces. He's ex-Canadian Special Forces, and he's going to be in charge of day 2, which is the disaster day. Day 3 is the recovery day. He'll be in charge of the wheel of chaos and the dice of decimation. So we'll be rolling, and you'll get some random incident that's going to happen to you. One that's going to be a natural disaster, and the other one's actually going to be something cyber. So cyber and physical type thing. And then I'll be running day 1, which will be the setup of it. The reason why we started getting involved with this with the IT Disaster Recovery Center was actually because we started having to ship out units to small cities and towns which had no ability to recover from a cyber attack, much less a natural disaster. So that was one of the big requests we got from some of these cities, especially some of the smaller ones that just didn't have the money or the resources to be able to send out to the world or do it with it. So they were seeing 3, 6 months, 9 months to where they were able to recover all their city systems to where the signaling would work on their stoplights, that their water would remain up, because some people didn't, during Shields Up, didn't disconnect their water systems in ICS directly from the city's network, and didn't do a bunch of this sort of stuff. So we found that this has been one of the biggest requirements for ITDRC. Wasn't even going to go do disasters right now. It's actually just helping people recover from cyber attacks. And I think that's a little bit pathetic and bad and terrible. Means there's probably something broken out there, but we're trying to assist as best we can. And that's really where the genesis of this idea came out of, is how can you help somebody from a distance and be able to do it competently? Because, we all suffer from there's a reason why it was very funny on Saturday Night Live when you had the nerd go in there and go, move, get off the keyboard. So how can you do that remotely over a network, or even be able to provide services to a small community, even if you can't go travel out there? It's just ridiculously expensive. Nerds getting out of their butts out of seat costs lots of money every time we have to do it, travel or do anything else like that. That's one of the reasons why I think conferences are so cool, because there's a lot of nerds getting their butts out of seat to go listen to a bunch of stuff. Oop. Let's see, running the tools. So I have a prescriptive thing that we run for these small cities, and a couple of companies I work for. This is actually pretty prescriptive. It's very, very simplistic. These are the ones that I actually have the automation scripts to be able to bring up and pull down that are going to be available on my GitHub, and then I'll release that a little bit later. It's actually in the slideshow as well. And then I'll post the links actually on my LinkedIn if you want to link me in and check it out as well. Let's see, where am I at now? I was supposed to have an example of all this stuff sitting up here, but the Pelican case did not competently get on the flight, so my apologies. The case I had wasn't dual-sided for the frame, so the nuts on the front end of the servers actually broke off whenever I put it into the luggage carrier, and I saw that really, really quickly, and I was like, okay, I had to go run and put it back in the truck for my wife. So I will have it, I promise, next time I do one of these things, to actually show y'all an example of the actual code running, it coming up, doing an initial analysis and slicing off the network, and be able to run the analysis on the back end on a specialized network that basically segments almost every one of the machines. And it's for 4 workstations, a Active Directory server, and a file share server that you normally see in a small organization or anything else like that. It's my hope that this thing kind of takes off, and the concept actually gets a little bit out there in the wild a little bit more, and the people much smarter than me take off with it and make it a little bit better. So that's pretty much my presentation today. Thank y'all for coming. Hopefully everybody starts doing this stuff as well. So. Any questions from anybody about any of this stuff?
Would you roll back 1 slide? 2 slides. There you go.
So the first thing that I wanted to do was actually secure collaboration. You have to have a war room, and it can't be a war room that anybody's been able to monitor your email or anything else like that. So once you go onto this, you have a clean set of laptops or things like that you're not having part of the organization. It's sort of a break the glass kind of thing. So you've got the laptops that are there, sitting there, not having any kind of authentication or imaging on them. And then you run all the tools from a central repository, which ends up being this immutable device that you have. So the first thing I always bring up is Jitsi or Rocket Chat as part of the war room. So, because everybody has to start communicating and get inbound, you have to document things that other people have done, especially if they're helping you out with the disaster. That actually came from doing that at a disaster site in Florida, doing recovery from a hurricane. That whole system, being able to go in really, really quickly and then set up video chat and everything else like that, sped up operations maybe about 3 or 4 hours to where everybody was communicating and making sure all the networking equipment got up, that the shots for the Yagi antennas and everything else like that got up, and the mesh got created to be able to support the community. So, but being able to create that war room was number one. That was it. That was the very first step. Creating a war room and some unauthenticated, or in this case, you can actually create a shadow identity provider if you actually use the right kind of tools like Bitwarden. And that's the reason why I listed that first with the secure collab, because then you can start re-IP addressing everything, you can start re-passwording everything, and you can actually use Bitwarden to actually do most of it. You can use Netbox as a source of truth as well. That is also open source. I didn't put that on there, but it just popped into my head. Did I answer that slide a little bit? Cool. And then I always go from network analysis to endpoint analysis on almost everything I do, just because I want to see what's in flight in the air, and then I want to cut that off. And the network is, unfortunately, Scott McNeely was always right. The network is the computer. We just got to it a little bit later than he was way ahead of his time. You know, if you cut the network off now, you're literally hamstringing a lot of the malware that's actually out there right now from really getting to the entirety of the organization and making your job a lot easier. And then you can automate that sort of stuff. So we've gone from you know, maybe 2 or 3 days to have a full re-network system and stuff like that. If there's a bunch of us throwing in hands, you know, maybe up to 10 days if there's not a lot of us, there's just like 1 or 2 of the people doing the operations for it, down to about a day and sometimes an hour. The reason why I did this is because I'd been helping out some of the hyperscalers with something like their warehouses. And they were actually automating their infrastructure, including the robots, to come up for the entire warehouse within 15 to 20 minutes using a similar, you know, more commercial product that was a little bit faster and had a ton of serial ports for it. So they were able to make their entire warehouse come up clean. There's no firmware or software or OSs on anything. Be able to image everything, refirmware everything, essentially hash it all, make it immutable, and then deploy all the robots within, you know, 15 to 20 minutes. So I found that so impressive from the hyperscaler side. Just like the Symbian Army with Netflix, a lot of these really good ideas have been coming out of hyperscale. You just got to kind of make them go down to the Fortune 500 or to the plain people, the plain folks. You got to kind of translate how they're doing things, and that's really where a lot of the ideas came from for this sort of thing, for the zero touch provision stuff, for cloud init. It's all those ideas are, you know, based in moving target defense. Is all based in where the hyperscalers have actually done a lot of the research and work. So.
You mentioned the GitHub. Is that, do you have the link?
It's on there in the presentation. It's right there. Oh. Isolated recovery environment. If you just go look for James Cave and isolated recovery environment, I think it's the only one like it. And it's really because this is kind of a new idea. It's only half-assed at this point, so my apologies for it. Because it was only me and a couple other people working on it. It was really around disaster recovery more than it was around cyber, but I felt like, you know, it applied because of all the small cities we've been trying to help around the cyber stuff. So hopefully that answers it. So any other questions? All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate you.
Okay.
And then we'll do the test and then right before we go on.
Okay. All right. Test, test. Check, check. Sibilance, sibilance. Yeah? Good. Check.
We still got like 7 minutes
right. Let's go ahead and kick off. How's everyone doing today? Everyone enjoying their first day at SAINTCON? Awesome. Good to hear. This is my first time presenting at SAINTCON. I'm excited to be here. I've been to Black Hat, I've been to RSA, we've done DEF CON, we've done a bunch of other conferences, but you guys are just a hop, skip, and a jump away from our offices in Missoula, Montana, so it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. Today we're going to be talking about Microsoft 365, and more specifically, we're going to be talking about how we respond to a compromise of the Microsoft 365 environment. So how many of you guys out there use Microsoft 365 services? Yeah, pretty much everyone, right? How many of you have had to deal with a compromise of that system before? A couple of you. Great. I mean, not great, sorry, not great. You get what I mean. Yeah, we're going to talk about how my team over the years has developed our strategy for quickly investigating Office 365, or Microsoft 365 compromises, rather. The tools we use, the techniques we use, and kind of what our goals are when we get into a scenario where we think there's been a compromise of that system. So who am I? Who is this big bearded dude up on stage talking to you? Well, my name is Matt Duran. I am the Director of Training and Research for LMG Security out of Missoula, Montana. We're actually giving a few different presentations at the conference over the next couple of days. Come check us out tomorrow. We'll be talking about ransomware response, and our CEO, Sherry Davidoff, is going to be presenting on 0 days and how we deal with kind of the uncertainty of vulnerable hardware out in the IT environment. We also have a new book that just came out. We're going to be doing a book signing of this tomorrow between 12 and 1:30. It's called Ransomware and Cyber Extortion, Response and Prevention. Thank you for the shameless self-promotion, but we're really proud of this. We think it's been a great offering to have out there. We highly recommend people check this out. So today's roadmap, what we're going to cover is fairly straightforward. We're going to go through the goals of an investigation when we get into Microsoft 365. We're going to talk about the built-in tools that Microsoft has available for you to use and why you may not actually want to rely on those too heavily. We're going to talk about evidence preservation from more of a forensic standpoint. We are going to talk about how we find malicious activity quickly. We'll go through securing accounts, and then as we go through, we'll be giving tips and tricks on how to harden your Microsoft 365 systems and prevent yourself from becoming the victim of one of these attacks in the first place. Ultimately the goal, right? So for a signed copy of our new book, I'm just curious who knows this. How much money has been lost since 2013 to business email compromise scams total? More than $1 is technically correct, but not quite what I'm looking for. 7.3 billion? No. 10 billion? Not a trillion, but wow, that's scary. 50 billion, who said that? Right there. All right, if you swing by the LMG booth down in the Expo Center, Nate, can you get that guy a book, please? Perfect, thank you so much. Yeah, $50 billion has been lost to business email compromise since 2013. That is a staggering amount of money. When we talk about the major types of cybercrime that occur on kind of a day-to-day basis, business email compromise, specifically things like real estate transaction fraud, are about 3 times as impactful as ransomware. We don't see it in the news as much because ransomware attacks are the big sexy attacks that everyone sees. Like, how many of you guys have heard of MGM getting hacked? How many of you guys heard of DLA Piper losing $150,000 to an email scan? Like one person maybe? Yeah, right? Like it's a problem. And it's something that affects a lot of people around the world. The big thing, though, is business email compromise is increasing year to year. This is a set of stats that just came out from Proofpoint. This was also pulled from the IC3 report for this year. We looked at business email compromises just for the last calendar year being about $2.7 billion, and that's about 340 million more than the previous year. We see this like skyward trajectory for these kind of losses, and that's a big deal. The other problem that we run into, though, is when we are responding to an email compromise or to an M365 compromise in general, there is a lot of downtime that ends up going along with those attacks. That's problematic for a number of reasons. One, we lose our primary communication avenue. We lose things like Microsoft Teams. We lose SharePoint. I mean, that's a big hit to productivity when those things happen. The other problem is you might actually have a data breach on your hands. How many of you can say with absolute certainty that you have no sensitive information in your email inbox? I'm glad no one raised their hands. What do you guys think? How many times do we ask that question when we get into one of these investigations and the person we're investigating says, yeah, no, there's totally nothing sensitive in my inbox? Like every time, right? That's problematic, again, for a number of reasons. Also, when we talk about the overall cost of a data breach associated with a business email compromise attack, we're sitting right at about $4 million to recover from that. And this is from IBM's cost of a data breach report. So when a lot of people don't have these configured, or at least not configured well, as we'll talk about here in a minute. If you'd like to see at a glance where you sit in terms of your security configuration inside of M365, go check out your secure score. This is by no means a gospel on what you should and should not have turned on inside of Microsoft systems. This is going to be different for every organization depending on their needs, their compliance requirements, and whatever else. But it can be a good kind of at a glance view of how things are going. The better way to go about this, though, is to actually get a configuration review of your tenant. We do these at LMG, and they're honestly one of our most popular services now. The available features inside of Microsoft's 365 system, inside of AWS, inside of Google Workspace, they change so frequently that it becomes difficult for IT staff to keep up with it. So we recommend having somebody get another set of eyes on these things, and just make sure that you're basically up to standard. What is the current best practice, and is there something you could be doing to further secure that environment? The other thing with Microsoft specifically, and this really comes into play if you're buying your M365 system from a third-party reseller like Rackspace or GoDaddy or somewhere like that, make sure that your audit logging is actually turned on. This becomes problematic. Again, if your logging is not turned on, we can't tell you what happened inside of that system. Neither can your IT staff. And while technically Microsoft does have some back-end telemetry data they can use to give you an idea of what actually happened, it's really difficult to actually get them to give up those goods. If you're concerned about this, there are some customer retention policies you can actually enable inside of your tenant. So we would highly recommend taking a look at this. High-value users, people like your chief financial officer or people who deal with finance in general, are frequently targeted. So we like to do a little bit more in terms of the overall log retention for them. You can actually set this up for a very long time, and there's no additional charge for setting it up. You can't do it for everyone. You can't cheat the system with Microsoft. We've tried, but it just doesn't quite work that way. Okay, so background information aside, this is what we're going to be starting off with. Now, I'd like to introduce you to our victim today. And if you've ever seen one of my presentations before, we beat up on a company called Hack Me Inc. constantly. They are our favorite punching bag. We get their email compromised all the time. We deploy ransomware in their network. We just beat the crap out of these guys. It's a lot of fun. In this case, though, we are going to be working through a potential email compromise. So this is our scenario. And we pulled this from, in general, what we see making up about, I'd say probably about a quarter of the business email compromise cases that we work through. We have a finance clerk who calls a client to let them know that they have a $60,000 payment that is overdue. The client then calls back and says, we already made that payment. However, your chief financial officer, in this case, Owen Abel, sent us new banking information a couple days before the payment was due and said you were under review and we needed to redirect that payment. Owen, of course, has no idea what they're talking about, and now that $60,000 is kind of off in the wind. How realistic do you guys think this is? Have you heard of a scam like this happening before? Yeah, most people have. This is standard invoice fraud. It's something that we see on a daily basis, and it is the cause of a lot of problems for institutions in a, well, pretty significant financial sense. So our job as the investigator is going to be this. We want to identify if Owen's M365 account was indeed compromised. We want to determine when the compromise occurred. We want to secure access to that account. And then we want to assess the danger that sensitive data may have been exfiltrated from that account during the actual compromise itself. One piece of advice I will give you, if you do end up responding to a business email compromise incident or compromise of any cloud service like this, the very first thing you should do is turn on what's referred to as a litigation hold. And a litigation hold, simply put, means that data from that environment can't be deleted. It means if there's an attacker still in the system, they can't go in and cover up their tracks. They can delete things from the inbox, and to them it will look like those emails are gone. However, on the back end of things in the eDiscovery Center, we can still pull that information back out. Really, really useful. And again, it's free. Just go into the admin dashboard, click on the user, click on Manage Litigation Hold, and then turn on Litigation Hold. Easy enough. You're done. The next thing we need to do is preserve evidence. And I know this is the part where everyone kind of groans. And don't get me wrong, I'm a forensics guy. This is what I do. So this is always top of mind. When we are preserving evidence, we want to make sure that we are doing this in a way that is going to be either admissible in court or that we can pass off to a forensics partner. Now, I want to be clear about this. The stuff that I'm going over today is not a replacement for a full forensic investigation. If you do end up with a compromise of your email system, you'll probably have to have one of those anyway. What we're trying to do is, from our own internal standpoint, get a handle for what happened, secure the account, and be able to pass that data off quickly so that we're not delayed, because these investigations take a lot of time. They can oftentimes take months to actually complete. So anything we can do to speed that up is going to be beneficial to us. We also want to be quick about this too. Don't delay. If you let logs roll over, there's no way to get that data back. More importantly, if you are piping these off to a secondary log server, like a Splunk server or something like that, you're going to be in a lot better shape. So if you have the ability to do that, highly recommend that. And the big thing that we want to talk about here is basic forensic best practices. Once we download information from this system, we want to hash everything that we can, and we want to make sure that we are never investigating using the original data, because if we change that, then if we go into litigation or something along those lines, it becomes harder for us to actually use. You also want to make sure you're keeping this data safe. So keep things on forensically clean media. This is basically the forensics checklist we're going over here. This doesn't need to be new, but I would highly recommend zeroing out that media first. Use something like Shred through Linux, great utility. Runs pretty quick, and it will make sure that you're not introducing extra data into that log set. Also, make sure you keep these things safe. Encrypt the drive if you can, password protect it, and don't let people tamper with it. Now, not all hashing is created equal. I won't spend a ton of time on this, just wanted to make the point here. If you are creating cryptographic hashes for evidence you've collected for verification further on down the road, make sure you're using a decent hashing algorithm. MD5 is great for quick verifications inside of a lab or something along those lines, but it's not usually admissible in court. And from a standard evidence gathering perspective, we'd really rather do something like SHA-256. Takes a little bit longer, but it's much better, and it's collision proof. That's the main reason. If you want to see why we don't use things like SHA-1 or really MD5, check out shattered.io. If you guys have any of you guys have ever checked this website out before? Yeah, this is a really cool site. What it'll do is allow you to upload a document, and then the site will create a cryptographically identical document that is completely different as far as the content goes. Gives you a great example of why this type of hashing is broken. All right, so let's jump into the actual investigation piece here. With an email hack, what are we actually trying to figure out? And these are the questions that we always guess. Who wants to take a guess here? What are we looking for when we're investigating an email system? No one? Yeah, access logs. What are we really trying to figure out? Like, what pieces of data do we want to know? Yeah, exactly. Was data exfiltrated? Who accessed the account? When did they access the account? How? This is our basic roadmap. It's the who, what, when, where, why kind of detective work that we're looking at doing. The first thing that we want to look at, though, as we begin this investigation is, can you trust the tools that you're going to be utilizing? And I'm going to pick on Microsoft here for a minute, mainly because I've had to do enough of these that I've run into these problems before. Can you trust the tools that you're actually using? When we're using the built-in audit center through the Microsoft Purview dashboard, just regular audit logs, we've run into some problems, and they've happened frequently enough that we've had to come up with workarounds for this. We get inconsistent results for similar queries, especially if we're looking at large spaces of time or if we're pulling up data from a bunch of users all simultaneously. We have difficulty downloading large log sets. So if you go over 5,000 lines of ordered log data, you end up running into problems. And that is a published limitation, but it's not really made that obvious. And 5,000 lines of ordered data inside of Microsoft's audit log system, especially for a large company, it's not a lot of data. I mean, that can be minutes worth of data if you've got a significant number of users. The other thing, too, is that we get limited visible information when we're actually going through this type of audit data. We have to click in on each individual entry. We have to scroll down a bunch of different little submenus. It makes it difficult for us to investigate on a large scale. The filtering is a little lackadaisical. It's kind of difficult to work with, and this can be very, very time consuming. Remember, what we're trying to do is investigate quickly. We don't want to waste a bunch of time on this. We don't have weeks to work through this data. Oftentimes, we have days to get a good answer. Here's an example of that happening. So this is a query that I ran, and this is a single user, Owen at hack-able.com. And we're looking for all log data that came out between August 1st of 2023 and September 1st, 2023. We got 0 results. No data came back. If we look at the actual log poll that I did using PowerShell, which we'll cover here in a minute, there's about 150 lines of log data that comes back with that. So where are the logs? Why didn't I get those logs on my very first search? Well, this has actually been something that's tripped us up a couple of times. If you use an email alias, the logging system that Microsoft has as their graphic interface will not pick up on that alias. So the fact that we were using Owen at Hack Me Inc. instead of Owen at Hack and Able, despite the fact that it's the same account, will not come up with the same query. And if we manually put in that email address in the context menu, it errors and we end up getting the data for everyone in the entire tenant at that point, which is not exactly what we want to do. So there's got to be a better way, right? Well, we have determined this. Now, how many of you guys have done programming before? Okay, so I'm going to warn you, I'm going to talk about recursion here really quick. Please don't walk out on me. I know that's something that gives you guys heartburn, but just go with me on this one. We've actually put together a pull script that we use through PowerShell. If you'd like it, or if you'd like a copy of it, hit me up afterwards. We have had a lot of success with this. And the way that we go about doing this is we set a start and end date for Microsoft, and we recursively query their log server and ask how many logs they're going to send back to us. If that log amount is over 5,000 ordered lines, we recursively cut that time frame in half, and we go back and we re-query until we get to a point where we can get all of those logs in one single shot. This is our little recursive method that we dropped in there. Using this type of a strategy, we end up getting a lot more data back a lot faster, and it also allows us to move this data into a system that's outside of Microsoft's normal logging tools, which for us tends to work a little bit better. So let's go over the business email compromise playbook. There's, and this came from Microsoft, there's a few spots in this playbook where we can find decent information about what might be going wrong in a system. The big one that we want to look at first is going to be that sign-in. And we want to know whether someone was signed in using a login and password, like username and password, whether they signed in with a cookie, with a token. You know, how did they actually get into the account? How was the account compromised in the first place? The other one is going to be the creation of inbox forwarding rules. We see this as a very, very common activity, and it's something that we can zero in on pretty easily to, one, tell us how many accounts have been compromised, and two, give us an idea of what kind of account compromise we might be dealing with. Is this information theft? Is this financially based? Because we're going to investigate differently depending on which one of those they are. The last one's going to be deletion of sent emails. We just did a sting operation recently that we put up on LMG's website. We got our email accounts hacked by a group from Nigeria, and we started passing back and forth an ACH authorization form. And the curation of inbox content that the hackers actually did was pretty impressive. They were really guiding the conversations that we were having. And they took our ACH form, filled it out with their own bank account information, registered a lookalike domain for the fake characters that we were using, and then tried to send it back to us. We used a character named Paul Allen from Paul Allen Real Estate. Yes, that's an American Psycho reference. Very few people have gotten that one so far. But they actually signed Paul Allen on the ACH form. It looked like a regular signature, and we were able to figure out that it was actually Paul Allen, the co-founder of Microsoft's signature. They found it online and just copied and pasted it into the document. Nice job, guys. Anyway, sorry, off on a tangent there. So when we're digging through this data, what we're really looking for, and again, we're getting back into the forensic side of this, is going to be what we refer to as indicators of compromise. And there's two distinct types that we're going to look for. One is going to be a strong indicator of compromise, like a login from Nigeria. That's kind of a big red flag. That's a flashing red light telling us something's wrong inside the account. A weak indicator, on the other hand, might just be something like a login outside of normal business hours. Does that mean the account's compromised? Not necessarily, but it is something that we can chain with other activity in the account to determine whether or not that account has fully been compromised. So let's start with the easy stuff. We're going to go ahead and use the Microsoft built-in tools. We're going to see what we can find as kind of low-hanging fruit here. We're going to check for automated alerts. We're going to check inside the security center, and we're going to assign follow-up as we need to. Now, in this case, the very first thing we want to do if we even suspect that an email account's been compromised is kind of two basic actions. One, we want to reset the password, and two, we want to kill any active sessions. The reason we want to kill active sessions is mainly because the theft of cookies and tokens has become a lot more commonplace lately, and cookie and token theft can survive password resets. Here's an example. So this is from a dark web marketplace called the Cypher Marketplace, and at LMG, we tend to have a policy of show, don't tell. We want to actually show what happens when these accounts get hacked. So we decided to go shopping for some software that we could use to essentially man in the middle of Microsoft login. We wanted to see how much it would be, how hard it was to use, and spoiler, it was $10 and it was not that hard to use at all. And here's some of the stuff that we could actually do with this. First off, we had point and click, HTTP and HTTPS reverse proxy available just at our fingertips. This took no effort on our part. It was built into the Modlichka software. The other thing that we had was client domain hooking, meaning we could translate information that was getting passed back and forth between the victim's phishing page and the legitimate service they were attempting to log into. This was fairly transparent from the victim's side, and it made it really easy for us to go in and actually hijack this information. We could also strip websites from all their encryption, strip their certificates, do everything else, straight back to like early days of hacking, basic man-in-the-middle style attacks. These are becoming popular again, and they're really effective. The other thing we can do is automate our own TLS certificate generation. And then finally, this is written in Go, so it works on pretty much any platform we want to. We can do this in Windows, we can do it in Linux, we can do it on a Mac, like we're good to go wherever. So this is kind of what that looks like. This is us stealing a session during one of our lab tests. You can see in the background our Microsoft login page. It looks just like the Microsoft login page because realistically it is. The user interacting with this is also interacting with Microsoft. We're just catching that traffic in the middle. And you can see us down here, we're proxying login.microsoft.com. When the user goes to sign in, it's going to ask them for their username and password, and it's going to prompt them for multi-factor authentication. This is totally fine with us. We don't care. We're going to go ahead and intercept this anyway. What makes this unique, though, is that the user is using a very insecure type of MFA. They're using text message, not our favorite. We would rather people did not use SMS messaging or voice or email as their second factor. We'll talk about why that is here in just a second. But realistically, the user is going to get the code on their cell phone. They're going to go ahead and type it in as they normally would. And once they do that, they are into the regular Microsoft online page. They can interact with their account. They can read their email. They can go to SharePoint. They're good to go. Meanwhile, we have just grabbed that on the back end. Obviously, this is not Microsoft's website. This is in our lab. And this is where, this was really the only indication that they were on a phishing website. It made it difficult for the user at this point. From our side, here's what we were able to grab. So we have their username, we have their password, and more importantly, we've got their cookies. And now that we have the cookies, we don't need the username and password anymore. This is the nice part. All we had to do is take that cookie, put it into our browser, hit F5 to refresh the page on Microsoft's landing page. We were into the account. We had full access. And it survived password resets, which was really nice for us. This is by no means the only version of this that's out there. Here's another one that we found on the Kingdom Marketplace. This one was $60. Two-factor authentication, one-time password bypass, and it was a little bit nicer than the one we used, admittedly, but did basically the same thing. Hey, fun fact, do you guys know that you can leave customer reviews on darknet marketplaces? Yeah, 5-star reviews for this one, so that was fun for us to find out. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, anything that you buy on those marketplaces, you can totally leave a review, and those reviews actually do matter. The sellers will, we left a couple of negative reviews from some software that we bought about 8 months ago. We actually got emailed back by the seller asking if we would go and edit that review because they were getting crap from the marketplace about it. So, yeah, you have power there. That's pretty impressive, right? All right, so let's get back to what we were talking about. The reason I bring this up is the concept of an MFA bypass attack. These are incredibly common. They're getting a lot more sophisticated, and they are harder and harder to spot. Now, in the log data on Microsoft's backend, we can actually tell when something like this has happened. And that, again, can lead us as the investigator towards a path of either educating the user or putting in safeguards that can stop something like this from happening. To be perfectly clear, that example that I showed you, if we were using something like verified push through Duo or number matching through Microsoft's standard system, that attack wouldn't have worked. And that's why we're pushing people towards these more secure forms of MFA. If we're just sitting back and using something like SMS messaging, we are intentionally making ourselves vulnerable. It's not where we want to be at this point in time. Brings us up to Microsoft's authentication kind of pyramid here. We have a couple different ways we want to go about this. Bad is going to be just a password. Anybody want to take a guess how many passwords are up for grabs on the dark web right now? About 24.5 billion sets. Like, it's massive. You guys want to know the most common password in that set? No, not. That's like number 7. What's that? Yeah, it's the word password, followed by password 1, followed by password 2, and then ironically password 4. I don't know what happened with password 3, but yeah. If you go numeric, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But yeah, it's pretty embarrassing how those passwords work. We actually have a copy of a bunch of different password databases in our lab at LMG. We like to run what we call sentiment analysis on those passwords. See if we can determine like the mood someone was in when they created it. A lot of profanity in these passwords. People don't like their jobs, so yeah. The next step up from this, though, that's going to be good is going to be something like SMS or voice. If you've got nothing else, this is going to be better than nothing. But if you don't need to use something like SMS or voice, if you can go to a better form of MFA, please do. It will save you in the long run. Microsoft by themselves has come out and said about 99% of the attacks that happen that result in account compromise could be avoided with basic cybersecurity hygiene tools like good MFA. The next one is going to be something like an authenticator with a push notification, although those can be spammed. MFA fatigue attacks are a real thing. Just ask Uber, that's how they got hacked. Software one-time passwords, hardware one-time passwords. Good options can be a little bit cumbersome. The best one, though, is going to be this last one here. And this is our rosy future, right? Passwordless authentication. We don't even need to worry about the something you know portion of the authentication triad. This is just something you have and something you are, something like biometrics or something along those lines. It's where we want to be. It's going to take us a while to get there, but you get it. Okay, so back into the investigation. First thing we want to do is look in the Defender section, see if we get any suspicious alerts. If we get something here, it's probably going to be a pretty obvious sign that the account's been compromised. We don't get subtle indicators of compromise in here. These are just like blast you in the face, your account's hacked, do something about it right away. The bigger problem, though, in a lot of cases that we've worked with is these notifications tend to go unnoticed. They are not automatically sent off to someone for triage. They are not automatically assigned to a tech. So if you were using the system and you haven't configured this, take a minute, go do that. It'll save you. But in this case, you can see indications of a multi-stage attack happening. And by multi-stage attack, they mean there are multiple indicators that are chaining together to really kind of hammer home that something's wrong here. We have impossible travel activity. We have activity from a infrequent country or region. We have inbox manipulation rules. All of these things are going to be put together into one single alert. And again, this is a pretty blaringly obvious sign that something's been hacked. It also comes into the importance of effective monitoring and response. Make sure, again, turn on your logging. Make sure you're defining those alerts, that they're being sent off to the people they're supposed to be sent off to, and that you are acting on these. If this gets overlooked and you go 3 months before something happens in the account, we may not be able to see the origins of that hack because your logs may have rolled over. That happens in more cases than I'd probably like to admit. Also, if you have the ability to, outsourcing your monitoring is not a bad idea, and it's cheaper than hiring someone. Okay, while you're doing this though, while you're going through Microsoft's internal tools, normally we'll start a log pull from the environment itself, and we're gonna do this in 3 stages. The first one we're gonna do is just pull all successful authentications for all users inside the tenant, and we're gonna use that PowerShell script to do this. At the same time, we're gonna initiate a second pull that's gonna be all activity relating to our potential victim. We can correlate these 2 log sets together and actually find the indicator of compromise set that we need to investigate the entire tenant. And then finally, we're going to do a third log pull for all users, but we're going to restrict that activity to high-impact items only. Things like file access, mail item access, if you have that level of logging, new or updated inbox rules, things that are pretty surefire indicators that something has gone wrong. And we're not necessarily looking for the fact that one of these happened. We're looking for the metadata that goes along with it. First one we're going to look at is going to be GeoIP data. Now, I call this one low-hanging fruit, and the reason I do that is fairly straightforward. Impossible travel is a really strong indicator of compromise. If I log in from my office in Montana, and then 30 minutes later I log in from Nigeria, that's a pretty good sign that something's wrong in the account, right? Well, it's not always that simple, though. Attackers will do their homework. So a VPN or VPS system that is geographically close to you can be used very easily to thwart these kind of detection rules. We saw with SolarWinds specifically, when attackers were logging into the SolarWinds servers, they were registering VPS servers in the same cities as the targets they were going after, and that makes impossible travel pretty much a moot point. We're not going to see it at that point. The other thing, too, is attackers will cycle their IP addresses very frequently, which means we may be looking at a large number of IP addresses for a single attack. And if we miss one of those, we could miss something important that might have happened. Here's an example. This is from a recent case that we did, just to give you an idea of what this looks like. Within about 24 hours, attackers logged into the account first from Nigeria, then from Atlanta, then again from Atlanta, then again from Atlanta, then from California, and they actually logged in from 34 more IP addresses within the span of about 24 hours. Like, that's pretty hard for us to track at that point in time. So what can we do differently here? Here's where we like to introduce the concept of the pyramid of pain. Have you guys ever heard of the pyramid of pain before? Yeah, this one came from Attack IQ, and the pyramid of pain is basically just a rundown of an attacker's tactics, strategies, tools, every other TTP they have. How hard is it for us to detect versus how hard is it for the attacker to change it? And when we're looking at things that are easy to change, IP address is trivially easy to alter. In fact, oftentimes, if you're going through just someone with a dynamic IP range, it's going to change on its own. We're not going to be able to catch that. Something that's harder to change is going to be the software that they're using. If they've already got a specific tool set that they're going to be relying on, this is something that we can actually end up tracking. And then finally, the thing that they rarely change, in our experience anyway, is the actual computer system that they're using. That means that we can get a lot of information by looking outside the IP address and going for something more like the user agent string. And the user agent string is a huge wealth of information for us. First off, we can see things like the browser that they're using and the operating system that they're using. In this case, we can see the one on the top, that's Chrome version 51 running on a Linux host. The one on the bottom is going to be Edge version 79 on a Windows 10 host. By getting that information, I can filter based on that, and now I can catch all the activity that they've done regardless of their IP address. This is where we start to speed things up a bit. And that's the big goal that we're looking at here. There are some other things that we want to look for, though. If we see any one of these 3 user agent strings on a successful authentication, this means problems for us. CBA and prod normally means something like a third-party mail client. BAP2 ROPC is a legacy authentication protocol, also usually associated with a mail client. And then, of course, we've got POP3 and IMAP4. If we see any one of these, we can basically assume that the contents of that inbox are gone at that point. There is really no coming back from it. Now we need to pull e-discovery. Now we need to go through and do keyword searches and probably have to notify based on the data we find. All right, well, we're getting to the point, though, where we really do need to speed this up. So far, I hope I haven't been too subtle about this, but going through Microsoft's normal audit system and their standard GUI menu does not go fast enough for my liking. There are some ways that we can speed up this process, still keep the integrity of the investigation intact, but just make things a lot easier for ourselves. Now, this is by no means the only way to go about doing this, but this is how I prefer to do it. We're going to introduce something like the elk stack into this equation. Now that we've downloaded all this log data, which are just CSVs and JSON files, easy enough to work with, we can drop these into a bigger parsing engine, and we can start to work through this data in a much faster and more efficient manner. So here's what the dashboard's really going to look like once I load that data. This is just a sample set that I dropped in there for the purpose of this. But it allows us to dig deep very quickly because we can go in more of a reductive approach as opposed to additive. And it's going to be faster this way, just trust me. So let's dig in a little bit. We know that an account's been compromised. Filtering using the IOCs we've already obtained can give us an idea for if there are other accounts that have also been impacted. And in about half of the cases that we work, it's not just one account that gets taken over, it's multiple. In this case, we only have the one, so that's going to make it easy for us. But using this, we can avoid things like those geographical indicators, we can avoid things like IP addresses, just based on the IOCs that we have for user agent, operating system, browser version, we can narrow down very quickly who all has been impacted. We also want to find that initial login. So I pulled these ones up for you. This is me pulling data right out of the elk stack. So if you look at the actual browser that's being used, this is going to be the Chrome browser on a Linux machine. The one on the bottom is going to be a credential login. So this is somebody signing in with just a username and password. The one right above that is the keep me signed in option. So if you check that, don't log me out, that means that we've now extended the time frame on the token you're using to access the system. And then the one up here at the top, OAuth 2 authorized, that means we're going in with a token specifically. If the only thing we see is that OAuth 2 authorization, we have a pretty good indicator there that they hit a man in the middle page. So their credentials may not even be compromised at this point. It may be a token-based attack that we're dealing with, but it gives us kind of that indicator that we're looking for. Next thing we want to look for are going to be inbox forwarding rules. And again, we said inbox forwarding rules are big because attackers will use these to obscure their conversations, to hide things from us, and to make sure the victim doesn't realize that their account has actually been compromised. In this case, this was created from an IP address that comes out of the Netherlands. And if the subject, body, or any other part of the email contains words like invoice, payment, wire, transfer, bank, tax, things like that, it's going to go ahead and automatically mark those as read and then move them to the archive folder so that the victim does not actually see they received that email. The attacker can then control the flow of that conversation, input their own financial details, hijack money, and basically they're off to the races at that point. The next thing we want to do is check for inbox syncs. In this case, we've filtered based on specifically the IP address and that mail protocol. We can see that we do have POP3 and IMAP4 clients presenting themselves successfully in the system. So now we know pretty well that the account or that the inbox itself has been synced outbound. In this case, we can also take that source file name from the file accessed indicator. We can load that up to quickly tell ourselves all the files that were accessed instead of something like SharePoint. This again just makes our investigation a lot easier, and we can get this user back into their normal workspace without wasting too much time. Here's another option here. This is the file downloaded indicator. And again, we're doing this with just a few clicks through the elk stack, whereas this would have probably taken us a couple of hours to get through instead of Microsoft's regular system. But again, we can see the exact files that were downloaded from SharePoint. We now know our exact exposure, and we're looking pretty good. So just a quick recap here. What do we now know? Well, we know the account was accessed using the Outlook Web Access Portal coming in through a web browser. We know that the account was then synced using a POP3 and IMAP4 mail client. This indicates mailbox exfiltration. We know that SharePoint data was viewed and downloaded, and we now know that all contents of the user's inbox were potentially exposed, meaning we need to go through e-discovery for this user. Again, if we were doing this all through Microsoft's system, that would be a long process for us to get to. But because we took that data out of there, dropped it into something like either the elk stack or Graylog or Splunk or Sumo Logic or something like that, we were able to really rapidly increase the pace at which we were able to work through that data. So what are our key takeaways here? And we'll go ahead and wrap up. I know you guys are getting to the end of your day, and I don't want to keep you all the way up until 4:30, so we'll leave some time for Q&A. But what are our key takeaways here? Well, we want to understand what tools we have available. More importantly, we want to understand what their limitations are. If there are ways that we can do things a little bit more efficiently, it's beneficial to us to understand why and how we go about doing that. We also want to be prepared to act fast. If we let our log data roll over, we're probably not getting that back. Centralizing data collection is also really nice to have, especially for things like AWS or M365 or any of your other cloud services. Like, how many of you guys use Splunk? Couple? Sumo Logic? I usually get a couple of those. They're just not as popular, I guess. Yeah, I mean, if you've got the ability to centralize that collection ahead of time, totally go for it. If you want to do it with an open source tool, you can use the Beats utility, link right in through something like the Graph API, pull that data back onto a server, and now you've got it. You don't have to worry about logs rolling over whatsoever. The next thing we want to do is search for high-impact activities. This is going to give us that view of what actually happened in the account. We know how we need to secure the account, what we need to do to make sure the user doesn't get phished again. And then we want to make sure we preserve evidence in a forensically sound manner so that we can follow up later on down the road with either a third-party investigator, legal counsel, law enforcement, whoever else might need it. All right, so at LMG, we put out a list of our top security controls for 2023 right at the very beginning of the year. Down at our booth in the expo, we actually have handouts on this too if you'd like to grab them. But here's what we realistically covered today in this presentation. We covered advanced multi-factor authentication, something like either verified push through Duo or number matching through Microsoft's Azure system. Very nice to have and very effective in stopping account compromise as a whole. We also talked a little bit about employee cybersecurity training and awareness. By itself, employee cybersecurity training can save up to $250,000 off the cost of a data breach, and that's per the IBM cost of a data breach report from this year. Well worth your time to go through and actually educate your user base because, again, I won't go so far as to say users are the weak point of a security system because I don't feel like that's accurate, but they are the most frequently targeted element of your overall cybersecurity system. They're forward-facing, and so it makes sense they'd be hit pretty frequently. We covered a little bit on identity and access management. We covered cloud configuration management, and we talked a little bit about incident response testing and training, knowing what your plans are when you actually run into one of these situations. So I will leave it there, open for any questions. Again, my name's Matt Duran with LMG Security. Thank you so much, everyone, and yeah, we'll go. Yeah.
Do you find using a WAF in front of something like OWA or something else like that is really, really super helpful, even if it's Microsoft that they claim to do?
Yeah, well, especially for Azure systems. If we're talking about like access to the virtual infrastructure that we're building on the back end, those can be really, really helpful, but they're also really easy to misconfigure. So if you don't know what you're doing with a web app firewall, I mean, ask someone. You don't want to be shooting from the hip on that one. That's a tough one. Yeah.
Does continuous access evaluation stop cookies theft in general?
It can. It depends on how it's set up. I know for a lot of organizations that we work with, one of the security recommendations that they get from third-party providers is to look at like the browsers that they're using to access those systems. The new Firefox browser, as an example, has a cookie clearing feature automatically built into it. Seems to be fairly effective at stopping cookie-based attacks, not token specifically, but cookies as one of those attack vectors. But yeah, definitely something worth trying. Yeah.
Does it also mess with litigation hold if you do continuous access evaluation?
No, litigation holds all managed on the back end of Microsoft systems, so it doesn't make any difference there. Yeah.
I've tried setting up a little scene and just feeding CSV files into it, but it doesn't seem to save a lot of time when you're doing so much by hand.
Mm-hmm.
How would you compare the cost benefit of just biting the bullet and doing Sentinel versus setting it up?
Using Sentinel. I like Sentinel a lot. I'm liking it a lot more because they're integrating artificial intelligence into it. So Microsoft has, CrowdStrike's doing the same thing, which is actually really cool. They're making it so that you can ask natural language questions to it. You don't actually even have to write SQL queries for it, which for a lot of people, SQL queries are like Greek to them. But going through and being able to ask like, hey Sentinel, how many new inbox forwarding rules were created in the last 30 days, and having it come back and actually give you a fully fledged response is a lot easier. So once Microsoft actually has that kind of system down, the benefit there may outweigh doing something like this, but we'll have to try that out once they get there. We're not quite there yet. Any other questions? Yeah.
How's the documentation on those dark web apps?
You know, you'd be surprised. We've had a couple now that we've bought, and the documentation and the customer service that we got from those things was like outstanding. We bought a Rust-based remote access Trojan kit, and the guy who sold it to us said like he'd be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to help us out. And so we tried it. We messaged him at like 2 o'clock on a Monday morning, and he responded within about 15 minutes, helped us set up the server, gave us tips on how to run our phishing campaign, gave us tips for like maximizing the effectiveness, avoiding antivirus. Like it was great. And it only cost us like $170. Like it was a pretty good deal.
Capitalism.
Yeah, right? Anything else? Great. All right. Well, if you have any other questions or you'd like to see us, thank you. We're going to be, my company's going to be basically here for the entire week. So if you guys have any questions or want to win a VR headset, come check out our booth down in the expo. You can play a little bit of golf, hang out with Nate and Kellen, our two sales guys. Be nice to Kellen, he's new. But yeah, thanks again, and we'll talk soon. Go Grizz. Go Grizz. Love it. Thanks, man.